Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 9. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 13. Class Meeting. Chapter 179. Hey, I'm a Rlight. Yes, it isn't Ritsuki, it's Rlight. It sounds like some sort of slang for a bright DQN name, but now, what would you say when you know that the owner of that name was a mob instead of a handsome and refreshing dude? That's why don't be fooled by my name. It had already been decided since ancient times that the value in men lay in their heart, personality, specs, abilities, and look, face. So which of those three categories do I belong to? First was the face. You might say that I belong to the handsome side. I mean, even I am almost scared shitless of my face when I look at my own reflection in the mirror. Unfortunately, no girl has ever seen it. Moreover, I didn't want to depend on this face of mine alone. I do my hair every morning and apply a little bit of perfume. This should be enough to make me look manly, right? Next, my high specs were pretty much given. I mean, it was given the moment I passed the test to enter that famous private high school, Shiromine High. What? Just barely passing as spare? Well, it's only because I was under weather on the day of the entrance test. Moreover, men aren't all about being smart. Physical strength and reflex are pretty important too. And my forte was, in fact, the sports. It might sound cocky, but I was the undisputed ace of the basketball club. I was a regular, starting member for 3 years straight during the middle school era. That's why after I got accepted into Shiromine High, which was famous both in literal and sports activities, I failed to become a regular starting member from my first year since the level of the other members was quite high too. I mean, the inside was far more important. Yes, it's the heart, personality. I mean, look at those perfect Supermans, blockheads such as Soma Yuto, or that self-absorbed Tendao Ryuichi. Just look at their personalities. But I am different. I am not popular among the girls like Soma. I shall let the girls realize that I'm a much better person inside. That's why I have been biding my time. I wonder when a girl in our class would notice me. Well, I shall wait. I'm not an impatient person. My springtime of youth has only just begun. The school festival is just around the corner. I, the member of the basketball club, shall become the undisputed king during the winter ball game. And thus, I shall increase my appeal for the fated moment when a girl realizes my charm and tries to approach me. Yes, my rosy springtime of youth has only just begun. Or so I thought. Fuck. I'm screwed. No matter how you looked at it, I was right inside the forest. It all began when the chime signaling the start of homeroom rang. We were suddenly sent into another world. When the classroom crumbled down, all of us fell into bottomless darkness. I was the last one left as I clung to the cabinet in which we kept the cleaning tools, but I finally reached my limit and fell into the darkness. This must be a dream. Yes, and I would find myself sleeping on my desk when I woke up. Or so I thought. I was in the forest when I woke up. Seriously, where in the world am I? Another world of magic. You must be kidding me. Since the incident truly came out of nowhere, I almost ignored the content of the mysterious broadcast, but the content was indeed something along that way. What a shocking setting. I mean, it was something that you use to trick children nowadays, but seeing that I had ended up in the forest after falling from the crumbling classroom, my views differed. What should I do? I was dumbfounded for a while after that. Even when I was skimming across my surroundings, I didn't see any familiar trees. Like hell I can survive this sudden survival mode. I'm just a member of the basketball club. Outdoor living is impossible. I was an expert on barbecue thanks to my experience in outdoor camping though. And in this forest, I should take popular survival routes such as drinking muddy water and eating a snake or a frog. Crap, I'm really screwed now. At this rate, I would die without being able to do anything. Wait a minute. Come to think of it. I was struck by a flash of inspiration. I really am a genius after all. They say that I can use magic, right? I hurriedly rummaged through my bag and took out my note in which I had drawn the magic circle reluctantly since everyone did the same. The announcement did say that this would allow me to use magic. I don't believe in occultism, but please help me, God. I was a member of the Zen sect, but the teaching didn't stop us from asking for God's help. Oh God, I beg you, please grant me super awesome magic that allows me to overturn the battle situation. Somehow, it feels like when I pulled 10 times gacha. Please, give me SSR. Vocation, spiritualist. Tiny spirit manipulation. They're still extremely small and young. But don't forget that they're really close to you. Now, listen carefully to everyone's voice. Spirit summoning formation. They'll come when you call them. Your heart is tied to them no matter how far apart you are. Spirit language comprehension. Basic. It's just a little bit, but you can talk to them. Put your guts and call them up. Your feeling will reach them. What in the hell was this poem-like explanation? Hey, what do you think about those explanations? Wait a minute, I'm like a total noob in magic. How do you expect me to understand that wacky flavored text? I mean, we're talking about spirit here. They're not something that I could see or hear. And yet, the text's flavor told me to listen carefully. Oh okay, calm down. This isn't the time to get flustered. Oh right, summoning. Let's try summoning. Let's try to summon a spirit first. And then, let's try to talk to them, okay? I'm sure that they would come along with an absurdly brilliant light effect when I summon them. Okay, let's do this. Come, spirit. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Come. Cometh, O spirit. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Come, cometh. I beg you, please come, spirit-san. And yet, nothing happened. Please, I don't care whoever it is, please come, spirit-sama. And absolutely nothing happened. What's the meaning of this? Did I just get tricked? When nothing happened at all, I started to suspect that things such as magic or spirit were just the product of fantasy. But well, I guess it's going to be troublesome if those really existed. Though I should have gained the power of magic, my vocation as a spiritualist reduced that power to nothing more than BS. This must be a mistake, right? One more time, let me re-roll. But the magic note that had been used once didn't react at all, no matter how desperate my wail. Dear Mit, I, who had reached the limit of my patience due to that unreasonable situation, tore the note that didn't react at all in a fit of anger. That fucking useless paper should just reincarnate into toilet paper in its next life. What should I do now? All of my abilities look like fraud no matter how you look at them. I lamented my luck again as I let the wind scatter the note that had been reduced to pieces, leaving only emptiness in my heart. Thus, the blood that rose to my head calmed down at once. What should I do now? I became more and more anxious. I knew that I would be in deep shit if I kept staying in this dangerous forest, but I really had no idea about what I should do or what I could do right now. Currently, I only had that useless vocation called spiritualist, and a bag filled with books. In short, I had nothing at all. Rather, where are the other guys? Am I the only one who has strayed from the group? If memory served me right, this place should be the dungeon. But no matter how you looked at it, I was clearly inside a forest. It wasn't a ruin or a cave like a dungeon that appeared in the game. Everyone who got their vocation should have started their fun dungeon capture like the one in RPG game by now. Leaving me alone by myself, that's it. Not that I could blame them for this. Maybe I could only rely on myself from now on. I became more and more anxious as I thought of such depressing possibilities. I mean, like hell I could survive in this place by myself. Oh right, let's call for help. I got another flash of inspiration. I took out the smartphone in my pocket with a swift movement rivaling that of a gunman's. Outside of service area. Only to get a hard slap from bitter reality, namely outside of the service area. But I guess such an outcome was possible if this place was Isekai. Alone. I am alone. What was this sadness? Was this what the only kid who couldn't connect to SNS felt? I mean, not being able to connect to the internet alone was enough to make me feel a sense of isolation. And this wasn't figuratively speaking. I was literally all alone. No one was going to come to save me. I rather cut my wrist and die than experience this nightmare-level game. Ugh. I couldn't stop crying after experiencing this sense of helplessness and despair. If someone asked, Aren't you too unsightly for a man? I would shut their mouth and let them experience this despair. I was definitely not crying like a girl. What should I do now? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before I die. And then, right at that moment, when I cried like a brat, the thicket beside me swayed. Who's there? Oh, save me please, I'm here. I raised my face and shouted toward the thicket. I absolutely wouldn't feel embarrassed even if they found me crying in this place. There's another person right there, I wasn't alone. I couldn't help but feel that it was the only ray of hope. And then, the one who appeared from the thicket as if answering my hopeful wail, Pugugu, Gwa, was a bear who raised a somewhat idiotic-sounding roar. Is that a bear? When talking about a huge beast whose body was covered in light brown fur and was taller than a human when it stood on its 2 feet, the first thing that came to mind was a bear. And yet, this strange bear had long, bunny-like ears, and strangely enough, its face resembled that of a plushie rather than a real-life bear. But rather than the adorable, teddy bear type, it had an awfully cheeky look on its face. Are you by chance wearing a bear-like costume? Puga. When I asked whether there was someone inside this cartoon-like bear, it replied with a snappy roar. When it opened its mouth, I noticed that the inside of its mouth was too real for a costume. I realized that the one before me was a real-life bear-like species. Upon a closer look, I realized that its claws and fangs looked really sharp, and its fur looked very real and fluffy. Though it looked like a cartoon character, there was no doubt that it was a real-life bear. In addition, humans can't win against bears. At least, I wasn't courageous enough to repel it by punching its nose like a certain old man from the movie. Abababa. I absolutely stuttered. I mean, who would have expected that I would end up calling a bear from another world when I called out to the thicket? I should have raised my vigilance. But I had to do something about this situation rather than condemning my own stupidity. At least, running away without looking back was impossible at this point. Bears could run even faster than humans, but running aside, my feet had already been rattling non-stop since a while ago. Forget about feet, my body refused to move. Pugu, Pagaga, hi. This bear, despite its comical appearance, was considerably taller and bigger than me, and with a simple slap, it could practically one-shot me to death. I, a mere human, have little chance in front of a bear with its teeth bared as though menacing me. Oh, right, I've to play dead at a time like this. This was the third flash of genius inspiration. Yes, when it comes to the surefire method to deal with the situation where you're attacked by a bear, playing dead was the most obvious choice all over the world. Jigwa. I'm dead. Thus, I performed with my godlike acting ability in the last moment of my life and produced a realistic death act. Thus, I slowly fell to the ground and shut my eyes tightly. With this, even the otherworldly bear should have understood that I was already dead. Look, your prey is already dead, you know. Now it's time for you to leave. Shush. Pugugu. I could feel the breathing of the bear near my face. Was this guy checking whether I really dead or not? Please forgive me. I had to endure it at a time like this. I was desperately holding my breath while feeling the hard touch of the bear's nose on mine. Please overlook me just this time. Lick. Tchah. Crap. I ended up screaming after the bear licked my face. Pukuku. What are you laughing about? My perfect playing dead got disturbed because the bear was licking my face. In front of me, whose eyes snapped open, was the bear who was laughing as if mocking my acting. Damn it. Just kill me now. Here, feel free to eat me. Humans truly become desperate when they're cornered like this. The bear shouldn't be able to understand my remark, but still, I shouted at it. Just eat me now. Here, I'm ready. Pukuku. W1T. Eat. What? I won't eat you. I at Spoki. A certain day in the forest, I met a talking bear. Ahahaha, what the heck, you turned out to be such a nice guy. Pukuku, nice guy. On the nearby fallen tree, the bear and I were sitting together in the trunk of the fallen tree. It was a genuine first friendly encounter. As expected of another world of magic. Never expected that I'd encounter a talking bear on the first day I arrived in this world. I'm talking. Though it spoke in broken tongue, like that of a suspicious foreigner, I was surely talking with a bear. Though my ears clearly captured them barking at me, strangely enough, the meaning of their words appeared in my mind in the Japanese language. So, in accordance with what I heard, the bear had no intention to attack me. It approached me since it thought that it had found a strange fella that it had never seen before. WTF, couldn't you see this gentleman here is a refreshing and handsome fella? Well, not that I expect the bear from another world would ever understand the charm of Japanese youth. Anyhow, if we could talk in Japanese, it means that we could understand each other. My name is Hayama Rlight. What about you? I have no name. What, seriously? Only, boss, can have name. That must be a harsh pack, isn't it? Well, I feel ya. I guess no matter which world it is, underling gets it hard. Even when I was working part-time in a family restaurant, I got ordered around by another worker called the part-time leader who wasn't even a full-time worker. Looking at future prospects between a high school student and Freeter, the former was definitely much better, thus I thought that we were going to be treated nicely. Can't go back to the pack. Oh, so you're a stray child, eh? Since that's the case, come with me. I lost against the boss. Have to leave the pack. I'm fine, by myself. I remember watching the same kind of story on a documentary channel back when I was still a child. Fighting for the boss seat happened among animals that formed packs, and in most cases, the loser never ended well. And unlike human society, the safety net didn't exist in the wild. I see, it must be hard on you. Wops, we can't stay negative here. We've to be positive in this kind of situation. Look, nothing ties you down right now, you're free. Screw boss of pack, you're a lone wolf. I'm a wolf. You ain't a wolf. I mean, bears didn't even live in a pack, to begin with. Or else, their ecology might just be different in another world. Anyhow, things are going to be troublesome if you don't have a name. Do you want me to choose a cool name for you? Name. Yes, you want a name, right? I just happen to be really good at choosing one. I want a name. Please, give me a name, Rlight. Leave it to me, pal. Here we go, your name is. There's a saying name that suits one's nature. Just like this handsome me who named Rlight was the personification of my greatness. As expected of my parent. I could reassure you that my name had nothing to do with popular manga at that time. Anyhow, now it's time to give a wonderful name to this bear. Though I met an extremely desperate and hopeless situation when I just met this fella, I calmed down a lot after talking to him. The me who was sobbing until a while ago looking like an idiot had now calmed down and reflected on it. That's why I was definitely going to give this fella a really cool name to repay the debt. Though this fella had a short and stout build like a certain bear in cartoons, it didn't change the fact that he was a real bear. Since that was the case, his name must sound wild and powerful. Moreover, after being chased out from the pack, this fella had literally turned into an isolated man. So I wanted to give him the image of a lonely man too. And if we add the fact that this fella's fur was light brown. Your name is Kinaco. Kinaco. Yes, Kinaco. This light brown color was definitely that of Kinaco. Add to it the fact that he's somewhat roundish. I felt like this name was slightly different from what I had envisioned, but since this name suited him the most appearance-wise, I guess it would be alright. After all, my naming skills were awesome. I'm Kinaco. Nice, Kinaco is a good name. It's good that you like this name. Maybe because he was really delighted, Kinaco's body was fidgeting restlessly. Moreover, his rabbit ears were moving non-stop. The sight of him showing his delight from the depth of his heart was truly an adorable spectacle. So Kinaco, what are you going to do after this? I'll go on a journey alone. Maybe leave the forest. Ooh, seriously, you're going to leave this forest? The forest is wide, and outside is even bigger, or so they said. I see. Well, it's natural that the outside world that you've never seen before is bigger, and then there might be a human habitation outside of this forest. If that was the case, I could be free of the trouble of thinking about how to survive tomorrow. And if I came with Kinaco, well, we might be able to earn some change of money by doing a street performance. I will go. See ya, Rlight. He stood from the trunk of the dead tree with a regretful look on his face, but Kinaco kept walking toward the outside of the forest with determined eyes. Wait for me Kinaco-chan, I'll go with you. If we really parted ways here, both of us would definitely be alone again. Most of all, Kinaco wanted to leave this forest. Not that I had any other choice than to follow him. Rlight, want to go to? Yes, Kinaco. Let's see the outside world along with me. That was the beginning of my journey with a talking bear called Kinaco. Chapter 180, Reunion with Bosom Friend. A tall and slender man in the prime of his life with pale skin. He was wearing a jet-black mantle. Though his figure had the grace of a noble, his face looked like that of a man-eating demon with a row of sharp fangs. And it wasn't figuratively speaking, it was literal. I mean, we're talking about Count Dracula after all. We somehow managed to beat this guy. That Dracula had finally vanished into ashes after I hit him with my cross caliber. It was as if the pale blue light of my finishing strike had purified it. It was such a long fight, but we finally managed to beat the boss of the underworld. Complete capture. Ni-san. Yeah, I did it, Sakura. I defeated the boss by mize. Whoa, don't jump at me so suddenly like that. Sakura rushed forward the moment I beat the boss and embraced me, who was sitting on the spot due to exhaustion. I barely managed to catch her, but her tackle felt stronger than usual since I was really exhausted. But challenging a boss by yourself is way too reckless. My bad. But I've to do this to become even stronger. Thus, I fought Dracula, the boss of the underworld, by myself. Dracula was much more powerful than the four-armed Gogma. This was something that I realized as I clashed with him for the first time. First, he had physical abilities rivaling that of mine, a hero. We're equal in terms of speed and power. And he was also equipped with a sword, his swordcraft mastery rivaling that of an expert. It was sharp and swift. Dracula was using a thin, lightweight saber, but the weight behind his swing betrayed the fragile-looking weapon in his hand. As if that wasn't bad enough, the saber itself was an enchanted weapon. A blood-like crimson aura that swirled like a whirlpool around the sword's blade could be fired as a long-range attack like a red wind blade. And that wasn't the only use of it. It could also extend into something like a whip to mow down a large area at random, which, to be honest, looked really cool and scary. His other abilities were something like unleashing a large number of black spears from his shadow or summoning countless bat-like creatures from his fluttering cape. Both of those were troublesome skills, and yet, it was worsened by the fact that Dracula could use a variety of spells and other skills which made him the most difficult boss so far. That's why defeating him would become proof of my strength. Learned skill. Riot Blazer, unparalleled sword dance greatly increased the swiftness of consecutive slashes. Consecutive slashes resemble that of a dance that could create mountains of corpses. Grand Walker, long-distance galloping greatly increased movement speed, allowing the user to run through 1,000 li, around 500 kilometers, even on a trackless road. Ground Shrink, high-rank skill of Soma-style martial arts. The way it is used for closing in the distance without being noticed gives an illusion as if the ground itself has shrunk. Blue Merit Wave, unleashing more powerful light attribute which was created by mixing the hero's life force with a high-density magical power aura. Acquired skill. Blade of Holy Blood, granting the sword's blade with powerful purification ability by applying a drop of blood of holy lineage to the sword's blade. Multiple Chains Summoning Formation that specialized in summoning a lesser spirit. It's possible to summon numerous lesser spirits by deploying many summoning formations at once. White Shadow Spear, materialized light attribute in the form of a white spear. It is possible to take it out from any place that emits light on the user's body. I felt that I had gained a whole lot of experience and become more powerful after I defeated a powerful boss, but the most terrifying part about Hero was their ability to learn even the power and skills of their opponent. Whenever I learned or acquired a new skill, the voice in my head separated them into those two groups. It seemed that a learned skill was the type of skill that I learned after accumulating combat experience, while an acquired skill was the type that I gained by mimicking my opponent's skill. That's why learned skill was something that I had developed during the combat. Many of those were using Soma-style skills as their base. Acquired skill, on the other hand, was, yup, whether the effect of the spell or the skill, it resembled the one used by Dracula. Naturally, there was no way a hero would use something like a sword of fresh blood or dark magic. It just reproduced the skill's effect by using light attribute. Though the effect of the new skills was easy to understand, this was far from enough. Congratulations for soloing the boss, Yuto-kun. Thank you for going along with my selfishness, class rep. Seeing your battle, I almost can't stop myself from barging in many times over. Yeah, bosses aren't supposed to be fought alone, Yuto-kun. It'll be okay. I'll beat the next one too. There's no doubt that you might be able to beat the next one too, but can you please at least consider our feelings when we can only watch you fight from afar? I really couldn't refute when she said that. And that feeling was enhanced since Sakura refused to let go of me. My bad. I guess you're right about it. After a fierce battle against Dracula, my feelings and that of the others had finally cooled down. In the end, I was in a hurry. I had never completely recovered after I lost Reina. Maybe I tried to escape from reality by fighting the enemy before me by myself. I think you should hear Sakura's opinion, but let me tell you again, we're your comrades. You should rely on us sometimes. It's not like I don't believe you, but I might be scared of losing someone more than this. That goes for us as well. No one here wants to see anyone else die, that's why we've to fight together. You're right, sorry about that. This will be the last time I do something like this. That's enough. We also felt traumatized when we saw Ayas die. That's why we feel the same fear whenever we see Yuto-kun fight the boss. By yourself. They're right, I wasn't the only one who felt the shock of Reina's death. That was only natural, Sakura aside, there was no way that class rep wouldn't feel anything upon seeing Reina's tragic death. Only now did I realize just how willful I had become after that incident. I really am stupid. Well then, let's work together to capture the next stage. That's right, Soma. We won't fall behind next time. I'll do my best too, Soma-kun. Kotori will do her best too. Asuna, Natsukawa-san, and Kotori-san's encouragement gave me strength. Thank you for putting your trust in an idiot like me. Yosh, let's go. We're going to the next stage, and everyone gathers around me. And then, with the core that was left behind by Dracula who turned into ashes as he died, everyone gathered at the center of the room, the location of the transfer circle. It was a beautiful, shiny red crystal that looked like a garnet that fit the size of my hand. It might be an extremely pure crystal due to its high mana density, or something along that way. Dracula's core shone even brighter as the transfer circle started to shine. The next time I opened my eyes, we arrived at a familiar fountain surrounded by trees. The transfer was a success. Though I'd gotten used to the sensation of transfer, I couldn't help but be surprised every time it happened. Yuto, Ryuichi. Standing in front of me was the figure of my best friend with the usual sour look on his face. Section. After that, we spent almost 2 hours filling each other in about what had happened so far to both of us. So tired. Come to think of it, the class rep has finally met Ryuichi. I might have said it was a reunion, but the one who shoved me away and jumped first into Ryuichi's embrace was the class rep. Well, I guess that was natural. She might think that she had hidden it cleverly, but it was an open secret to everyone that class rep loved Ryuichi. So, it was only natural for her to shove everything aside the moment they were reunited. Having that said, I had a lot of stories to share with Ryuichi, but I let class rep have her fill of Ryuichi first. She had been acting calm, composed, and decisive all this while, but she cried her heart out the moment she saw Ryuichi. That was just how much she missed him. Ryuichi, on the other hand, was really composed and just gently embraced her. Anyhow, it was such a contrasting reunion, but maybe because she was tired of crying, class rep now fell asleep. Everyone was also resting right now. Ryuichi and I got away from the women's camp and walked toward the corner of the plaza. Thanks, Yuto. Taking care of Ryuko must have been exhausting. Not at all, she's the one who is taking care of me. Yes, she always saved me with her advice. I see. Well, I guess it's only natural for her to get along with you. But then, Class rep is also carrying so many burdens with her. That must be the reason she was so happy upon reuniting with you. Humph, I wonder about that. I'm not going to give a shit about the miraculous reunion and something along that way. Who knows that we might be dancing in the park? Nah, I guess it's not time to worry about that. Though I was really happy to be able to reunite with Ryuichi, I also couldn't shake off the feeling that this reunion was in fact someone's machination. Even the fact that we transferred right in the scene of Reina's gruesome death was too much to be said as coincidence. Our entire class got transferred, and then we started dungeon capture ever since then. Yes, everything seemed like we were dancing in the palm of the mastermind. I did feel the same way as Ryuichi, but he was right about it being too early to worry about this matter. Ryuichi has also been protecting Rando and Co properly along the way after all. Not really, those fellas just tagged along. I'm barely doing anything for them. From the way he spoke, it meant that Rando and Co could fight for themselves. Ryuichi was never the type to be honest with his words after all. Though I didn't interact with them that often, I felt slightly relieved upon knowing that the trio of gals, Rando-san, Nonomiya-san, Yoshizaka-san, was safe and sound. In this way, I confirmed that my classmates were living well. Nevertheless, it's a good thing that they're living well. Ha, ain't that obvio? Yuto, who's died on your side? Ryuichi heaved a sigh as he said that, but then, he noticed something before he finished his remark and asked that question. It was as if he could see through me. I really can't hide anything from you, after all. That's your fault for making it so obvious on your face. Like hell I'm gonna miss such obvious expressions. I had already somewhat recovered from the shock though. Well, it's not like I'm going to keep this matter a secret. Rather, I have a question for you, Ryuichi. I don't want to join you if you're going to talk about gloomy topics, but I'll at least hear your question. I let out a wry smile upon hearing his usual reply. But my mood worsened the moment I tried to speak. I already know about some of our fallen classmates. Amongst them, the one who died right before me was Hiroki and Reina. Hiroki, who you might call one of my buddies, got himself killed by boss-level Govu who wielded a demon sword at the beginning of dungeon capture. The shock when I saw her headless corpse was what awakened me to the bitter reality of this dungeon. But Hiroki's cruel death was more or less still a normal death in the hand of a monster. Hiroki lost his life in a boss battle. To protect Asuna and Kotori-san, I see. So, who's the person who killed Ayas? Just how much Ryuichi had seen through me. From the way he spoke, it looked as if he was fully aware of the source of my pain, sorrow, and anguish. Is it Higuchi? Or Yokomichi? I haven't even said that she's killed by a classmate yet. I've told you right, you're so easy to read. Look at your face. That's the face of someone who just got betrayed. The most dangerous thing in this place wasn't just the monsters or the boss. We could be killed by our classmates too. Surely, even I might not be able to hold myself back to rush at that guy with the intention to kill him if I saw him again. It's Momokawa. Reina was murdered by Momokawa. Naturally, I realized that my voice was trembling with anger when I said his name. I resented my own weakness for failing to protect Reina and yet, the anger that I felt toward Momokawa, her murderer who even toying with her corpse didn't vanish from my heart. I see. Momokawa, eh? That fella. Ryuichi made an expression as if he understood what had happened back then, and heaved a sigh as his expression changed to the one when he was about to face a troublesome matter. Yuto, don't tell the gals about that matter. Things will become troublesome once they hear about it. What do you mean, Ryuichi? Do you know something about Momokawa? He could be someone you hate a lot for murdering Ayas, but for another person, he's an important man. What do you mean? No way. Who amongst those three dating Momokawa? Okay, let's stop trying to snoop your nose to where it does not belong to. Just a reminder, don't let those three know about this matter. Ryuichi, are you trying to protect Momokawa? Don't misunderstand me. As long as it won't hinder me, I won't poke my nose in another's circumstances. I see, indeed. You're always that kind of man, Ryuichi. If Reina was my childhood friend since kindergarten, Ryuichi would be considered to have been associated with me for even longer than that. And yet, both of them had never gotten along with each other. Ryuichi had this personality that always caused him to overwhelm the other person since back then, which made him an extremely poor match with the timid Reina. Though they knew each other's faces and names, I'd never seen them talking with each other before. That's why for Ryuichi, Reina was nothing more than an old acquaintance, a mere classmate. His reaction to Reina's death was just like him. Rather than that, Yuto. I need your help. My help, in what? There's an extremely ridiculous boss in this area. Honestly, beating that one by myself is impossible. What? Since even Ryuichi went as far as asking for my help, it meant that the boss was really powerful, but… No, wait a minute, I don't even know the extent of Ryuichi's current strength and what kind of vocation he had. The reason we met in this area might be related to that very boss. What do you mean? Or rather, right now? Naturally, I'm tired of waiting already. No, I mean, we just finished boss battle 2. You beat by yourself, right? Anyhow, follow me. It's not like I'm asking you to fight that fella immediately, I'll just let you watch a part of it. Can't be helped, I guess. Even though he usually lacked motivation, the current him was the exact opposite of that. But then, it made me even more worried about the boss monster who forced even Ryuichi to do this. Anyhow, since we were literally trapped in this place as long as that boss was still alive, our only choice was to beat that boss. Chapter 181, Super Boss. We were walking on the wasteland with nothing but sand and rock, along the bottom of the valley that was formed from the extremely tall cliff. According to Ryuichi's story, we had to walk around for an hour along the cliff before we arrived at the actual boss stage. We were exchanging more information along the way. Hero and Saint, eh? It feels like something that suited you guys for some reason. I never consider myself a hero, but I think your king suits you. Shut up. It's not like I can change the name of my vocation. No doubt about it. Ryuichi's vocation was a rather peculiar one. According to Nonomiya-san and company's stories, his vocation couldn't even be compared to them since its combat prowess was simply too overwhelming. And yet, you still can't beat the boss, eh? Well, you'll understand the reason as soon as you see the boss. We're currently in a stalemate. Are you sure it's really okay to mess around with such an opponent? Fortunately, the other party never moved an inch from its current position. It won't even go after us even if we escaped. That's the sole reason I've survived until now. Meaning that the boss will not move from the boss room's rule was applied to that boss too. I thought that the boss was something like that flying dragon which I saw back then in the jungle, but I guess we're lucky since we didn't have to worry about the other party chasing after us. On the other hand, we couldn't gain an advantage over the other party either. Over there, when I looked at where Ryuichi was pointing, I noticed that the air in the valley was different from before. Extremely powerful mana was drifting about. We would arrive in the boss room as soon as we came out from the VA. Or should I say that the rocky mountain that stayed still was the location of the boss? What a number. All of them are monsters, huh? There was a huge mountain standing right in the center of the mortar-shaped ground. Amid the densely packed pillars, there was a huge one in the center that stood out from the rest like a skyscraper. Countless Goma-like monsters called gargoyle were living in the stone jungle of that mountain. Yuto and I will go down over there. The rest of you girls just stand by in this place. Ryuichi, are you sure that the two of you are enough to beat all of them? I mean, it's just 2 mu. Yes, let us fight along with Big Brother T. Ryoko, Sakura, take care of those monkeys for us. Class Rep and Sakura raised an objection upon seeing the number of monsters that we had never seen before, and yet, Ryuichi dismissed them before they managed to finish their remarks. No, wait a minute, Ryuichi didn't even care about the army of gargoyles. Prepare yourself, Yuto. The boss is coming. At that moment, a tremor ran through the ground. Before I even had the time to consider whether it was an earthquake or not, the mountain before us started to change. What the heck is that? It's way too huge. Something like a snake came out from a huge hole. Its size was huge to the point that it might not even be a snake anymore. I mean, what the hell was that? It was even bigger than a train. Here it comes, Yuto. Even though its sheer size was enough to surprise me, Ryuichi jumped down and rushed toward the snake. Before I knew it, his hands were already wrapped in black gauntlets with golden patterns. He was also carrying a black great sword in his hand. Wait, Ryuichi. Good grief, what an impatient guy. Sakura, I'll leave the covering fire to you. Take care of those gargoyles while we fight that giant snake. Understood, big brother. Please be careful. Be careful, Yuto-kun. And make sure that you drag Ryuichi back if things get too dangerous. Okay. With that, I was chasing after Ryuichi, running toward that ultra-sized snake whose size was big to the point that I had to raise my face to look at it. Well, we're literally lacking both strength and manpower to beat this guy. So that's why you're waiting for the other classmates to arrive at this place. Yeah, ain't gonna lie about it being too big for me to defeat it by myself. So you did try to beat it by yourself. It's been a really long time since I sold a quarrel and got the table turned against me, Ryuichi said with a refreshing smile on his face despite his tattered condition. Yeah, I somehow got the gist of it, but I was truly convinced upon seeing his smile about this dungeon being nothing but a thrilling battle for Ryuichi. I'd never met a battle junkie who loved battle more than him, also I wanted to say, but my grandfather was an even worse battle junkie than Ryuichi. That person was literally a berserker. Anyhow, trying to beat that thing from the front is a fool's errand. Both Ryuichi and I were beaten black and blue against the ultra-sized snake that I had never seen before. There was no use trying to sugarcoat our current situation. We were escaping from that giant kaiju. We're escaping with tails between our legs, returning to the ferry plaza. Ryuichi was very tattered, and the same could be said for me. They go up to 5. Seriously. Just how many of that is hidden in there? At first, there was only one ultra-sized snake. Its size was overwhelming, but both Ryuichi and I could easily take care of it. It was easier than I expected, was what I felt until I saw the second head appear from the mountain. At that moment, I thought that my eyes were playing a trick on me, or I was hit by some sort of illusion spell, but the second head was a reality. Soma-kun. What's the matter, Takanasha-san? Takanasha-san was keeping her distance, clearly scared of Ryuichi, but she made a resolute face as she approached me and then opened her mouth. You see, there might be a total of 8 heads of that snake. How did you know about that, Takanashi? Tja. Takanasha-san jumped in surprise upon hearing Ryuichi suddenly asking a question to her, but she calmed down a few seconds later. It resembled the sight of a lion glaring at a little deer. I saw with my magical power analysis that there are 8 similar reactions of magical power from inside the mountain. That's why I think that there might be 8 of them. It seemed that mountain was the nest of the gargoyle, and also the nest of that giant snake. There are 8 of those guys, eh? As expected, the analytical power of Sage is reliable. Did you find anything else, Takanasha-san? Let's see, there are 8 snakes but in fact, it's just one. That giant snake is actually coming from a body of a monster. I see, we're fighting against Yamata no Orokai, huh? Ryuichi guessed right away the true identity of that giant snake. Indeed, there was no other name that was more appropriate for the 8-headed enormous serpent. Also, I think the only possible way to beat that Yamata no Orokai is by destroying the biggest lump of magical power in its center, which I think is its core. So you're trying to say that fella can regenerate its head? Yes, I think it'll keep regenerating its head with the supply of magical power from its core. The main reason for our defeat wasn't because of the number of the giant snake, it was simply because of our opponent's terrifying regeneration. Ryuichi and I had beheaded the first head that came out very easily, but the second and then the third that came out from inside the mountain turned out to be the revived first head. While blue particles of light were covering the cross-section of its decapitated neck, they regenerated at an extremely terrifying speed considering its size. In just 5 minutes, its uninjured head was already bearing its huge fangs toward us again. And then, when the 2 of us were struggling against the third head, and just barely managed to beat the shit of it, another 2 heads made their appearance, this time showering us with thunder and fire breaths respectively. In the end, the 3 heads that we defeated a while ago were resurrected, making the battle into 5 vs 2, which forced us to retreat. That's mean, even if we somehow manage to defeat all of its 8 heads. Maybe it'll just regenerate again. It was truly a hopeless situation. I mean, it was freaking 8 giant snakes. Even if we somehow managed to behead all the 8 heads, it might just resurrect like nothing. Moreover, those breath attacks aside, I got this feeling that they still had an ace in the hole. The only sure way to kill it is to destroy its core, Ain't gonna be a simple matter either. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Yamata no Orokai was aware of its own weakness. That's why the core that connected to the 8 heads was hidden within the shell called the mountain. Since there's a place for their head to come out, can we just use that passage to enter into the mountain? That's most likely impossible since we might not even have any room to spare. The place where that giant snake came from was a giant hole at the bottom of the mountain. Surely, we might be able to reach the core of the monster if we entered from that place, but I didn't think there would be extra space aside for that giant snake. Can we use several small caves in the mountain to infiltrate the center of the mountain? It's not like we can climb into the nest of that gargoyle. In the fight just now, though we fought a lot of gargoyles, they did not appear all at once at the beginning of the battle. It was just a small part of the entire herd, a little over 100, but all of them were heading straight toward Ryuichi and me. In addition, when they got shot down by Sakura and Co., their target was moving toward them. Nevertheless, the gargoyle nesting in the mountain didn't react at all. The only ones rushing at us were the ones in our vicinities. But if we were to rush into their nest, all of them could rush out at once. When that happened, it would be a different kind of deadly battle than when we fought Yamata no Orokai. We should be able to enter as long as we crush its 8 heads. Forget about 8, 5 of them are enough to beat us black and blue. Indeed, no matter how strong Ryuichi and I were, the most we could fight at the same time was 5. Defeating 8 of them at once was impossible with our current lineup. If only we had another fighter who could fight on the same level as us. If only Futaba-san were here. No, seriously, just what in the hell am I thinking about? To think that I was thinking about relying on her strength again just because I was pitted against a slightly more powerful opponent. In the first place, she had already been with Momokawa, who had become an enemy now. Even if we met them again in this place, it might become another fight against classmates. Anyhow, we can't defeat that fucking snake with our current lineup. We've to become stronger, or train the others to become stronger, or wait for more reinforcement, classmates, to arrive, right? Ryuichi was right. We couldn't beat Yamato no Orokai with our current lineup. Since that was the case, we could only increase our war potential. Anyone without a close combat vocation will have a hard time fighting against that giant snake from the front. Asuna, Natsukawa-san, Nonomiya-san, and Yoshizaka-san might be able to fight them since their vocations are swordsman and warrior. I'll leave the matter of raising them to you. I have no intention to babysit anyone. I know. You can do as you like. And somehow become more powerful, right? Training properly ain't my style, but it's a different matter if there's an opponent for that. Yeah, Ryuichi really was going to use Yamato no Orokai as a training dummy, after all. Well, he might really want to beat it by himself. I really wanted to tell him to not overdo it, but I knew that he wasn't the kind of man who would stop doing something once he decided to do so. Okay everyone, hear me out. We decided on our current objective. For the time being, I would train everyone including myself so that they became even more powerful so we could fight Yamata no Orokai. Ryuichi and I had already reunited in this place. So I thought that the other classmates would gather in this place too. It would be more reassuring if we got additional reliable combat potential such as Futaba-san. The reason I thought about this was simply that deep down, I knew that we couldn't beat Yamata no Orokai with our current lineup. Kia, this light is. Someone transferred to this. Takanasha-san, who was standing right by my side, suddenly shouted so while pointing at the phenomenon of the dancing particles of light at the corner of the ferry plaza. Who's coming at this kind of time? Well, much welcomed additional surviving classmates in our current situation. No, wait a minute. Let's not make assumptions that the ones who came were proper classmates first. The one who came might be Momokawa. If that was the case, a fight might break out. Phew, Thank goodness the transfer is working properly. I can't help but wonder what kind of scary things will happen when we're using transfer circle always. It's okay, I'm with you to prevent that after all, Hyri. The one who appeared from within the light was a pair of boy and girl. The two of them were cuddling together, linking their arms like a couple. Thank you. Then, since Haruma-kun did his best in the boss fight, I'll give you a loot of service late, Though the girl was flirting with a sweet voice at first, her expression solidified at once the moment she noticed our group in the ferry plaza. Himeno-san and Nakajima, right? And anyhow, thank goodness you guys are safe and sound. These two are going out, eh? Well, that matter aside, let's congratulate them for surviving first. Soma-kun. No way, it's the real Soma-kun. Hyri. Even though they looked like a pair of stupid couple a moment ago, Himeno-san pushed Nakajima-san aside as if he was a hindrance the moment she saw me and rushed toward me at once. Heck, that was scary. Himeno-san turned out to be that kind of girl, eh? Thank goodness. Now I can feel truly assured with Soma-kun. You're welcome. I retreated at once since Himeno-san's momentum was too shocking. She then caught my hands cheerily as she raised her arms. The one who came is a noisy girl, eh? Kia. Tendao-kun. It's the real Tendao-kun. We're absolutely safe now. Seeing, Ryuichi exhaled deeply as if he was truly annoyed. Himeno-san raised an even more boisterous and cheerful voice. She was so happy, eh? I thought that she simply couldn't bear the loneliness since she was only with Nakajima, but it seems I was wrong. With Tendao-kun and Soma-kun together, my era has Himeno-san, please keep your cheerful mood in moderation. You know what kind of situation we're currently at, right? Sakura suddenly forced her way through to separate Himeno-san from me as she spoke with a bone-chilling voice. Soma-san is here too, eh? Naturally, I'll never leave my brother's side. Himeno-san had a cramped smile on her face upon seeing Sakura's bone-chilling smile. Though both of them were smiling, it felt like a giant storm was blowing around them. Anyhow, it's a good thing that both Himeno-san and Nakajima-kun are safe and sound and managed to reach this place. At this moment, Class Rep broke into the strained atmosphere and changed the topic immediately. Thank you as always for your mediation, Class Rep. Well then, everyone gathers around. Let's confirm our current situa. What the heck, again? The next moment, the transfer circle shone yet again. Seriously, they are coming in succession. Was this a mere coincidence? Or someone's plan? No one could answer that question of mine at this point. The only job of the dancing particles of light was sending the one who stepped into it to the next destination. And just as I expected, the one who appeared from the transfer circle was. Chapter 182, The Knife's Ownership. 3 shadows of humans were trailing a huge shadow that was racing through the dense thicket. Wait right there. Trying to run, huh? The one who ran through the forest while clearing away the branches along the way was the swordsman, Ueda. Right behind him, wielding axe, was the warrior, Nokai. The two were yelling as they went after their escaped prey. Gai. The one who ran through the forest while raising a pig-like scream was a boar-like monster. It was different from the great boar that they had hunted down before. It was one size smaller yet a precious source of food. Thus, they went after the boar-like monster while sporting demon-like looks on their faces, just like primitive men. Uwu, grab it. Aqua bind. Shimokoa, the aquamancer who followed after Ueda and Nokai, had somehow managed to unleash his most powerful aquabind while running. Several small feelers emerged from the magic circle that appeared in front of his palm, heading toward the fleeing boar, coiling around its rear leg. High. The boar tripped and fell down due to the sudden breaking. The chasing trio rushed at once without wasting even a breath. You're finished now, piggy bastard. Die and become our source of protein. Nokai and Ueda raised their weapons, shouted those remarks as they rushed toward the boar. Wait a minute. That guy can use some sort of spell. Maybe because of his spellcaster-type vocation, Shimokoa detected a flow of magical power that couldn't be detected by the other two and warned them the next moment. Bujijiji. A cloud of dust suddenly blew up along with the boar's war cry. Uo! Buyuhu! Ueda and Nokai stumbled on their steps when the cloud of dust suddenly exploded from under their feet. Fortunately, it had zero offensive ability, thus the two of them were literally unscathed. Bujiji. But that was enough for the boar to regain its footing and resume escape. "You're not allowed to escape, Aqua Heavy Bind." He stretched both his hands, and a magic circle that was much bigger than before appeared in front of his palms. The binding magic turned into a huge whip that bound the boar's body. "Now, Uo, meet." Thanks to the totem pole trio's perseverance, they managed to secure precious boar meat for the first time in a long time. Section. Thus, they lay on the ground in front of a flickering bonfire after they had enjoyed the feast. As expected, meat is the best. I feel alive again. The boar that kept resisting until the very end with their earth magic was called Geoboar. The taste of its meat was simply out of the world. Thus, the trio felt sympathy toward primitive humans whose daily lives depended on hunting. It was now that they realized the meaning of life by hunting. "But ain't delicious enough since we've no salt," Shimokawa muttered after burping. "Come on, that's a bit too much for our current situation. Momokawa ain't with us. That's literally impossible." 1 week had passed quickly after the trio had parted ways with Momokawa Kotaro. Thus, they finally realized that they had lost the key player of their team. Even now, they were already missing that cheeky youth with a girlish face. They had happened to witness the breakup between Soma Yuto and Ko with Futaba Maiko, who had suddenly appeared on the scene when Reina was being murdered by Kotaro, resulting in Kotaro and Maiko's retreat while taking Reina's corpse as a hostage. Thanks to a certain understanding in their minds that Kotaro's actions were so like Momokawa's, the totem pole trio plus Yamata also managed to escape safely. Shimokawa, who used Aqua Mist due to Kotaro's sudden request, left the ferry plaza along with his friends after greeting Soma Yuto's group. Since there were several branching passages beyond the ferry plaza in which Reina was cooped up with sacred beast Soma Yuto and his party who were chasing couldn't overtake them after a point. Naturally, they couldn't reunite with Kotaro and Maiko, who were already far ahead of them too. From the fact that the trio was already being suspected by Soma Yuto for being involved in Reina's murder due to their previous record in trying to kidnap Takanashi Kotori, Shimokawa made a spur-of-the-moment decision to part ways with Soma Yuto's group since it was literally impossible for the latter to believe them in that kind of situation. No one was going to blame him for making such a decision. Also, it was supposed to be since, unlike the trio, Yamata had no criminal record to his name. But then, he didn't say anything to the trio and just went along with the flow and joined the trio's group. It was clearly unusual for Yamata to not join Soma Yuto's group, which was composed of top beauties of Class 2-7 with his little sister, Sakura, on the top list. Anyhow, now the trio who wanted to get away as far as possible from Soma Yuto's group got the fourth member, Yamata, into their group and resumed their dungeon crawling. After that, they left the stone area and currently, we're in the outdoor, jungle-like area like the one where they had discovered Goma's fortress. Though the vegetation resembled a jungle, a white sandy beach and azure blue sea spread on the other side. As if the place they were arriving at was the coastline of a southern island. Though they'd only been advancing by following the directions of the compass so far. After their sweet time with Momokawa's skills, their bodies, that had tasted the flavor of the meat again, couldn't be satisfied with just the nuts they found in Fairy Plaza. Not to mention that they're youths at the peak of their growth. Meat, their body wanted meat. Though the main reason was simply that they wanted to eat meat instead of nuts, Shimokawa suddenly recalled the fact that in Kotaro's case, he turned the leftover meat into preserved food such as bacon or air-dried meat. And he simply couldn't forget the taste of bacon stew they ate in the night before commencing Reina's rescue, assassination, operation. If they were to continue their dungeon crawling as it was, Shimokawa knew that they needed preserved meat. Naturally, Ueda, Nokai, and Yamata agreed immediately. Thus, the first thing that the four of them did after arriving at the seashore area was secure the supply of preserved foods. Thus the four started living a life of survival. Things such as "can we eat this snake? Is that delicious-looking fruit really that delicious?" was something that always became their main problem due to the existence of poison, They had to drink the antidote they got from Kotaro, but if the poison turned out to be more than the antidote could handle, the thing that was seemingly edible was everywhere. But they had no idea which ones had dangerous poisons or dangerous parasites or viruses in them. At that moment, they came to realize again just how terrifying the shaman's passive skill is called pharmacy intuition. Nevertheless, to a certain extent, they tried to eat things that seemed to be edible with the mentality of a gambler. For example, fish. It could be seen very easily that there were various fishes swimming in the sea. Thus, it was only natural for them to come up with the idea of catching the fish immediately. Fortunately for them, Yamata had the experience of fishing. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop crying when he started telling the story about how he went to various places to fish with Yamajun. And as if that wasn't unlucky enough, they had no fishing pole and line either. If Momokawa was with them, he would have used his spider thread-like curse and prepared everything they needed immediately, but none of the four had such wonderful production skills. After 2 days of gruesome work, they managed to create a fishing pole with a tree's branch, a line by knitting small ivy and a hook from a shaved monster's bone. The fishing pole was finally ready. The hooked fish was only SOSO. It only served to fill the 4 youths' stomachs, but definitely not long-term by any means. Nevertheless, they're very lucky since they at least knew which fish was edible from the hooked fish. The matter of supplying fish by fishing was left to Yamada. As for the totem pole trio, they went into the forest, looking for monsters that were seemingly edible at first glance, such as great boar. They decided that the insect-like monster and raptor that could appear out of nowhere from the thicket was no good. A great fight broke out between the trio and the plant-type monster who could spit digestive acid and use its ivies to attack them. Thus, as they kept failing in their quest to find the monster that was seemingly edible at glance. Today, they finally found what they were looking for, albeit not as big as a great boar. They found a geoboar whose appearance resembled that of a great boar, which brings us back to the present. Momokawa is truly amazing. Especially now when I want a bathtub and hammock the most. Oi, be grateful to me who provides you with a shower. Thanks to Shimokawa, their group never had a hard time with baths. Unfortunately for Shimokawa, there was nothing exciting about pouring water on the bodies of naked dudes. Despite her ugly appearance, showering Hairi with his water would make him feel much better than showering some dudes. However, Shimokawa now realized that perhaps because there was no presence of a woman, and there were only 4 men, that the dull survival life like this became interesting. Hey, about Momokawa. No matter how much I think about it, could it be that he planned to kill Reina-chan from the very beginning? Shimokawa ended up muttering such a question as he gazed at the bonfire. No one answered his question. But the same grim look on Ueda and Nokai's faces told them the answer. Oi, that topic is a bit. Let's stop talking about that. No, Yamada has already fallen asleep. I think I'll use this chance to have a conversation with you too. That's why please hear me out just this time. Right from the moment Kotaro joined their party, there were a series of mentally exhausting events such as Goma Fortress Raid, separation by illusion in a maze of white clouds, and then the rescue operation to save the deranged Reina. But then, without Kotaro to lead their party, and the death of Reina during the turbulence, Shimokawa could finally look back at the situation at that time when those tension-filled moments had finally left them. That one, I mean Reina-chan, now that I think about it, that girl was truly a shitty, charmless brat. Ah, I see. I agree with Ya. Now that I think properly about it, I can understand why Momokawa treated Reina-chan like that. Well, Momokawa seems to be going out with that butter bar. Reina-chan is simply just not his type. Both Ueda and Nokai were nodding along as they recalled how Kotaro didn't even give preferential treatment to Reina. But their nods suddenly came to a stop. Oh, wait a minute. Futaba at the time, ain't she like, way too slim? Seriously, so the big-breasted beauty who went with Momokawa is that Futaba? Reina got stabbed to death and Soma Yuto party suddenly intruded. Though they couldn't follow the situation due to the rapidly changing development of the situation back then, now that they had the leeway to recall the situation properly, they finally noticed that the figure of the girl who Kotaro called as Mei-chan was way too different from the one in their memories. The difference was a lot, to the point that it was enough to make them think, who the hell is that girl? When they saw her for the first time, The air around that big-breasted beauty had somehow reminded them of Futaba Maiko, but now that they had calmed down, it was strange no matter how they thought about it. Ain't that a bit too much for a level of successful diet? Futaba is actually so beautiful. Damn it. So the reason Momokawa dates her is that he discovered that fact. For the first time since they had arrived in this world, the trio felt the effect of an underhanded play of the shaman. They came to realize that even before they received a vocation, the existence called Futaba Maiko had always been an unpolished gem. Their imagination was running wild as they imagined Kotaro doing this and that to those miracle proportions that could make even the best gravure model run away barefoot. It was a terrifying diet plan. Momokawa can't be underestimated. But if it's Momokawa, he'll do that for sure. Yeah, I think Momokawa doesn't mind even if Futaba is still as fat as before. I mean, I heard from Yamajun before that everything else is a trivial matter for Momokawa as long as their breasts are huge. Seriously, he only needs their breasts to be huge. Too big will make them look disgusting instead. I think the beautifully shaped big breasts with pointy tip is the best. I'm not gonna aim too high, but black nipple is no good for me. And just like that, their discussion about boobs kept going on for a while after that. This was a normal topic during a men's gathering. So, what's the story? Well, this is actually related to the matter of Momokawa murdering Reina-chan. Whoops, it seems we ended up getting derailed by boobs. I broke the ice nicely with that topic though. Finally, the trio went back to their original topic. But if Momokawa really intended to kill Reina-chan from the very beginning, is it because he resented her? I heard from Yamada that he was really pissed off about Momokawa's decision though. When I noticed that Momokawa had tricked us and killed Reina-chan, I felt that he was really detestable, but now that I have calmed down and thought about the matter more carefully, I think it's only natural for him to want to kill Reina-chan so much. Shimokawa spoke with a complex look on his face as if he had no idea about what to say or which one was right. In the first place, without the existence called Reina, they finally realized just how stupid they were at those times, for them to be cajoled like that by Reina. If they really cared about Reina, they should be wailing right now for their failure in protecting her, and yet, they strangely felt almost nothing about her death. It felt like the toy that they treasured so much during their childhood turned into a mere piece of junk after they grew up. Momokawa might have realized from the very beginning that Reina-chan is nothing more than a piece of baggage. And yet, that useless baggage is actually being protected by those dangerous sacred beasts that can't be trifled with. If Reina-chan was as ugly as Hairi, we might have felt the same way as Momokawa. Yoop. That's correct. Kotaro's action at that time was far more rational than any other member. If not for Kotaro's timely arrival before the assault on Goma's fortress, they might have already been annihilated by Goma's assault party in the jungle tower back then. And the only one who could survive such a situation was Reina with the power of her sacred beast. But killing her was a bit, Momokawa at that time was really terrifying. I mean, he killed a real person, not a monster. Killing Reina, making an enemy of Soma Yuto who was enraged by her death, using Reina's corpse as his shield to get away from Yuto, and calmly retreating from the scene along with Maiko. Those series of events were too absurd, and even though the trio had already grown accustomed to the act of killing monsters, they who had never killed a human felt that Kotaro's composure at that time was akin to madness. Well, he managed to get away from Soma by doing so, but Momokawa, who could think of such a method in that kind of situation, is really amazing, in a dangerous way. Hey, speaking about Momokawa, could it be that he has killed someone before he killed Reina-chan? Yeah, if he has killed someone, that can explain why he's so composed at that time, right? Hearing Ueda and Nokai's opinion, Shimokawa pondered for a while. His eyebrows furrowed as if he was worried about something. But as he opened his mouth, his expression was that of certainty. Hey, have you really not noticed it? Ha! What? The knife used by Momokawa to kill Reina-chan. It's Higuchi's butterfly knife. He knew about that since he had seen the knife a few times already back when it was still in its original owner's hand. Back when Shimokawa was strolling around the city with Higuchi, they had ended up being surrounded by the students from Shiromine High, and Higuchi took out this knife at that time. Naturally, he didn't use that to attack those students. The spectacle of Higuchi sending more than 3 students of Shiromine High back to their den by himself while bluffing with a knife in his hand had been imprinted deep into Shimokawa's memories. Honestly speaking, at first, he mocked Higuchi, who always brought his knife with him like a child his toy, but when he saw him driving out the delinquents by bluffing with his knife, changed his impression of Higuchi. Higuchi wasn't bringing the knife just because it looked cool. He had the courage and proper skill to use the knife to his advantage. Thus, Shimokawa could never forget Higuchi's butterfly knife. Even without any additional ornaments, he could tell it was Higuchi's knife at a glance. Thus, he had noticed it immediately when Kotaro was holding that blood-stained knife in his hand. Momokawa might have killed Higuchi. Chapter 183, Gathering 1. The shadow of 4 people appeared from within the dancing particles of light bursting out from the transfer circle. Ah, I'm dead tired. Let's sleep immediately. That fucking catfish. My body is numb even now. Ah, come to think of it, amongst the medicines left by Momokawa is a medicine to cure paralysis. Or, stop yapping as if you guys are the only ones who got hurt. It ain't that painful, yeah. The people were chatting merrily as if they were still in the classroom instead of the dungeon. They were Ueda, Nokai, Shimokawa, otherwise known as the Totem Pole Trio, and Yamata of the baseball club. The classmates who saw them appearing from the transfer circle displayed various reactions. Did. The one who felt something along that line was the duo Nakajima Haruma and Himi no Hairi. Hairi went half mad along the way and ended up slapping Reina before everyone blamed the former. Haruma, who had Hairi be taken away by the trio when he was in the middle of having a give-and-take relationship with Hairi, became really confused, which ended up in him leaving the party on his own. The two didn't share a pleasant experience with the 4. On the other hand, they both felt that being put in the same team as the 4 would complicate the problem and give rise to another problem. They were both perplexed for 2 different reasons. The one who didn't show any reaction upon seeing the 4 was Tendao's Yankee team. Not to mention that Ryuichi had literally 0 interest in them, so he didn't care about them at all. Trio gals of Kyoko and Jurameri Kombi had more or less interacted with the 4 in the class, but their relationship wasn't close enough for the gals to jump in joy upon seeing the quartet. It was just a relief upon seeing the 4 had survived this far. You guys arrived in this place too, huh? The one who showed the most dramatic reaction upon seeing the 4 was, of course, Soma Yuto and Co, who had a chance of meeting with the 4, plus 1 back then, before. Gah, it's Soma Yuto. So seriously, what in the world is he doing here? Ah, we're done for. The one who showed the strongest reaction to the appearance of the 4 was Soma Yuto, who made a face as if he wanted to cry, his hand already resting on the hilt of his shining sword as he unleashed an oppressing aura toward them. Behind him, Sakura had already drawn her bow, and Asuna had unsheathed her sword too. It was an extremely dangerous situation. And even if the 4 understood that it was only limited to that, they had no solution for this situation. In this kind of situation, the only one who could break the ice with his eloquent speech was Momokawa. But the strangely reliable Shota was not present at the moment. Thus, Shimokawa decided to take the matter into his hand. Maman, I'm really glad to see everyone is safe and sound. Shimokawa pretended to be oblivious to Soma and company's hostility toward them. He judged that they at least wouldn't be killed in this kind of situation. Not to mention that Soma party wasn't the only one in there, they're in the presence of other classmates too. He reckoned that someone with a strong sense of justice like Soma wouldn't do something as extreme as killing his classmate in front of many people. How dare you say that, Shimokawa? And just as he thought, Yuto didn't just suddenly lash out at him. His hand was still on the hilt of his sword. What makes you so angry like that, Soma? Did we do something? Enough. Don't tell me that you have already forgotten the sin you committed. Wait, calm down now. Are you angry about Ayasan's death? That's a misunderstanding, we've nothing to do with that, or rather, we even tried to save her back then. Trying to make an excuse now. You guys are clearly hanging out with Momokawa. That's why I've told you that it's just an accident. An unfortunate accident. It couldn't be helped, we really did try to Shut up. I won't forgive you guys for killing Reina, The situation worsened immediately, and no one stepped out to stop the enraged Yuto. From the third party's perspective, they were obviously going to be killed by Yuto, thus Shimokoa regretted the choice of using optimism as his way out of this situation. But when he was exposed to Soma Yuto's rage from the front, it felt as if he would die at this very moment. Now, he realized just how amazing Momokawa was for being able to speak till the end in front of this kind of opponent. He felt that they were definitely going to die unless he said something. But lame excuses like that wouldn't work on the enraged Soma Yuto. On the contrary, it would be akin to pouring gasoline into the fire. Thus, he had no choice but to beg for their lives to be spared with Dajiza. And the moment Shimokoa made such a decision, "Don't screw with me." The one who broke the awkward situation was neither Shimokoa nor Yuto. It was the third party who had kept his silence until now. "Don't screw with me, Soma Yuto. The reason Why Reina-chan and Yamajun died is you." The one who raised an enraged voice was Yamada. "Oh, Yamada. What are you talking about?" An astonished Ueda and Nokai tried to stop the Yamada who was mad for a strange reason. "Shut up. It's your fault. Everything is your fucking fault." Ueda and Nokai tried to hold him back, but Yamada easily brushed them aside and rushed toward Yuto. The heavy warrior's charge was unstoppable. "You owed. What the?" Yamada's fury was unreasonable. Though Yuto was really confused by that, he reacted calmly against Yamada who rushed at him while raising his fist. He didn't use his sword, but it didn't mean that Yamada was less powerful. Soma style, balance breaker. Learned skill. Balance breaker, barehanded arts of Soma style combat arts. Grab, pull, and throw. To begin with, Yuto had been taking martial arts lessons since his childhood, mainly in the basics of the throwing technique of Soma style. With that, his martial arts technique transformed into an even more powerful barehanded skill after gaining hero vocation. Yuto had no idea about Yamada's vocation, nor did he know about the latter's strength. But he guessed to some extent the moment he saw Yamada rushing at him. Maybe, Yamada's body is protected by some sort of defensive skill. Thus, he concluded that countering with a punch or kick wouldn't work on Yamada. And it's not like he could use his sword against Yamada either. As such, he was left with the option of using the throwing technique. Guo. Thus, Yamada, who rushed with an enraged look on his face, got slammed to the ground by Yuto with his throwing technique. The current Yuto could easily use this throwing technique to face a rushing giant boar. Even if there was nothing special about the technique, Yamada, who overly relied on his brute force ever since he gained his vocation, was no different from a monster. Yamada, whose weight and height were amongst the top rank in the class, got thrown off easily, floating in the air for a while, and then falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Thanks to the power of his vocation, Heavy Warrior, the shock he received when his back slammed to the ground was insignificant. But that impact was enough to force him to exhale the air in his lungs. Gah. Cough. Cough. Yamada broke into a coughing fit. It was now that Yuto seemed to have pretty much confirmed Yamada's vocation. So his power can really cancel half-hearted blows. But seeing that he has a coughing fit, it seems he still needs to breathe normally. It's going to be troublesome if you keep rampaging after this. Sorry, but sleep for a little bit. Before Yamada could get the chance to stand up, Yuto had already mounted on his back as he applied a triangle choke on Yamada's neck. It was the very same technique used by Sujino, another holder of Heavy Warrior vocation, back when they got ambushed in the ferry plaza, and now it was used on Yamada again. G-A-A-A. A few seconds later, Yamada stopped resisting. His hand fell to the ground as he passed UT. Phew, what in the hell is happening? Doesn't he feel ashamed for suddenly charging like that? Thanks to Yamada's sudden outburst of anger, the look in Yuto's eyes became even colder. Even Sakura and Suna, who stood behind Yuto, were making a face as if they wanted to kill Yamada, who was unconscious at the moment. The situation quickly descended into total chaos due to Yamada's action. Or not, as Shimokoa foresaw that this was the turning point. Oi, Soma. Why in the hell are you trying to kill Yamada? A stupid, ignorant goody two-shoes like you is really the worst human being. Shimokoa aborted his Dajiza tactic. He knew that this was the time to corner Yuto. We lost Yamajun, you know. What? Yes, he struck back by telling Yuto that Reina was not the only victim. Everyone was getting along with the youth called Yamakawa Junichiro, who was called Yamajun by everyone. Have you ever considered Yamada's feelings? Yamajun is his best friend. And what are you trying to tell me? Of course, I'll be sad if Yamajun is really dead, but what's my involvement in that matter? Soma Yuto was also getting along with Yamajun to some extent. He was considered by the entire class as a friendly youth who was full of consideration. He was a young man who could get along with anyone regardless of their gender. But Yuto never met Yamajun after the entire class got sent into this dungeon. Thus, though it was obvious that he had nothing to do with Yamajun's death, he stopped for a second and considered the option that it might be somehow indirectly related to him. You see, Aya-san was caught in one of the traps in that area. A trap that shows an illusion of someone we want to see the most. Now, Soma Yuto had a vague suspicion that he never thought about until now. In fact, Yuto's innocence was anything but fake at this point, but the story was just too confusing. And due to his curiosity, he ended up wanting to know the entire situation. For the same reason, Yuto, or rather, all members of his party had finally calmed down and were willing to hear the entire story. We're also caught in that trap, but we managed to get out of it. However, Aya-san refused to wake up from that trap. And just when we're trying to wake her up, that thing appeared, Soma Yuto. What's the meaning of thigh? Aya-san has this really amazing vocation called Spiritualist. It's a super strong vocation that allows her to summon a super strong monster called Spirit Beast. And the new Spirit Beast that was summoned by Aya-san back then is your Phantom Soma Yuto. In short, Yamajun was killed by that Spirit Beast. How stupid. That's just a false accusation. My dear brother has nothing to do with that. Sakura shouted as she drew her bow. Her action was akin to that of a selfish child who blamed everyone for her own fault. The kind of person who couldn't be reasoned with. Shut up. We're the ones who witnessed it, damn it. Yamajun was killed by Soma. Don't ever think that you will get by with it. However, the other party had also thrown common sense out of the window. They knew that Yamajun wasn't killed by Soma Yuto. But seeing the face of Soma Yuto, who was a literal carbon copy of Soma lookalike who killed their best friend, the real Soma Yuto aside, it was only natural for the one who lost their best friend to lose control of themselves. It was something akin to trauma. Yeah. Shimokoa is right. Exactly, because of that Soma-like spirit beast, we had to risk our life to save Reina-chan. Do you understand now? Even though we lost Yamajun, we still tried to save the culprit who killed him. And then you came, an ignorant latecomer who suddenly started berating us like madmen. Apologies. Apologies to Yamada. Now, seeing Ueda and Nokai taking the advantage of the situation to reverse the situation, Shimokoa shouted to Yuto's side to gain more advantage. On the other hand, Soma Yuto didn't say anything and looked like he was pondering something. You're a man. Stop making such baseless accusations. Brother, don't believe them. Wait, Sakura. Moreover, even if that's true, it's a fact that Reina is killed by Momokawa. And you guys are his accomplices. I've told you again and again that it was something that happened when we tried to save her. To begin with, Reina's case aside, you guys have the track record of attacking Kotori too. Don't tell me that you have forgotten about that incident. Oi, why did you bring that up now? It has nothing to do with this situation. When Yuto fell silent, now it was Sakura's turn to start berating the trio like a bitch. Moreover, the matter of him attempting to rape Kotori was something akin to black history for Shimokoa. Why is this fucking bitch bringing the past like that? Does she have some sort of grudge? Shimokoa thought to himself. I can't trust any of you. However, considering the fact that you've nothing to do with Reina's death, I'll spare your life. Now get out of this place immediately. Hey, don't boss us around. If you don't leave now, you've to fight all of us right here. And when that happens, I'll show no mercy. She pulled the bowstring to the fullest and suspended a light arrow in the air. Sakura was ready to fire her arrow at Shimokoa at any given time. Wait a frigging minute. We've no intention to cause trouble here. Damn it, I should have stuck to the Dejiza plan, he thought to himself, but then, ooh. It happened just when he thought he was shot to death. Dazzling light filled the entire space. He thought that Sakura, who was pissed off, fired her arrow of light right onto his face. And yet, he didn't feel any pain. Only then did he realize the direction from which the light came. Rather, the blinding light was something that he experienced a while ago. That light only meant one thing. Other people have arrived at this plaza. The moment everyone in the plaza saw the silhouette of the newly arrived classmate, they all uttered one name. It's Momokawa her. Tendao Ryuichi said with a bored look on his face, but he was the first one to speak upon seeing the short silhouette. Oh, it's Momokawa. The one who truly spoke with a flat voice was Himino Hairi and Nakajima Haruma. They only spoke of Kotaro's name because this was the first time they saw that short classmate of theirs. Momokawa, the one who called his name with reverence, like one was seeing a hero when he got cornered, was Shimokawa, who was about to be shot to death by Sakura. Momokawa. And naturally, the one who called his name with a complicated look on his face was the hero, Soma Yuto. He was brimming with rage toward the killer of his dearest childhood friend, Reina Adelheid Ias, who he failed to protect. Soma Yuto gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he unleashed a genuine killing intent that was completely different from the one that he pointed toward Shimokawa and the rest toward Kotaro. Yo, Soma-kun. Momokawa Kotaro called out his name. In this place where many classmates had gathered together, the shortest in the class and also nerd of the literary club who gained the undivided attention of all those present, was truly someone befitting of his shaman vocation, as he could still smile carefreely even when facing this kind of situation. The hero's killing intent was on full throttle while the shaman smiled carefreely as if ignoring it all. This reunion is faster than I expected. Has your head cooled AL? Be you where? MOMOKA where? The one who rushed first to Kotaro wasn't the hero who raised his sword of light high above his head. Momokawa, this fool. Do you know how much we're worried about you? So sorry for making you constantly worry about me, Randu Sarua. The one whose feeling had surpassed Soma Yuto's wrath was Randu Kyuko, who had always been worrying about Kotaro ever since the latter got kidnapped by Arachne. Teacher, thank God. Thank God you survived that incident. And just like that, Kyuko embraced Kotaro with all her might, suffocating the latter as she started to cry, leaving everyone around speechless for a while. Chapter 184, Gathering 2. Phew. Finally, Randu-san stopped crying and let go of me, giving me room to breathe. Man, I was deeply moved right now since I was embraced so passionately. I mean, from the way she embraced me, Randu-san was clearly extremely worried about me. I thought she was the easygoing type, but it turned out I was wrong. She was an extremely passionate type. Or something like that. That said, the matter of me becoming emotionally moved was simply because I had survived from being suffocated to death by her light brown twin valley. I mean, my train of thought got short-circuited when she embraced me. What? Soma Yuto? He's just a trivial matter compared to big boobs. I felt bad for Randu-san who got so emotional upon our reunion, but my train of thought had always short-circuited whenever I saw big boobs and got embraced by them. Anyhow, that's the end of bonus time. Now was the time to get serious. We were thrust into a precarious situation as soon as we transferred, namely a reunion with Hirosama's party led by Soma Yuto. But it wasn't the worst situation. Rather, we had the high ground. Yes, another party aside from Soma party had already gathered in this huge fairy plaza. There was Tendao's Yankee team, which included Randu-san, and the totem pole trio plus one who I missed. In addition, the duo, Himino Hairi and Nakajima Haruma, were also here. Including Mei-chan and me, there were currently 18 classmates gathered in this place. Since there were 41 students in classes 2-7, it meant that around half of them had already been gathered in this place. This might be the first time for so many people to gather at once in one place for dungeon capture. Excluding the Heimnaka duo, I had already met everyone in this place. In short, the chance of something unexpected happening was low. And most of all, a majority of them had a favorable relationship with me thanks to my effort. Thus, in this situation, in which many people gathered in this place, I had the advantage. Even Soma Yuto, who had already calmed down, could understand the situation. Yo, long time no see, Tendao-kun. Do you still have your cigarette? You seem to be as lively as ever, her, Momokawa. Never expected you'd be this tenacious. Only left with one. Do want me to do something about it? The first thing I had to do upon arriving was suck up to Tendao Ryuichi, the owner of cheat class vocation who could rival Soma Yuto's hero. I had no idea what kind of vocation or abilities were granted to Tendao-kun by his vocation, but he had displayed numerous abilities back then. To be honest, even I was not sure whether Mei-chan could win against Tendao-kun. And I had already built a favorable relationship with that powerful Tendao-kun. Going by his personality, no matter how much Soma Yuto painted me as the worst villain who killed Reina, Tendao wouldn't just simply believe him. And the proof of that was the curt tone he used to greet me. That was the normal and usual way he used to greet me. Thus, I'd confirmed now that Tendao-kun wasn't hostile toward me. Fu, I won. It should be possible to produce more if you ask Takanashi-san, who has the ability to copy small things. I see, my decision to keep the last one is correct after all. I'm more surprised to see you in such misery due to a single cigarette. Oh, shut up. And so, while having such a relaxing conversation, I moved in closer to Tendao's side. Seeing that, Randu-san was also coming closer along with Mei-chan in order to hide me from Soma party. With this, Soma's sibling wouldn't be able to attack me even if I suddenly made a verbal slip. Seriously, could they bring themselves to involve Tendao-kun and Randu-san? It's good to see you two safe too, Nonomiya-san, Yoshizaka-san. You too, Momokawa. I'm quite surprised to see you survived that spider. Randu-san's girlfriends, Uramori Kombi, were also pleased with our reunion. Well, after the event in which I taught them the proper way to fight, I managed to get along with them. They're reliable comrades in arms who fought alongside me during the siege of Jiraiya army in the underground lake. Shimokawa-kun and Ko seem to be safe and sound too. Were you by chance in the middle of quarreling or something? Yeah. And your timely arrival has saved the skin on our necks. We've been waiting for you, you know. Your timing is superb. And just like I thought, they, who were quarreling with Soma party, were running up to me immediately. The totem pole trio revealed a relieved look on their face. Wait a minute, how come Yamata-kun fell asleep in this situation? Did he by chance tire to death? Well, let's leave him aside for now. Mei-chan, are you sure? It's okay. I'm safe now. People were gathering around me in the blink of an eye. Mei-chan walked a little away from me after I told her that I was safe now. Haim-chan, thank God you're safe. Ah, you rather, you're Futaba-chan, right? Now that Mei-chan was freed from her duty as my bodyguard and had nothing to do, she went to greet the Haimnaka couple. Anyhow, Mei-chan was Haimno-san's true friend, after all. They belonged to the same group of friends and have always been together in class. And this was a fact that was well known even by me. Since they'd been a friend from the very beginning, Mei-chan could easily take them into our group as soon as they met. Let's make full use of their friendship. Do I look different just because I got a little bit slimmer? A little bit. And there you go, Haimno-san was tossing the usual retort to anyone who had yet to see Mei-chan, slim version. Her personality had undergone more earth-shattering changes than her appearance, but since I knew that she was the true friend of Futaba Maiko, I was sure that they would get along just like before. Nakajima-kun, you've been protecting Haim-chan all along, right? Thank you very much. No, I'm just, Nakajima-kun, the recipient of words of gratitude from Mei-chan, who had transformed into a bombshell, was truly hilarious. Well, I understand what you feel, dude. But still, I also knew that his line of sight went to and fro Mei-chan's beautiful face and out of standard bazongas. No normal man could escape from its deadly temptation. Yeah, normal man. Well, in my case, I would be glaring at them though. I'm really glad to be able to reunite with everyone safely like this. Well then, the classmates in this place, everyone but Soma party had come to my side. Naturally, I wouldn't expect them to trust me as Mei-chan did, but this spectacle alone should be enough to make Soma Yuto understand the situation. The only ones who want to kill me are just you and your little sister. Since everyone gathered around me as they gave their greeting, it was enough to make it clear about their relationship with me. At least, none of them was hostile to me. In short, you know what it means to kill me in this place just because you are upset about Reina's dead, right? Or, did the siblings have to kill the other classmates too just to kill me? Well, that was a trivial matter. Even if they chose to do the latter, the Soma siblings would be chased out so that they wouldn't become a hindrance. But there was no way this pair of siblings could do that. I mean, they're the honorable hero and saint after all. Class rep. What's the matter? Momokawa-kun? After I gained the absolute protection zone called the classmate barrier, I called out to the class rep who seemed like she had been waiting for this. I ignored the Soma siblings. I mean, trying to make sense of people who seem like they're about to be consumed by their own rage was a literal waste of time. It seems everyone has been transferred to this place, and both sides don't seem to be aware of each other's situation yet. Yeah, it's just as you said. Hyemno-san's group and Shimokawa-kun's group just arrived a while ago too. Then, I guess other classmates will join us soon. Well, I am not sure about that. It was obvious from her expression that class rep had already been on the edge with the appearance of the oversized bomb called me who could trigger the Soma siblings to rampage anytime soon. She looked anxious, maybe because she had no idea what I was trying to say next. And then, her gaze silently moved toward Mei-chan who stood warily beside me. And not just that. Everyone was looking at us, Mei-chan and me, who played the central role in this drama and understood that Soma's side was at a numerical disadvantage. One small mistake would cause the overwhelming pressure to explode like a volcanic eruption, which was all clear from the expression of the class rep. I had yet to say anything other than that threatening remark. But, class rep, you know, right? You know what would happen if you let the Soma siblings act according to their rage, right? Well, everyone seems to have many things to say, but I think we should sit down first and talk to each other with a cool head. How dare you to say that so brazenly? Sakura, shut up. Class rep shouted as her face was drenched in a cold sweat. Yeah, good job. Class representative, it's a good thing you understood your job. Class rep was the one who stopped the Soma siblings. It was the same before, right? To be honest, it was an extremely stressful job, but I had no choice since the person was the best choice we had among the people in this place. Therefore, as someone who understood the situation, class rep shouted at Sakura-chan who was too muddlehead to understand the situation. Sakura looked confused at class rep's outburst. I realized that the stupid girl had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. Yup, her smart image must be fake. Did she survive this far without even bothering to notice the subtleties in someone else's face? Just like that fucking Reina. Well, they're childhood friends, after all. To be honest, this is the first time I am seeing an amazingly clueless person like her. That goes for you too, Momokawa-kun. Can you be quiet for now? Whoops, my bad. Class rep, I made a slip. Ryoko, you're not going to believe in Momokawa's story, right? Don't be deluded by his words. Even if we've to kill each other, I will never tea. That's enough. Are you really rearing to kill each other? Ooh, class rep's pissed off for real. Seeing her abandoned her usual cool attitude and shout like a nauseated woman, the Soma siblings the reason for her rage, and the other classmates were looking at her with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Sorry, I ended up snickering. I mean, I, as the main cause of this situation, should feel nervous, and yet, I couldn't help but feel that the whole situation was way too hilarious. Thus, I desperately held back my laughter while leaving class rep to handle the Soma siblings. The stress and pressure that she felt right now might be enough to bore a hole in her stomach, but hang in there, our mighty class rep. Oi, enough of this shit. And the one who raised his voice was none other than Tendao-kun. This move was completely out of my expectation. However, it wasn't a bad move. I mean, Tendao might have decided to interrupt in the middle, albeit reluctantly, after seeing class rep's disorderly appearance. Sakura, you shut up for a little bit. Now is not the time to deal with your hysteria. Ryuichi, no way, you too. I said shut up. I hate doing this to a woman, but you should have already known what I'm going to do next, right, Sakura? Ku. Amazing, as expected of Tendao-kun. He could easily shut down the hysteric woman called Soma Sakura. Maybe she got her ass kicked very badly a long time ago when she angered Tendao-kun. They were childhood friends. That might be the reason why she knew that Tendao-kun wasn't joking. And lastly, Yuto. What's the matter, Yuto? Clench your damn teeth. Ora. Thus, Soma Yuto was sent flying by Tendao-kun's straight right along with a boom. Well, the delinquent, Tendao-kun's, the punch had already been strong from the very beginning, but I could only imagine how powerful it had become now that his spec boosted even further after he gained his vocation. Soma-kun, who got sent flying like it were a scene from the battle manga, ended up crashing into the woods around the ferry plaza and stopped moving. Wait a minute, did he just die? Seriously, a hero died in such a pitiful way. What's the meaning of this, Ryuichi? Ah, he was still alive. Soma Yuto stood back as if nothing had happened to him. Tendao's enhanced straight had only left a red bruise on Soma Yuto's cheek, nothing more than that. Tendao-kun aside, Soma Yuto's defense seemed to be on a cheat level too. I guess I have no choice but to tell you this. Yuto, the current you is a pure embarrassment. Even I feel embarrassed by your action. What the? The only one who got blood in his head is you. And then what? Are you going to go on a rampage now? Sorry, but the current you is simply arrogant. Don't you feel ashamed as the successor of Soma's style? At least hear their story first. I'll let you do as you like after that. To be consumed by rage. It seems I'm really immature indeed. Clam and cool. That kind of style ain't for me. I had no idea what they were talking about, but with this Soma Yuto's fighting spirit and killing, intent had abated somewhat. The process was different from what I had imagined, but the Soma siblings got persuaded somehow. Thanks. Ryuichi. Ain't doing this for ya. Thus, Tendao-kun, who had finished his job, muttered his usual tsunda line as he came back to my side. Momokawa, you don't need to use such a roundabout way. My bad, I'm fully aware of just how weak I am. Perhaps it's something that you don't understand, Tendao-kun. Weak, eh? I wonder whose mouth speaks such a blatant lie. Tendao-kun didn't say anything more, he just smiled wryly at my reply. I guess he had no intention to continue the conversation with me. Well then, class rep. It seems we need to prepare a place for a conference for all of us. Yeah, we've to know each other's situation first. Let's share information and decide our future course based on that. The conference is going to be a peaceful one, right? Naturally. We absolutely won't interrupt the talks. On the other hand, we hope that you do the same thing on your side, Momokawa-kun. Mei-chan might be a berserker, but she isn't the kind to rampage for no reason. This isn't a joke, Momokawa-kun. You know what's gonna happen if the current us, who have the power of vocation, fight against each other, right? Of all the people gathered here, I'm the one who understands it best. My weak vocation, Shaman, isn't just for show. I can trust you on that, right? I swear upon the god of curse. As long as the other party doesn't start the fight, we won't do anything either. Something like a non-aggressive defense, right? I used that chance to establish my self-defense rule. I mean, a single attack from any of them was enough to critically wound me after all. I understand. Let's know each other's weapons first. I prefer we keep our abilities a secret though. No, I won't allow an action that will rouse everyone's suspicion to happen again. I said it half jokingly, but class rep was serious. In fact, I thought that everybody would have a hard time if the restriction was too stringent. Someone like Tendao-kun definitely wouldn't participate in this. And Soma Yuto could easily break through those restrictions when he was enraged. Anyhow, it only took a while to arrange the conference place. I mean, now that many people had gathered in this place, I'm sure everyone would want to talk with each other. Despite our experience in the dungeon, we're still high school students, after all. Well then, let's start our class meeting. Chapter 185, Class Meeting 1. Well then, let's start our class meeting. Ha! The one who raised such a voice was none other than class rep herself. I mean, a discussion when everyone in the class is together is called a class meeting, right? Well, that's correct, but though class rep wanted to retort, she couldn't say anything hearing my sound argument, but let's set that aside for now. Then since everyone has gathered here, you shall take a seat for now. Why Momokawa is the one in charge of this? Randu-san, please stop taking the initiative to push me at this important moment. I mean, the one who took the initiative in conversation often came out ahead of the others. All the more so amongst Japanese who rarely take the initiative. If I didn't take the initiative at this moment with an eloquent speech, I wouldn't be able to change the atmosphere in this place into that of a peaceful one back in Japan. You're the one who brought it up. Hehe, just like class rep. I'm quite desperate inside, Randu-san. I'm fully aware that I am lacking the capabilities for this. In the first place, the male class rep of our class was Higoshi-kun. Well, even he was barely qualified as class rep. As for our female class rep, Kisaragi-san was way too suited for that position. Maybe class rep vocation was most suited for her. Yuto-kun, Sakura, both of you are okay with this, right? Yeah. It'll be much easier if everyone is working together. I guess it can't be helped. As expected of the owner of class rep, LOL, vocation, her work was quick. Soma Yuto had to accept this result, albeit reluctantly. And once he made known his stand, the rest would follow him. Class meeting her, Momokawa used yet another strange term again. I don't mind that though. He'll do a good job for sure. Momokawa, our course of action is completely dependent on you. Please, do your job properly. Due to my sudden entry, the totem pole trio's role was relegated to that of a bystander. After all, the troublesome matter had been dumped on me. Despite them being like that, they're my important allies in this kind of situation. At least, they're more indebted to me than Soma's party. It was literally impossible to get along with Soma's party. You enjoyed my support after experiencing civilized life in the jungle tower, huh? Yeah, we will give our full support too. Well then, please wake Yamada-kun first. We can't just leave him behind. Oh you. Yeah, I really couldn't left them after all. I'm sure none of the trio would wake Yamada unless I reminded them. Don't worry Haim-chan, everything will be okay as long as we do as Kotaro-kun says. Ah, why yes. It's true. That's why you mustn't become a hindrance, okay? Mei-chan was sitting beside Mei-chan with a good-natured smile as we commenced the operation to form our faction. Nakajima was also sitting down with her. Haim-Naka couple didn't have that much influence in the class, the evidence being Yamajun's remark about their vocation. That's why these two wouldn't cause trouble during a class meeting. So, Mei-chan alone was enough to bring them into our faction. Do your best, Kotaro-kun. Leave it to me. Naturally, everyone was working together to arrange a meeting place. As long as nothing went wrong, our position shouldn't be any worse but... Soma Sakura definitely wouldn't let that happen. I had no idea when Soma Yuto's emotions would get out of control again, so I had to prepare for the worst. Well then, since everyone is seated, let's begin. The one in charge of the class meeting is me, the class rep, and Momokawa as the initiator. No one complained about this. Class rep truly had established her role as the class rep of class 27. It was evident from the fact that Soma party didn't say anything about her taking that position. And to honor them, I had to act as a proper mediator too. In reality, you could say that the class was currently divided into two factions. The Soma faction and the Momokawa faction. That was evident from the fact that the seat was separated into two groups while the class rep and I stood in front of both of them. Strangely enough, everyone's seating arrangement was like that of a classroom instead of a circle. The ones who sat in the front row, right in front of class rep and me who stood on the podium, were Mei-chan, Randu-san, and Soma siblings. Naturally, Mei-chan and Randu-san were on my side. On the second row, from my side was the totem pole trio, while the ones who sat on class rep side were Natsukawa-san, Takanasha-san, and Kenzuki bitch. And the third row was, if I was pushed to say, from my side was the Haim-Naka couple with Yamada-kun who groaned as he woke up. Good morning, Yamada-kun. And sitting on the last row was the neutral party with Tendao-kun sitting on the edge of the fountain and Uramari waiting upon him. Not a bad formation. My goal was to gather everyone and make clearing the dungeon a common goal. And naturally, I would make sure that everything was fine by having a proper grasp on the leash. At worst, I would become a member of the Senate to have some control over our decision. Seeing that I had incurred the wrath of Soma Yuto, the only way for me to survive was to provide support for my classmates. Though Mei-chan was a powerful bodyguard, it wasn't enough to guarantee our safety since I had no idea when would we return to the survival life of just the two of us. I mean, even if we lived a leisurely slow life, that pair of WMD of hers constantly excited me. My plan was to look for a way so that all of us could get out of this dungeon while aiming at the deepest level of the dungeon with everyone, even if it was only one more person. I've seen and experienced way too many battle royale among my classmates. Yeah, only after arriving this far did I realize just how many people had already died at my hands. I've had enough of that. I mean, it's not like we had to kill each other until only 3 of us were left. I had to do this for myself, and everyone who decided to believe me. That's why now was the time. Whether it was due to the fact that we were dancing to the tunes of the mysterious mastermind, or simply because of the whim of God, it was a fact that 18 classmates had gathered in this place. We might not get another chance like this. Now was the only chance to band together for a common cause. It's okay, I can do this. The current me would be able to accomplish this. Now let's start with introductions. Yes, this might be the first time for many of us to meet each other since we're sent into this dungeon. Tell us about your skills and vocation, make it short and simple. Also, mention the strongest monster you've defeated until now. We will start from you, class rep. What? Though she seemed like she wanted to retort with something along the lines of "we're not starting from you," I gestured to her to speak while feigning ignorance. My vocation is cryomancer. For now, I can use offensive and defensive spells up to an advanced level. Ooh. Some of us raised our voices of admiration, the reason being they were also the owners of sorcerer-type vocation. The last time we did this, class rep said that she could only use up to intermediate. It seemed she had yet to be able to use advanced when Mei-chan left with me after Reina's murder. Meaning that she had managed to use advanced spells after Reina's murder. It seemed she wasn't lying since it was only available some time ago. As for the strongest monster that I've defeated until now, my apologies, since we're always ganging on the boss, the strongest monster that I've defeated by myself is Goma. That's like the earliest stage of the dungeon, right? Yeah, there were only Futaba-san and the other 2 at that time. How nostalgic, unlike now, that's the time when you're being considered as baggage, right, Mei-chan? Keo Kotaro-kun. Please don't talk about that time anymore. Maybe because Mei-chan considered that phase as her dark history, she hurriedly tried to stop me from talking. Well, if we continued as it was, we would eventually reach the part in which she was considered a piece of baggage despite her knight vocation. Whoops, better stop now before she chokes me to death with her hug. Yeah, anyhow, since a certain Parasite-san can't solo the boss has literally been defeated in a party battle. Momokawa-kun. I wonder what you mean by parasite. Well, class rep, who can't solo the boss, admit that you left all the boss fights to Soma-kun, please. Goo. Whatever. The most difficult battle I had participated in might be the one when we fought 5 Gogmas. 8. Are you referring to the Gogmas in the pyramid who were single-handedly killed by Mei-chan? Are you sure that's a party battle? Sorry, Momokawa-kun. It seems I can't cooperate with you anymore. Ahahaha, no way, class rep, I'm just teasing you. Half of that was serious, but seeing that class rep was on the verge of crying, I had to make it look like I was teasing her. Since that's the case, what about you, Momokawa-kun? Me. Do you really need to ask that question? Though class rep was looking at me with a cold, piercing gaze that was enough to send a chill down my spine, I let her to do that. My vocation is Shaman. It's an extremely useful vocation that allows me to have a nice and comfortable bed, hot bath, and delicious meal in this damned dungeon survival. What about your combat prowess? With regard to my combat prowess, since the damage on me will be rebounded back to my attacker due to my passive skill, you can say that my combat prowess is 0 when there's no opponent. Hey, have you really defeated a boss by yourself? I have. Despite my looks, I've plenty of experience in soloing on some stage. Well, it's not by choice, of course, but it was due to an unpleasant incident which you know of too, right? I glanced toward that bitch, Kenzuki Asuna, who averted her gaze. Not even a word of apology from her, huh? Momokawa-kun, that topic is a bit. I know, let's keep this topic for later. Thus, I began the tale of myself soloing a boss. I defeated a basilisk-like giant lizard who can spit out deadly poison, the boss in the area filled with a purple swamp. Seriously? How did you do that? I used up all my courage and wisdom of mankind. When I recalled that event now, it really was fierce combat. Rather, I might have really died at that time if not for one of my passive skills, Vessel of Poison. That's a vague way of telling it. Shaman has a wide range of skills, after all, there's more to that story, but it will have to wait until later. Anyhow, since even I, with my lack of offensive power, managed to kill the boss with enough preparations and plans, no one should give up on themselves. Simply put, if we're talking about the strongest opponent I've ever faced, it would be Higuchi or Seiram though. The reason I didn't say anything about that was that those opponents were related to the people I murdered. Well then, next is your turn, Soma-kun. Yeah. It was a cold reply, but I felt neither anger nor irritation in his voice was flat. I guess he wouldn't be perturbed by me talking to him after he cooled off. My vocation is hero. I can use both sword and magic along with each skill. My hero-like skill is the Sword of Light. The strongest foe that I defeated is the Dracula-like fella, the boss before this area. It seemed that Dracula's combat style resembled Sumakuan's. He could use both sword and magic. Since he could barely defeat it in a one-on-one battle, Soma-kun was clearly the stronger one. Soma-kun had also leveled up properly. Just how powerful had he become right now, I wondered. Maybe he would kill me once he knew that Mei-chan could only overwhelm him in a contest of pure strength. I guess I had to examine the hero's power in detail after this to prevent any incident in the future. I am next. The strongest force on my side that could rival Hero Soma was none other than my main attacker, Super Ace, and my guardian deity, Mei-chan the Berserker. My vocation is Berserker. I can use weapons, but I'm pretty much useless with regard to magic. And then, I guess you can say that I'm quite confident about my strength. She did a good job explaining her power in an obscure way. The person herself seemed to realize that she was a bit more powerful than normal. Hey, are you slimming down so much due to the power of your vocation? The fearless Randu-san bravely asked the question that everybody had on their minds, but was too scared to ask. In fact, the other girls were also looking intently at Mei-chan the moment Randu-san asked that question. However, the pitiful creature called women still can't escape from two absolute necessities for their beauty, namely exercise and dietary restriction, even in this world of magic. I was the only one who knew that Mei-chan had been fighting fiercely as the vanguard after she awakened as a berserker and gained that miraculous proportion that was enough to make all gravure models cry tears of blood. Yes, everything was the result of her own efforts. The reason I changed is, Kotaro-kun. Momokawa, maybe we should talk about this later. Randu-san, there's no such thing as a weight reduction drug. And stop making a face as if you have seen the end of the world. Let's keep the matter about the power seed that can help to burn calories a secret for now. I feel bad doing this, but it's definitely not because I don't want to see Randu-san lose her weight, okay? I've defeated various bosses, but the strongest one is definitely that Pyramid Gogma. Hearing that she went as far as consuming Reagent X, I knew that it was a completely tumultuous battle. Yeah, I really want to see Mei-chan's gallant figure, after all. Nevertheless, it was typical of Mei-chan. I mean, back then, she had to fight alongside people she couldn't trust. I mean, how she had ended up facing 2 of the 5 Gogmas by herself if weren't for the problem with the party. Moreover, the so-called classmates had never given covering fire for her or healing magic even once during the time she was with them. I seriously wanted to ask what in the hell the other party members did back then. Well, it may be because the best situation for them was having Mei-chan get herself killed by one of the monsters they encountered along the way. However, I would never let that happen again the moment I hold the right to command the team. Well then, I am next. I ignored Soma Sakura's self-introduction while recalling all those bleak events of the past. Rather than ignoring her, the real reason was simply that there was no value in hearing that useless information right now. I mean, Considering Soma Yuto's personality, there was no way he was going to let his party members fight properly. At most, their skills and equipment were just a little better than the last time I saw them. By the way, Soma Sakura didn't say anything about her Omni barrier that could only protect herself, the Oracle field, during her introduction. So she was that kind of person, eh? My vocation is Geomancer. And just like Hiro Harem's team, Tendao was the strongest in his Yankee team, and the other party member didn't grow that much during the time we were apart. Seeing that the Randu-san trio along with Juramera Kombi were safe and sound, they didn't seem to encounter any problems along the way. But they still grew properly even in that state. Oi, who was laughing just now? Are you looking down on my earth magic? It's Shimokoa. Shimokoa. Wait, you're mistaken. I'm just curious about Randu's golden revolver. What the heck is that? Shimokoa-kun was laughing at Randu-san's Geomancer, eh? Well, earth magic in many games and mangas was considered a bad or miss vocation. After all, it didn't have the image of being OP, but the same could be said for your Aquamancer though. I mean, the user of water magic was usually attached to the image of a pure main heroine. I looked at Shimokoa, who was trying to avert his gaze in a hurry toward the golden revolver with a pitiful gaze. But well, I've been wondering myself, what in the heck was that revolver? Was that really a golden gun? Well, I've become stronger thanks to Momokawa's advice though. You really are not beating around the bush, eh? Momokawa, why does it sound like a flag, like something had happened between Randu and you? Shameless. Kotaro-kun, did something happen between Randu-san and you? Chi. The first thing that came to my mind at that instant was my first kiss with Randu-san. It was supposed to be one page of my springtime of youth, but nothing happened after that due to the incident with the Arachne. And that fucking Arachne had now become a vessel for Rem II. Well, the most terrifying thing wasn't the Arachne, it was Mei-chan's reaction. I mean, what's with this dead serious look on her face? Look, Shimokoa was laughing as if he was enjoying this situation. That's why smile, please. Well, nothing really happened though. Futaba, have you kissed Momokawa? Randu-san, don't pour fuel into the raging flame, please. Seriously stop. I mean, it's not like I'm dating both Randu-san and Mei-chan, and being stamped as trash before I even had a relationship. So can you please stop making the situation even more complicated? What do you mean? I mean nothing though. Mei-chan was looking at Randu-san, her eyes were serious. Whoa, awesome. So this was the legendary scene of carnage. Kotaro-kun, are you going out with Randu-san? Momokawa has already gone out with Futaba, right? And then, now they decided to throw me right into the center of that carnage. Girls, what's the meaning of that question? Could it be that you girls are in love with me? The possibility aside, should I just confess to both of them right here? No, wait a minute, think carefully. If I confessed to them and it turned out that they did not want to date me, that would crush my heart and sap my willpower to continue the capture of this dungeon. Even if that wasn't the case, I should be very careful when choosing my words. Now, remember, one of my policies, before I left this dungeon, was to get away from a love affair that might prove fatal. Didn't Momokawa tell us before that he is going out with Futaba-san? Shimokoa, curse you. The white lies that I made that day to show off had actually snowballed and become a nuclear bomb at the worst possible timing. Seriously, what should I do now? Chapter 186, Class Meeting 2. Oi Shimokoa, tell me about that, in detail. Shimokoa-kun, who received a cold, piercing gaze from Randu-san, had no choice but to continue while making an expression as if he realized that he just stepped on a landmine. Well, the truth is I heard a while ago that Momokawa has been going out with Futaba-san. Your source? The person himself. Later on, I heard from Yamata that Momokawa himself proudly claimed that his type is a chubby girl. Yup, I did say that. But it was a necessary lie at that time to deceive Yamata-kun, who was completely infatuated with Reina. I had to proclaim that proudly to clear the suspicion on me. But the fact that I said we're going out proudly in front of everyone was an act of falsehood. It wouldn't cause a problem if our conversation back then didn't spread. Ha! The heck, that's a lie though. It's not. I've been going out with Kotaro-kun since a while ago. Mei-chan, why are you correcting my lie? What's the meaning of this? Is this some sort of high-level tactic that is often used by girls? Or else, could it be that Mei-chan is truly… Whoops, let's not get derailed with this off-topic discussion for now. I mean, someone please help me settle this situation. As I thought, Momokawa gave Futaba notes on the magic circle before the classroom transfer. Shimokawa-kun, be quiet. If they really are going out, why haven't they kissed yet? Randu-san, be quiet, please. Why do you keep asking questions that look like you're trying to provoke Mei-chan? Do you really hate the fact that I'm going out with Mei-chan that much? Is this the so-called jealousy? Please stop giving me hopes and expectations. We've kissed, you know. Lies. If that's the case, you'd have replied immediately. Mei-chan, who was maintaining a composed look on her face since a while ago, had finally furrowed her eyebrows. Oh crap, she is one step away from unleashing her killing intent. I did it, you know, with Momokawa. We've cleared the first base. Oh, shit. I'm screwed up. Things will escalate into a fight to death if this keeps going on. I guess it was time for me to make a decision. Randu-san and Mei-chan, that's enough. I felt an extremely deep trust emanating from Mei-chan. Randu-san, on the other hand, might have had a good impression of me and kissed me before, albeit more like a forced one. That's why I was truly restless right now. I mean, like hell I wouldn't feel that way. I mean, two girls who are literally right in my strike zone actually have feelings for me. Which man wouldn't be elated by that? Yes, I had made a falling in love during dungeon capture is a no vow inside, but that was my own selfish decision, after all. It had nothing to do with Mei-chan, Randu-san, and the others. I mean, declaring that now would be equal to telling everyone that I was a virgin through and through. If possible, I wanted a chance to cross the line too. Was what I expected before I realized the bitter reality. Well, this wasn't something that I could decide by myself. But that had to wait until the end. Anyhow, that was something that we had to do after so many classmates gathered together like this. I mean, what was waiting for us after this was cohabitation. What are you talking about, Momokawa? You know that the kiss is real, right? Kotaro-kun. She must be lying, right? Sorry, Mei-chan. Though it's come out of nowhere from Randu-san, the kiss did happen, and the matter of me going out with you was actually me just trying to pretend. Well, that'll be the last time for the time being. Since I could do that, I hope everyone can do the same. I mean, all of them seemed like they enjoyed the scene of me almost getting squashed to death between Mei-chan and Randu-san while munching on sunflower seed. Like hell, I'm going to suffer alone. I'm gonna drag you down with me. Japanese love to share troubles, after all. That's why from this point forward, I forbid love relationship. I abandoned all hesitation and shouted boldly. In fact, it should be decided after a proper discussion, but I decided to declare it first since things seem to be getting really dangerous if we keep getting derailed from our topic. That's why everyone will be banned from having a relationship from now on. Oh oi, what's the meaning of this, Momokawa? Don't wanna. I refuse. This policy works best for you guys, the totem pole trio though. Opposing right on the go is a sign that your train of thought was too shallow. I mean, look closely guys, this gathering is literally a harem of the beauties in our class. Your group is literally excluded from that. This is something that I noticed a long time ago, but currently, we're the only humans in this place. I want everyone to work together so that all of us can get the hell out of this dungeon. Let me tell you that it's much better for everyone to follow this policy otherwise. Feel free to leave. Good, no one is leaving. Since Tendao-kun stayed still, no one made their move. When I say everyone has to work together, it means that we're going to start cohabitating. Boys and girls will live under the same roof from here onward. That's why having a relationship between men and women when we're in this kind of place is akin to holding an oversized, ticking time bomb. For example, what's everyone going to think if Soma-kun was having sex with either Natsukawa-san, Takanasha-san, or Kenzaku-san every single night? Oi, Momokawa, you. I won't forgive you for insulting my dear big brother, Momokawa. I did tell you IF, right? I mean, That's literally the easiest example that we can find in this situation, right? I deliberately didn't include you in that example, you know. Incest is a big no, after all. What do you think, class rep? Though I understand why Momokawa-kun said what he said, emotions aren't something that we can just suppress. If class rep can regulate everyone's love relationship so that there's no problem during dungeon capture, I don't mind even if we don't prohibit love relationships though. Okay, let's prohibit love relationships. As expected of class rep, she skillfully dodged the huge time bomb. She had learned her lesson that she might die from the stress if she went through carelessly with her decrees. Class rep is right, there's no need to go as far as prohibit someone's love affair, it's something that shouldn't be repressed. Everyone feels the same way, right? Anyhow, what I want from everyone is to control themselves, at least until we get out of this fucking dungeon. And by that, I mean they should at least refrain from flirting in public. I mean, that much shouldn't be a problem, right? But even adults have a hard time in this regard since human emotions are rather complicated, to say nothing about us, high school students in the peak of our youth. If we really lost all of our self-restraint in this enclosed place, I guess it wouldn't take long for things to develop into midday orgies or other kinds of scenarios in H-Dojin. That's why we had to set a minimum set of laws. With that, I just ask you to not flirt in the public, even if it is just a simple love confession. Those kinds of things can wait until we leave this dungeon. I agree with Momokawa. Ooh, to think that Soma-kun would be the one to agree first was a surprise. Soma-kun must have a hard time in that kind of harem party. My bad, Momokawa. I am yet to be able to joke around with you. Be serious, please. Being glared at by beauty was quite mental damage, and when a handsome and cool dude did that to me, it felt the same. Honestly, this calm and composed Soma Yuto was several times scarier than the enraged him. Are you sure about this, brother? He did say that we've to set a minimum amount of rules and regulations since we are going to cohabit. That's why I agree. You're right, but still. Hey, could it be that the reason Sakura-chan was against the prohibition of love relationships was that she wanted to cross the line with her big brother? Momokawa-kun, I suggest that you don't say what is on your mind right now. Roger that, class rep. In short, you must have arrived at the same conclusion as me, right, class rep? So you actually don't trust your best friend in this regard, right? Just as Soma-kun has said, we've to set a minimum number of rules and regulations. If some of you are against it, or should I say that some of you have already been a couple, we might be able to talk about this matter together right now. What do you think? I said so while scanning all the faces, but no one raised their hand. Well, that's only natural, I guess. I mean, the idiotic couple of our class, Sakurai-kun and Hinajuku-san, had already died. Not to mention that fucking gay pair, Tsujinuyama, had already been put to eternal sleep. So the only ones left in this place were the ones with unrequited love or the ones who had yet to confess their feeling. I might belong to both categories. Well then, I guess this means that everyone approves of the love relationship prohibition rule, class rep. Yeah, it's decided then. Class rep noted down our decision with a pen and note that appeared out of nowhere. Man, I guess the title of class rep wasn't just for show. That's why, Mei-chan, Randu-san, please stop quarreling over me for the time being. Understood, Kotaro-kun. Mei-chan replied while hanging her head down in disappointment. Randu-san was puffing her cheeks, and her blockheadedness went full throttle. This could be quite a blow for them, but at least I managed to force them to retreat for now. Safe. Had it not been for this classroom meeting, a greenhorn in romance like me would surely grind to dust in a hell called carnage. Well, we're off topic just now, but let's continue our self-introduction. Well then, the topic had derailed way off the course to the point that everyone had already forgotten about it, but it didn't really matter since we had just begun the self-introduction. It could take a lot of time, and everyone could be bored if it went on for too long, so we had better finish it ASAP. Next to be introduced, after Randu-san, was Soma Harem. Since I had more or less known most of their abilities, their self-introduction served only as a reminder for me. Let's see, my vocation is thief, but, just to be clear, it's definitely not that kind of bad thief, alright. Natsukawa-san started her self-introduction while emphasizing the fact that she wasn't a bad thief. Next was Kenzuki Asuna, and lastly Takanashi Kotori. Just like class rep, it seemed their vocations had grown properly. Their magic and martial arts were perfect. An orthodox example of the strongest party. My vocation is swordsman. After that, it was the totem pole trio plus Yamata team. After our separation, they carried out their life of hunting by mimicking me, even defeating the boss all the way to this place. They even managed to make smoked meat by themselves. But the meat was half-roasted, you know? I guess they didn't have enough smoking equipment. The biggest downside was the fact that their growth was far behind Soma Harem. Each of them could have learnt 1 or 2 new skills, but their combat improvements weren't that dramatic. My vocation is healer. The one to give such a nonchalant introduction was Himino Hairi. I already knew her from the information that I got from the late Yamajun. She might have branching ability that came from kin instead of a vocation. Yokomichi had transformed into evil kin who literally ate humans. Not even I wanted to meet that disgusting fella. Kin was a truly dangerous power since there was a high possibility that they might stop being a human and transform into a monster instead. Regarding Himino Hairi, I also know about the fact that she was the one who sucked out men's essence like a succubus, but she had been kicked out after Reina's arrival. Considering that fact, her danger level might be lower than that of Yokomichi, but just to be safe, I had to keep her under observation to prevent an undesirable situation. Let's rope in class rep and Mei-chan into this. Mine is magic swordsman, and the partner of that succubus was none other than Nakajima Haruma. Yamajun had also told me about Nakajima-kun. According to him, the duo was originally a partner, but then he left the party after the totem pole trio NT-Red Himno-san. Well, since both of them had left by the time I arrived, I missed the big drama. Let's ask the trio about the details of the situation back then later. Nevertheless, seeing that Himno-san NT-Red so easily, I guess Nakajima-kun's vocation ain't that strong, but magic swordsman sounds like the strongest kind of jack of trades master of none's vocation. And according to Nakajima-kun's himself, its skill composition was the very definition of a jack of trades master of none. He could use both sword and magic. It was a powerful vocation, but both of his abilities were clearly lacking any finishing move. By now, he should be able to utilize at least one advanced skill in sword and magic, and yet Nakajima-kun had only managed to reach intermediate. It might be useful to solo various small fries, but its downside would become more imminent as he fought against the boss. I'm knight. I'm warrior. Jurameri Kombi, whose turn came after Nakajima-kun, seemed like a properly growing vanguard. Even though it was Tendao-kun's one-man team, they went forward with a positive attitude to fight for him, whether it was against small fries or a strong monster. And that experience was the reason they had survived thus far. Both seemed to have mastered powerful, advanced-like skills. At least, they're much better than when they're scared shitless when they fought by my side in the underground lake. Let's congratulate them on becoming stronger. About me. And the last one was Tendao-kun. His self-introduction was the one I was most curious about. My vocation is king. I can use a huge sword and amazing magic. The strongest opponent I've fought so far is the living armor boss. He confessed his vocation obediently. Was it because Soma-kun revealed his vocation too? I see, King A. I had thought it would be Demon King. I was slightly disappointed, yet relieved at the same time. But Tendao-kun, the most amazing power of your vocation was in fact the perfect balance of everything pushed to the limit, such as a golden magic circle with a function as storage with infinite capacity, or appraisal eyes that could see through my ointment recipe. If we include his power to synthesize, King was clearly far more excellent than Hero. But Hero had the awakening template. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, let's talk about our current situation. Since my group was the last one to arrive, I had no idea why so many people had gathered in this place. But I could faintly guess the current situation. Looking at the traces in this plaza, the Hero Harem and Tendao Yankee team were most likely the first ones to arrive. And then, both members of the team had no grudge toward each other, not to mention that Soma-kun and Tendao-kun were BFF. There was no reason for them to not cooperate with each other. Their team was the strongest dream team of the class, and yet, even they were forced to stay in this area, meaning something was preventing them from moving onward. As for what that something was, let's listen to them first. Regarding that, let me explain. All the classmates who had just arrived, including me, lent our ears to class rep. And then, I regretted it. There's a super strong boss called Yamata no Orokai. Both our teams tried to defeat it. Alas, we failed. Seriously, super boss right on the go. It was simple, and that's why it was also the most troublesome one. Rather, it was even more despairing upon knowing that the very same boss defeated Sumatendu's tag team. What kind of a monster is that Yamata no Orokai? It's a dragon, or maybe a snake with 8 heads. The only thing that came out from the giant rocky mountain were its heads. It can fire powerful magic from its mouths, and then, even if we manage to cut down its heads, it gets revived in 5 minutes. According to Koteri's analysis, it's impossible to stop the regeneration of the 8 heads unless we destroy the core located in its real body. What a fucking cheating monster is that? Chapter 187, Class Meeting 3. Since the first history of the game, battle against giant monsters is really troublesome in every action game in which a player is pitted against a monster. Though the battle against a giant-sized, building-like monster was the peak of fantasy, in reality, it was nothing more than an accumulation of simple jobs such as keep attacking particular points like there was no tomorrow, invoking a special gimmick at the correct timing, etc., etc. Naturally, I did have some experience in that kind of battle, but it was nothing more than hailing spamming attacks on a walking giant dragon's weak point while scoring critical hits once in a while. Even though it was only an endless repetition of simple attacks, due to the boss off-the-charts physical strength, it took a lot of time for me to finally defeat it. Not to mention that play was going around the fact that the boss would give a rare drop or rare materials. Did you hear it properly, Momokawa-kun? I heard it properly. The size is just bigger than my expectation. I was an avid gamer after all. I enjoyed playing games appropriately, at least more than a normal person but less than an addict. Thus, I could differentiate between game and reality. I knew just how dangerous the act of subjugating a giant monster in reality was. Game was nothing more than a game after all. There wasn't a monster in reality that could be defeated so easily as long as we did this or that. So Makuen, do you think it's possible to defeat Yamata no Orokai if every single one of us here works together? Impossible. It isn't the kind of opponent that we can defeat with a mere superior number. See, if our opponent was a large number of Gomas, we could increase the quality of our war potential to mow them down, but the opponent was a giant monster that we had never fought before, thus trying to overwhelm it with mere numbers was a fool's errand. It was a monster that could easily crush humans with slight movement. Nevertheless, everyone in this place was a vocation holder. Defeating Yamata no Orokai should be possible with all of us working together. Let's force everyone to grind their power. Useless neats should just die like Reina. I understand the situation. Let's put aside the boss subjugation for now. Either way, we had to start by gathering the information about Yamata no Orokai first. Subjugating it would have to wait until later. Rather than that, we had to decide upon several policies first. It's just as you heard, we've to defeat a powerful boss called Yamata no Orokai to continue to the next area. That's why everyone here has to work together. That's why the next thing to do is plan the subjugation, step by step. As expected of class rep, she took the lead without me having to give the clue. First is setting the rule for cohabitation. The rule of forbidding love relationships has already been decided, but we still have many other rules to decide. It would take a lot of time to subjugate Yamata no Orokai, including the preparation time. Perhaps not everybody needed that, but my shaman definitely needed a lot of preparation. I was different from the hero who would awaken at the last moment and turn the tide of battle. That's why the biggest goal of this class meeting was to decide on the policy that would facilitate the cohabitation of 18 classmates from this point on. Well, I've already prepared a draft for THA. Wait. The one who raised his voice was none other than Soma Yuto. What's the matter, Soma-kun? I understand that everybody is going to cohabit for a long time after this, but there's something that we've to decide no matter what. Or should I say that we've to judge it? Are you talking about the matter with Ayase-san? Yes. It includes that matter, but I have some other questions for you, Momokawa. What sharp eyes. His eyes were filled with an unshakable sense of justice. As someone who used to do shady things, it hit the sore spot in my heart. How many people have you killed until now? Jealous of me? Well, I'm sure that you haven't killed anyone until now. I replied with a little hint of sarcasm. Still, was there a need for me to confess the number of my kills? Soma-kun's straightforwardness was troublesome at such a time. Now that he had calmed down, his sharp intuition caught the fact that I hadn't only killed Reina, I had also killed other classmates. Well, I guess I had to tell the truth now. Honestly speaking, if he really wanted to condemn me, he could use Reina's murder case. But Soma-kun, who asked about my victim other than Reina, had a good grasp of my weak point. Yeah, I already had a previous offense of murder even before Reina. But well, it wasn't like the police were gonna capture me for that. There were no police in this dungeon after all. Anyhow, how would everyone feel once they knew that there was a murderer living amongst them? If I were in their position, I wouldn't want to live this close to that person. If we consider human sentiment, the normal punishment would be execution. Even the lightest punishment would be something along the lines of banishment. What kind of personality that person has or what kind of crime they were burdened with, honestly speaking, we should really start with whether such a person should be allowed to enter the community. But this judgment was completely unfair to me. It was exactly why I didn't try to mention this matter. I advanced the story with a preamble that everyone would be together, but I guess Soma-kun had realized that he would lose the chance to mention Reina's case once this meeting was over. At least, on the surface. I half prayed for him to forget about Reina's case till the middle of the meeting, but I guess it was in vain. Seeing that Soma-kun mentioned this matter clearly, there was no way for me to ignore this matter anymore. That's why even though I failed to reach the ideal result, I guess I had to settle for the second best result. Meaning, the first thing I had to do was, calm down, Mei-chan. I'll take over from this point onward. Stopping Mei-chan, whose killing intent had flared from rampaging. The discussion until this point would be for naught if she suddenly jumped out and started killing Soma-kun's harem. This class meeting had yet to reach the desired result. What's the matter, Momokawa? Before I answer your question, let me ask you, is it a crime to kill someone in this dungeon? What? Sure, you can condemn me as a murderer. You can even report me to 110 right now with your cell phone. If patrol cars of the police can come to this place, I'll obediently let them put a handcuff on me. Ha ha ha, that's impossible, Momokawa. Though he said so with a dry smile on his face, everyone knew such a thing was impossible. I mean, Japan aside, this wasn't even the Earth, but the fantasy world of sword and magic. Until the police come to arrest me, murder is something irrelevant, right? I am Japanese through and through, right? The crime of a Japanese should be judged according to the law of Japan. You're the only one who thinks like that. That's why your question is invalid. You're free to report me to the police once we return to Japan though, Soma-kun. Don't screw with me, Momokawa. That's not the reason for me to ask you that question. Then, elaborate on your question, please. I asked that since I won't be able to work with you as long as you keep secret about Reina and other classmates that died at your hands. So you're telling me not to lie or keep a secret, are you, my boyfriend? Your crime of murder has to be clear first before we can start to cohabit. Whoops, Soma-kun splendidly dodged my joke. Well, even if I were a girl, someone like Soma-kun would be the last person I wanted as my boyfriend. His stubborn nature was a literal minefield for everyone around him. But I do realize that Soma-kun's opinion in this regard was correct. I mean, this was also the chance for me to wash my hands and clear my name. Everybody commits small crimes, but murder is another matter. Fine, I will tell you the name of everyone who died in my hand, but on a condition. Condition? Right now, the crime confession in this class meeting shall not be questioned any further. In short, including murder. Don't joke with me. Do I look like I am joking, Soma-kun? Why would a criminal want to confess their crime in a situation where there's no amnesty or reduction of penalty? Are you trying to escape from your own crime? Do you even have a fragment of justice in your heart? Humans don't live with justice, they live because of their desire. Open your eyes and see the reality, Soma-kun. That's bullshit. That's enough, Yuto-kun, Momokawa-kun. Thanks, class rep. I did believe that you'll step in to stop the situation from spiraling out of control. My gratitude was replied to with a sharp glare from class representative. I decided to leave the rest to class rep while acting dumb. Everyone has their own view in life. Yuto-kun, you said it yourself that the crimes committed by everyone until now should be settled at once. Momokawa, on the other hand, gets 0 merits even if he confesses all his crimes. In short, this was nothing more than trying to gain an advantage over me. Justice or whatever the reason, class rep did a really good job in understanding the situation. Anyway, everyone has to work together from now on. While it's true that some amongst us have committed murder, in my honest opinion, we really cannot afford to lose anyone in this place. But, class rep, Yuto-kun, if you're this insistent on the idea, the only ones to be left in this place will be Sakura and you. What are you talking about? Firstly, I, who abandoned Futaba-san back then, am also an accomplice in the murder. And secondly, think about the reality of this dungeon. This place isn't so kind as to let everyone leave neat and pretty. The Soma siblings, who had luckily gotten their hands on Hero and Saint Vocation and overwhelmed their foes with absolute power, managed to reach this far without having to dirty their hands. Randu-san, Juri, and Mary, under the patronage of Tendao-kun, seemed to be clean too, or should I say that they would have never gotten a chance for that with Tendao-kun's cheat-like power. If you're delivering judgment here, everyone in this place will be punished. But isn't it fine if it isn't a crime at all? We do recognize crime in this place. But it doesn't mean that we're willing to receive punishment. Once a crime was committed, the culprit should be punished as fast as possible. It was the norm, a proper train of thought of a normal human. Maybe Soma-kun felt something akin to dissatisfaction upon seeing a death row criminal still alive for decades without receiving their punishment. But realistically speaking, the execution of the punishment and the settlement of crime didn't necessarily come as a set. The relationship between the two parties aside, it would take a really long time. Look, without those, he was literally pushing false charges on me, right? Anyhow, class rep's suggestion was indeed the best choice for both of us. Either way, the crime of killing Reina was discovered. There was no need for me to be thorough about reasoning. It was impossible to say that I wasn't going to kill Reina at this point. The other party was the witness after all. I agree with class rep's opinion. I think everyone should confess to the crime they have committed before arriving here. And then, the treatment for those crimes should be put on hold. Sorry, but I didn't want to become the only black sheep. That's why I might as well drag everyone down with me. Even without that, I was also curious about what kind of crime the others had committed before coming to this place. Nevertheless, I think that Tendao-kun might be the one whose killing score might have surpassed Mei-chan or me. What do you think, Yuto-kun? The only choice is to confess the crimes or confess nothing. I have no other choice, In the first place, no one in this place has the right to judge others. Lynching is prohibited in Japan, you know. In short, since Soma-kun had not committed any crime, he would be the only one to shout guilty, guilty due to his sense of justice. Now then, Soma-kun, can you still say criminal must be punished if you're attacked by classmates and end up killing the latter in retaliation? Or, can you still say those words if I was the one who died at the hands of your little sister, Sakura? Though I felt bad for saying this, it was human nature to care for those who are close to them. I would protect Mei-chan from any condemnation resulting in her slaughtering the other classmates, but I would do everything to drive Sakura to death if I found that she had killed people. Fine. But everybody must be honest. No lying or hiding anything. Ahahaha, even if we don't confess everything, you've no choice but to accept that. Momokawa-kun. Wops. Calm down, class representative. Our coexistence depends on Soma-kun, after all. If he has decided that he won't forgive me, I have no choice but to leave, and when that happens, I doubt that everyone here will choose to stay. Since there is the 3 people escape rule, a battle royal will eventually break out to decide the spot. You're still using such a threat even at this stage, eh? Nope, I am just asking for your resolution. If you forgive me, everyone will cooperate. On the other hand, if you have chosen to persecute me, it'll be a battle royal. What we decided in this place wasn't the nature of the offense committed by the others or my murder case. It was the agreement to not pursue any crime that was committed before arriving at this place until all of us managed to leave this accursed dungeon. Without that, once a quarrel broke out due to a trivial matter, everyone would start to blame the other for their previous crime. Especially the women, they're the kind of creatures that love to condemn by bringing past crimes out of nowhere, right? All that was needed for the situation to spiral out of control was just a small trigger. Like hell I can forgive you for murdering Reina. I never asked for your forgiveness, I was just asking you to endure it for now. Yuto-kun, please, calm down for now. I've been doing that, class rep. Unexpectedly, Soma-kun replied calmly, but inwardly, he must be really furious. He might be doing his best to appease his fury with reason for now. It seemed Tendao's punch had shown its effect too. Momokawa, I can't and will not forgive you. But I'll endure it for now. That's why I'll cooperate with you to get out of this dungeon. I won't question your crime until all of us have escaped from this place. Thank you for your understanding, Soma-kun. Well, let's not beat around the bush, all right. Soma Yuto, I know that you're an honest fool of a man who would never go back on his own words. That's why I will bet on your strong sense of justice and agree with you for now. But Momokawa, the crime that you commit in the future will be judged. When that happens, I've no intention to let you off. Yeah, we will decide upon the judicial system after the start of cohabitation. In the end, this session was only to let bygones be bygones. Anyone who committed a crime after this wouldn't be able to escape judgment. And with these many people, it was only a matter of time before big trouble emerged. Let's stop thinking about troublesome situations. Well then, on to the next topic. After this, we will talk again about all the crimes we have committed until now. And we mustn't blame anyone for that. And then, regarding the talk about the crime in this place, let me add another rule so as to not mention it again in the future. Well, something along the lines of not pursuing the crime that is not revealed in this session. What do you mean, Momokawa? I mean, suppose that someone commits a crime in the future, someone might say something along the lines of, look, he has committed the same crime again, right? Isn't that only natural? I mean, keeping it a secret is even worse. We should clarify everything. We ought to begin by ceasing to be unreasonable. Enough, Momokawa-kun. In short, you're trying to say that even if the crime we confess to here is forgiven, there's no need to reveal it unless someone asks for it deliberately. I mean, the forgiveness was only on the surface. Once it was known that person A had committed a crime without even trying to dig up the reason behind it, the crime would make the other party label person A as a horrible person. And a bad rumor would soon propagate. That's why we will get the right to keep silent. On the other hand, we also get the right to complain. Yeah, that's good enough. People who don't file their complaints in this session won't get another chance in the future. So if they choose to shut their mouths, they had to shut their mouths forever. And later, they wouldn't get the chance to file a complaint once they missed this session. That's why this was the crossroad for the criminal and people who know of the crime to make their choice. This was permitted by me. Either way, it was literally impossible to punish the other in our current situation. The only difference was whether they would disclose the crime or not. I've been wondering just how many crimes you have committed for you to go this far. Well, this is going to be a long story, so let's hear it slowly. Chapter 188, Class Meeting 4. Well then, let's start the throbbing murder trial. The number 1 entry was the most notable one, Reina Adelheid Ayas-chan's murder case. I'm such a kind-hearted person for obliging Soma-kun's vehement request. But then, thanks to their previous scuffle with Shimokawa and Rlight before I came, the matter about Reina falling into illusion and murdering Yamajun was known by them. All that was left for me was to explain the situation chronologically in detail. In short, the matter of me killing Ayas-san was a sad accident that happened when I tried to protect myself from her attack. My explanation was comprised 70% truth and 30% excuse for self-protection, but I was more interested in how Soma-kun would react. What's with this silence? Have you come to understand now just how much trouble I went through to cultivate that fucking NET? As I thought, if she's with me, Reina. That's right. Had she met you sooner, Yamajun wouldn't have had to die. Soma-kun said that he wouldn't forgive me for his entire life, but it meant that Reina's crime of murdering Yamajun was also his fault. How dare you say as if it's someone else's matter? Now that Soma-kun had calmed down, it was his little sister's turn to bark at me. But of course, come at me, Sakura-chan. How cruel of you, Soma-san. I was directly involved, you know. That's why I can say it without any guilt. I did everything I could to save Aya-san. It's purely out of goodwill despite not being under the obligation to do so. Even if we failed to save her, you've no reason to condemn us like that. You should thank us instead for willing to take such trouble. We really tried to call Reina to snap out of the illusion in the Misty Trap area, after all. And the one who refused to face the reality was none other than Reina herself. The sacred beast, Soma Yuto, that materialized due to her insanity was nothing more than the result of Reina's weak heart. She refused to see the reality in spite of her cheat-like power. Lies. Aren't you just trying to make an excuse for yourself? I know that you wanted to kill Reina from the very beginning. How are you going to prove that then? Do you have some sort of killing intent detector? You must want to judge me, right? Too bad for you. This isn't a trial. What I'm telling you is the truth. Let alone trying to acknowledge your crime. You are even trying to justify it. Shame on you. The one who should be ashamed is Soma-san. Don't you understand that your attitude of always trying to find a chance to nitpick with me marred Soma-kun's efforts of trying to come to terms with me? We've already had a prior agreement. My crime would go unpunished no matter what I said. You can't punish me. That's why we held this confession meeting so that everyone could confess their crime and the other classmates would see their story from another angle. That's unforgivable. It's okay, Soma-san. I don't care even if you can't forgive me. You're free to leave if you really don't want to be together with this murderer. Stop right there, Momokawa. I understand what you're trying to say. I'll accept your condition. That's why let's stop talking about this matter now. Soma-kun seemingly tried his best to suppress his killing intent. Ooh, that was scary. I won't go overboard as long as you don't do that. Yuto-kun, Sakura, I understand how you feel right now, but you've to accept this situation and shut your mouth. I've no choice but to accept this situation since both Big Brother and Ryuko are rebutting me about it. Sakura had finally backed down too. As expected, after this matter settled in, there was no more reason to refute. Well then, let's move on to the next killing tale. Sakura glared at me, who started speaking again like nothing had happened, with a terrifying look on her face. Perhaps that's how a pious Christian looks at the devil. So you killed another person, eh? Because not all classmates were getting along with each other. The reason is the premise only 3 people can get out of this dungeon. That's why you might say that this was legitimate self-defense. There was nothing shady about it. Who are your other victims? Though she looked calm on the outside, there was no way to hide the fear in her voice when she asked this question. Sakurai-kun and Tsujino-kun. Wait, Momokawa-kun. I'm the one who killed them. Crap, Mei-chan, you are such an honest girl. This place is different. You should keep your good girl cover and let me do all the dirty job. I mean, since we're a team, separating the beautiful and the dark side would be more useful in human relationships. What do you mean, Futaba-san? No need to be wary. The reason we killed them was that they tried to kill us first. That's a fact. We're the ones who ambushed Tsujino, right? Well, I guess that was a trivial matter in this situation. Was there no other way? You should have been able to avoid a fight to the death against them if you spoke to that rich coming from you, the very person who wanted to kill Kotaro-kun without trying to ask for an explanation actually dares to say that. Mei-chan had actually said the thing that I didn't want to say on Soma-kun's face. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Mei-chan. You see that Soma-kun, you're basically doing the same as them. Went straight to kill me just because you saw me killing Reina. If Mei-chan didn't stop you back then, you would have already bisected me. In short, you're trying to commit murder too, Soma-kun. No, you're right. Soma-kuen's attitude toward Mei-chan was actually different compared to his attitude toward me. Why did he act so meek in front of her? For argument's sake, I've even said it was self-defense on top of many other excuses. Anyhow, explain the situation in detail. The archer who couldn't accept the fact that his girlfriend had died on him kept attacking us non-stop. On the other hand, the heavy warrior killed as a result of protecting Uyama. Both Tsujino-kuen and Sakurai-kuen were extremely tough opponents with a firm belief in themselves. Regarding them, even I as their opponent ended up respecting them for their firm beliefs. Honestly speaking, I rather have them as our allies. So that's what happened, how should I say, they did go overboard. Class rep, who heard the detailed situation, muttered so with a gloomy look on her face. The others reacted in the same way. No one complained since those clashes were unavoidable. Maybe that wasn't the case for Sakura though. Well then, with this we confirm that Sakurai-kuen, Hinajuku-san, and Tsujino-kuen are dead. Yeah, this is the evidence. Hi. I lined up 3 skulls in front of me. Class rep raised a small scream upon hearing that. Well, was this too much for her to bear? That's why the only one who could ask me a question properly was, yes, Soma-kuen. Or Momokawa, don't tell me. It's just as you guessed. Starting from the right, it's Sakurai-kuen, Hinajuku-san, and Tsujino-kuen. By the way, how many people understood the reason I only brought their skulls amid the classmates here, I wonder? Even if my shaman's instinct was useless for that kind of thing, a useful thing was useful. How dare you defile them even after they are dead? Will you stop treating me like some sort of psychopath already? I'm tired of it, you know. Well, anyone who failed to guess the reason why I brought the skull of my victims would surely think something along the lines of this guy is bad news. That's why I could only turn a blind eye to such a reaction. Or are you using this for some sort of curse too? As expected of class rep, you're absolutely correct. It's not like I wanted to dishonor them after their deaths, but I have to use everything I can to survive this dungeon. Had Ruinhilde-sama given me slightly decent skills, I wouldn't have ended up committing these kinds of atrocities, you know. Nevertheless, beheading them and only taking their skulls is something unforgivable as a human. The one who beheaded them was me. If you want to complain, say it to me. You think they'll forgive you just because it's necessary? Treating your classmates' corpses like that is truly befitting of a man-eating fiend. To begin with, I've never asked for forgiveness. Both Kotaro-kuen and I will do everything to survive. We've no luxuries to choose the means. And you who are enjoying the constant protection from Soma-kuen have no right to accuse us. That's enough, Sakura. No need to continue this empty quarrel. Soma-kuen stopped the quarrel between Mei-chan and Sakura faster than our reliable class representative. He didn't seem to completely agree with Mei-chan's view though. Momokawa, let's put this matter aside for now since I recognize those skulls as a necessity for your curse. But make sure you give them a proper burial later on after all of us leave this dungeon. I can't make you such a promise since there's no way to know whether we are really safe after leaving this dungeon. However, once we arrive at a safe haven or when I feel that there's no need to keep the skulls anymore, I'll arrange a proper burial for them. Great. With this I'd achieved the goal of being pardoned from killing those 2. As for the reason I did this, it was to confess the killing that was so far only known to Mei-chan and me with these skulls as evidence. Because it was the preparation to let the others know that I had to do this to be able to use the others' abilities with the Fool's Cane, which was also the biggest contributor to our cohabitation life. We couldn't afford to seal the use of this cane right now, but just letting them see these skulls alone was enough to convince them that I had killed them. Not to mention that Sage Takanashi Kotori had her own troublesome skill too. That girl's eyes could be able to see the original owner of the skull. When that happened, everyone would think that I might have hidden the fact that there were more classmates murdered by me. Since my choice was between being caught red-handed and confessing it myself, I preferred the latter. Even if I had the right to keep my silence, some situations needed me to reveal it myself. Moreover, once Soma-kuen or Sakura discovered the fact, they would raise another ruckus like a while ago. Sorry, but I wanted to be spared from such trouble. Well then, after knowing about such a risk, I intended to make it clear to them first, but May I have a moment, Momokawa? What's the matter, Shimokawa-kun? I replied immediately upon hearing Shimokawa asking in a meek voice. Momokawa, there are still other classmates that died by your hand, right? And why are you asking me that question? I was different from Mei-chan or Tenda-kun. I couldn't release intimidating pressure, and yet, Shimokawa averted his gaze, looking as if he was afraid of me when I asked him back. However, he raised his face as if he had made up his mind. All the hesitation and fear had vanished from his face this time. I'm not Soma. I've no intention to blame you or anything. But if that's true, I want to at least hear about it properly. Ooh, what a wonderful sense of camaraderie. Even this guy is blessed with a good friend. Huh. I see. Well, if you go as far as saying that, I guess I've no choice. This goes for Ueda-kun and Nokai-kun too, right? Yeah, Shimokawa has told us of such possibilities beforehand. We're prepared. Fine then. Since the totem pole trio's opinion was united, I'd no choice but to tell them. It's just as you've guessed, I killed Higuchi. I see. Higuchi's already. By the way, how did you notice this fact? There's no way I won't notice it when you're using his butterfly knife so brazenly. I guess my guess was wrong. That knife wasn't a mere accessory, it was actually Higuchi's trademark. Since that butterfly knife was tougher than average, I'd been using it as my trump card. It was also the very same knife that allowed me to kill Reina. Are you going to resent me for that? Nope, I won't do that. I mean, he must have tried to kill you for real too. What a good friend you are. But the most terrifying thing about Higuchi was the fact that he would attack even his classmate as long as he considered them an enemy without a shred of hesitation. Then, let me hear the reason behind that incident. Say, Randu-san, you're getting along with Higuchi-kun, right? I had arrived at the point where I killed Higuchi when Mei-chan asked that question to Randu-san, who was sitting next to her. At a glance, it seemed like she felt nothing when she heard my story, but that made her even more terrifying. Well, maybe Randu-san had already prepared and accepted the fact that her classmates could die at any moment in this dungeon. She either had a mind of steel or a few loose screws. Well, that's justified, I think. He's the one who was selling quarrels first, after all. She replied with a rather stiff voice. It seemed she had raised her vigilance toward Mei-chan. Mei-chan, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Randu-san's opinion. She looked the same as before. I thought he was going out with you. Higuchi and I are impossible. The other classmates thought they were dating though. The delinquent Higuchi and the gal Randu-san were truly a match made in heaven, or so I thought if I had no idea about the truth. In fact, they just happened to click with each other and became friends. They definitely had no romantic relationship. Are you going to resent Kotaro-kun for killing Higuchi? Higuchi simply reaped what he sowed. I mean, the fact that Momokawa defeated Higuchi is more unbelievable. But both he and I had no idea that Momokawa is that powerful. Yes, our battle couldn't be described as a mere use of Vocation's abilities. With the meager strength of Shaman in direct confrontation, I climbed up, bit by bit, and finally killed the hostile classmate. The reason I won was simply that I used my courage and wisdom. Randu-san seemed to understand that fact. What? I was just a bit surprised. Do you think you're the only one who knows of Momokawa's strength? It's nothing. I guess Randu-san, who was saved by Kotaro-kun like me, understands that fact too. Mei-chan was smiling instead of hiding her expression with a poker face. You really have changed, huh? I'm not just referring to your appearance, even your personality has changed too. Those whose personality doesn't change even after being thrown into this kind of place are even stranger than me though. Also, I want to say, but I guess this change is inevitable since the previous me was way too timid. Mei-chan revealed a self-deprecating smile as if to express the fact that she had already bid goodbye to her previous weak and timid self. Inside, Mei-chan had already completely transformed into a different person. She was reborn after being awakened as Berserker. Aren't you scared of us, Randu-san? I mean, both Kotaro-kun and I have already killed our classmates after all. Stop asking that kind of question already. It feels like you're threatening me. My bad, I don't mean to do that. I mean, though not as much as Momokawa, I've experienced various things along the way too. I've no intention of blaming you too like Soma. He's already strong from the start, after all. Maybe he hasn't experienced as many setbacks as us, right? That might be the reason Soma-kun could always gloss over things. Eventually, humans wouldn't understand this feeling unless they experienced it themselves. Randu-san, who saw the Soma siblings bombarding every single one of my statements, looked as if she was looking at trash. Thank you. I've been saved time and again by your words. I've never joined Soma harem party, after all. So choosing to believe in Momokawa is just an obvious result. Gaining more cooperators was nice, even if it was just one. For me, who was fatally lacking in pure combat ability, the number of classmates who stood by my side was equal to my standing. Mei-chan seemed to understand that fact. That's why, even if Randu-san took pride in the fact that she had kissed me, Mei-chan wouldn't involve her personal feelings in this matter. Yeah, we can be good friends as long as you trust Kotaro-kun. Chapter 189, Class Meeting 5. Well then, the story of Masaru and me against Higuchi was truly the last story of a classmate who died in my hand. Who else has killed their classmate? The air plunged into an eerie silence when I asked in a carefree voice. Could it be that aside from Mei-chan and me, everyone else was a virgin who had never killed anyone all the way to this place? Like hell I'm gonna believe that. Humph. Does that mean no one really killed their classmate before coming here? It won't be too late to confess right now. This is your only chance. Why are you looking at me, Momokawa-kun? Well, it's nothing class rep. I guess the next topic after the murder is attempted murder, you know. Do you think the complaint that you will hear after the confession will be different compared to murder? You should have told me about this before, but it doesn't really matter I guess. Not that it makes any difference. Minomi. Hi. Natsukawa-san. The evil thief suddenly shrieked when she was called by class rep. Natsukawa-san, who had shown no interest in this topic up until now, looked like she had no idea why her name was suddenly called out of nowhere. I've told you about this before, but let me tell you again, Minomi and I abandoned the wounded Futaba-san to die before she was saved by Momokawa-kun. Please, forgive me for that. Well, I don't care about that anymore though. Mei-chan didn't seem to care about that particular event, but still, this wasn't a matter of their crime being forgiven or not, it was to clarify the motive and give the full picture of that event. It was something that everyone in this place had to know. What do you think? Any comment from you, Soma-kun? Why are you asking me? Naturally, aren't you curious about the crime committed by your comrade? I have been blamed so thoroughly for my crime by you, after all. I've nothing to say. Even if I said something, it would only look like I'm trying to gloss over the matter. How unusual. I mean, after you say that you won't forgive me, you say nothing after hearing that class rep and Natsukawa-san left Mei-chan to die from her injury. How selfish of you. Who said that? You said that to me though. Shut up. Either way, the crime confessed here won't be pursued any further. Saying something won't change anything. Whoops. Now my absolutely innocent verdict had backfired on me. As expected, he was sharp when he calmed down. Well, even class rep was really cornered back then to the point that she had to take the most drastic measure of abandoning her classmate. I feel ashamed of my own incompetency. Well, the situation back then was really serious and you'd have no choice but to take that extreme measure. I also suffered from the same hardship for a while after I saved Mei-chan back then. Geez, please stop mentioning such an embarrassing period. How I missed the time when we ganged up a red dog, just to get experience. While immersing ourselves in the nostalgia, since class rep had finished her confession with a well-reasoned explanation behind her attempt of abandoning the injured Mei-chan to die, I really hoped that the next one would follow her example. Well then, anyone else attempted murder? My question was followed by an eerie silence. Oh my, even though I could literally pinpoint the very person who tried to kill me, the culprit was actually still unwilling to admit her crime even in this kind of situation. Remaining silent doesn't mean no one knows about your crime. What gall you have for keeping your silence even though everyone in this place already knows of your crime, eh? Kenzuki-san? Kenzuki Asuna's shoulder twitched upon hearing my question. Seeing her looking down with a pale face, it seemed that she was at least aware of her crime, eh? Asuna, I won't blame you for that. You should just confess rather than receive indecent complaints from Momokawa-kun. Hey, what do you mean by unpleasant? Well, I am aware of that side of mine, but my indecent thoughts have always been toward Randu-san and Mei-chan. Ku. I. After class rep gave her such advice, Kenzuki finally started talking. She looked anguished. Kenzuki Asuna pushed me out of the teleportation magic circle right before the transfer, and as a result, I was left alone. To be exact, she tried to kill me for real. There's no way I can ever forgive such a blatant act of attempt to murder solely based on her selfish reason. The only way for me to forgive you is for you to kill yourself. Momokawa-kun, please at least let her confess. I refuse. She doesn't even have the gall to confess her own crime. Soma-kun and the member of his harem party might be kind enough to wait for Kenzuki to confess her crime, but did they really think that I, the victim, was kind enough to wait for her? With the way she spoke like a robot, it would take her forever to finish her confession. And I was definitely not doing this to harass her either. I just wanted to use this chance to let everyone in this place know the truth. That Kenzuki Asuna was someone who would have attempted to murder for no clear reason. I guess it meant that the same applied to all the members of Soma-kun's harem. In fact, I really wanted to hear from your own mouth the reason why you pushed me out of the transfer circle back then. I didn't beat around the bush and asked for an explanation for the reason behind that attempt. Though I knew that Kenzuki Asuna had always been doubting and hating me to the bone, I've been wondering why she went as far as dirtying her own hands. I could still accept if such a situation happened right after she discovered my masturbation session by accident back then. But now that I think about it, the timing of her pushing me out of the transfer circle was after the hero, Soma-kun, saved the day, and right when we were about to be teleported to the next area was too suspicious. This is your chance to confess, Kenzuki-san. Why did you try to kill me back then? That, I don't know. Ha! Kenzuki's answer was the most unexpected answer on the list. As I saw Mei-chan glare hatefully as she unleashed her killing intent toward the former more than me, the victim had instead put me at ease. Yup, I know that you're really enraged right now, but spare her for now at least, Mei-chan. Thus, I decided to investigate this matter even further while stopping Mei-chan with a gesture of my hand. You said that you, the person herself, have no idea why you committed such an atrocious act. Can you please stop making such petty excuses? You're mistaken. I really can't remember that particular moment. Even I have no idea why I did something like that to you. Is she putting on an act? No, it doesn't seem to be that case. Momokawa-kun, Asuna was in a confused state back then. We also cross-examined her back then, but she didn't give a satisfactory answer. Humph. So the person herself had never expected that she would commit such a crime out of nowhere. So she gave the same answer as when Soma's side questioned her motive. Even if Kenzuki wasn't thinking when she pushed me out of the transfer circle, her state back then was indeed very strange. This meant that what happened to her before that played the most crucial role. She must have a reason for pushing me out of the transfer circle. Well, I guess it's not a secret that I really resented Kenzuki-san for pushing me out back then, but don't you think that the timing is a bit too suspicious since it happened right after Soma-kun saved us? No matter how much I thought about it, there was no way the people around would let her act go unquestioned after she pushed me out back then. I mean, she didn't think that they would all praise her for excluding me from their party, right? I wonder about that. At that time, Asuna was really hostile toward you. After all, she might have unconsciously moved her hands forward upon seeing your defenseless back. I see, so it was my fault for letting my guard down. Let's reflect on that matter. From now on, I won't enter the teleportation circle unless I'm hugged affectionately by Mei-chan. I swear that it isn't because I want to enjoy those supple, massive pair of tits. So you're trying to say that the timing for her to do that in such a situation is simply too bad her. Asuna might have been worried that Futaba-san or the other group might be controlled with Momokawa's brainwashing hex. Hey, that's just nonsense. I also think that you won't go that far, but the possibilities do exist. I see, it seems their vigilance was more than I expected. Maybe she thought something along the lines of the Urodojin plot, such as I've to do something before this guy brainwashes us. Though she seemed to have an abnormal conjecture about me, Was she really such a shallow girl who believed such conjectures? Without evidence on top of that. Well, let's set that matter aside for now. I wanted to ask class rep a bit more time to ask more questions to Kenzuki, but any more questions would lead to something outside of the clarification of her motive. In conclusion, her action back then was strange. But I felt that she wasn't lying about not understanding the reason either. To be honest, I wanted to ask her more about this since it was way too strange. By the way, how's the situation after the teleportation back then? Honestly, I don't want to remember it. I might have killed her if not for class rep's intervention. Thank you for the hard work, class rep. If you really feel that way, make sure you rein Futaba-san properly, Momokawa-kun. Leave it to me, I trust Mei-chan with my life. Even now, she was ready to tear Kenzuki's limbs apart as long as I gave her okay sign. On the other hand, Mei-chan wasn't a machine, she should be able to hold herself back even if I didn't stop her. Well, excuses aside, don't you've something to say to me, Kenzuki-san? I always feel that you're suspicious, I can't trust you. Mei-chan, Kenzuki-san won't feel like apologizing unless I win the duel against her. Leave it to me, I shall make her beg for your forgiveness immediately. Asuna, it doesn't really matter even if it's just a pretense, you've to apologize immediately. My apologies. Humph. It seems Kenzuki had yet to overcome her trauma toward Mei-chan. Sure enough, justice by violence was the best. That should be enough, right, Momokawa? Since you won't pursue this matter anymore, Asuna doesn't have to apologize anymore. Let me ask you, Soma-kun, who do you prefer between a woman who apologizes insincerely after playing dumb about her own crime and a woman who apologizes wholeheartedly after she has admitted that she was wrong? Don't toy with me. You're not even apologizing at all. Naturally, in my case, it was legitimate self-defense. But what about Kenzuki Asuna? She might be suspicious of me, but we were still on the same team back then. Even though we still had no idea about the reason behind her doing such a thing, someone who harmed their own ally for self-centered reasons was a criminal. Momokawa, that's enough. Yuto, this is my own doing after all. Asuna. Oh, how gallant of you, Kenzuki Asuna. I mean, she stopped Soma-kun of her own volition after all. Is your girlish side tickled after seeing him speaking up for you? Honestly speaking, I wanted to ask more about that, but unfortunately, I couldn't do that right now. My bad, Momokawa. I mean, I'm really sorry. Making use of the situation to show off her good side before the man she loved, Kenzuki bowed toward me. Yup, I can't forgive you, after all. Let's settle this properly after we leave this dungeon. Prepare yourself for that moment, Kenzuki. Momoka where? You seem to forget a simple fact, Soma-kun. Apologizing alone won't make her innocent. We decided to postpone the judgment until we leave this dungeon after all. That's enough, Yuto-kun. The same goes for you, Momokawa-kun. Class rep skillfully intervened to separate us. I wonder how many times she had done this since the start of this class meeting. It felt like she had become more and more experienced as time passed by. Anyway, let's use this murder attempt of Kenzuki Asuna for negotiation materials later. When we truly escaped from this dungeon safely, I'll drag Kenzuki down with me if they tried to judge me. By the way, you are also charged with attempt to murder when you tried to kill me in a fit of rage, Soma-kun. Oi, in such situation. Give it up, Yuto-kun. I've to say that Momokawa has the right to say that in this case. Let's take it as a debt of gratitude this time. I understand, that's enough. It might look like a small incident, but Soma-kun still tried to kill me when he saw me murder Reina. I've to gather more negotiation materials since it would give me advantages over the others. By the way, that was the attempt to murder that revolved around me. The next one was... Well then, anyone else wants to file a complaint? When I cast a glance, looking for the next person, the one who averted their gaze was Shimokawa. Ueda, who sat beside him, hung his head down, and Nokai was lying down. I see, they had already prepared themselves for this. Shimokawa-kun. Yes. I'm really sorry about that. I did it on impulse. Ueda-kun. It really was an unexpected situation back then. We really had no intention to do something like that. Nokai-kun. But the ONE who chose Takanasha-san as the target was Shimokawa. What do you think, Soma-kun? I overlooked your action back then, but it seems that was a mistake. You three shall be punished with death. Oi, wait a minute, Momokawa. Aren't you the ONE who said that we will be forgiven as long as we were apologizing on this occasion? This is different from what you said before. We didn't do anything, right? Good grief. These guys are noisy. Well, it couldn't be helped. Rape was even worse than murder after all. My bad, Shimokawa-kun. I am really helpless in this case. Ain't ya giving up way too easily, Momokawa? Even though we chose to trust you. Oops. They were really about to cry when they were exposed to Soma-kun's killing intent. On the other hand, the person most affected by this matter, Takanasha-san, didn't even speak a single word from the very beginning. She just went to hug Soma-kun and was sobbing non-stop. It could be because she was really frightened upon recalling that experience. Sure enough, it seemed this woman had realized that putting up that damsel in distress act was equal to pressing the switch of the electric chair for the death penalty. The anger voltage of Soma-kun, who gently brushed the back of the crying Takanasha-san, slowly rose to a terrifying degree. Damn it, things looked really bad right now. The trio might be killed for real if I didn't defend them right away. Anyhow, the three have already reflected on their actions. Just forgive them already, Takanasha-san. You, Fui. Since you don't say anything, I take that you forgive them. No. The heck, she faked her cry, huh? Well then, do you want to say something? I can't forgive them. They did such a cruel thing. I'm really scared. I see. Takanasha's brave yet frail act of confession was the textbook example of a girl's reaction when attacked by a ruffian. Seeing her current appearance, I got this feeling that everyone would want to be safe and comfort her. At the same time, it also made her knight in shining armor want to kill anyone who made such an adorable girl suffer like this. But such an act wouldn't work on me. Honestly, I felt annoyed instead since this kind of act reminded me of that bitch Reina. Humph. But you're captured with Aquabind, right? Seeing that you're not injured, there's no need to make a big deal of this matter. Such blasphemy. You're the worst. Momokawa-kun, I can't help but think that there's something wrong with the way you say it. His little sister was faster than Soma-kun to curse me. Even class rep was slightly taken aback by my reaction. Then, here's a question. What made you want to catch Takanasha-san? That's already decided, right? Let him say it. What are you going to do to Takanasha-san? That. No way, you want to rape her. Sakura-chan stopped before she said the F word. I mean, it was unbecoming of a girl to shout rape. In the presence of many people. I guess she could still feel ashamed, huh? Whether it's in the past or present, there's only one thing a man does when he catches a weak woman. Make her his woman. Make her his woman, is it? That's an ancient way to say rape. But I guess I had to raise my opinion about Sakura-chan a bit since her sudden and unique outburst concluded the matter faster than Soma-kun sending the lifeboat. Just as expected, Soma Sakura wasn't just your average beautiful girl. Nope, you're wrong, Soma Sakura. I've never thought of such a thing. What are you trying to say at this point? Are you trying to say another sophism, Momokawa? I glared back at Sakura with my usual cheekiness, who in turn glared angrily at me with her almond-shaped eyes. That time, the three of them just wanted to take Takanasha-san hostage. They wanted your core and equipment. Namely, robbery right in the middle of the day, definitely not rape. The totem pole trio were my precious allies, after all. That's why I would do everything to defend them even if I had to use sophistry as Sakura had said. Do forgive me if I failed though. Chapter 190, Class Meeting 6. Good grief, aren't you making a big deal of things such as the crisis of chastity when she just caught lightly? That's only natural, right? Nope, you girls are the ones who thought that way. In fact, they're reigning in the top caste of the class thanks to their beauty. Anyhow, Sakura's denial was half conscious and half an attempt to deny that totem pole trio had no intention to rape her at all. But look, they're not even touching Takanasha-san, right? From the outcome, then yes. But if they caught Kotori, It's easy to imagine what they're going to do to her. Nay, that's just in your imagination. Stop trying to defend them. They obviously have such wicked ideas. I was really troubled right now since she was right. That's why I had no choice but to exchange such sophism. But, just a bit more. Anyhow, let's try to ask them. Did they really want to rape Takanasha-san? You mistaken. It's just as Momokawa said. We only wanted the core. That's right. We did that since we thought that Soma's team has a lot of core. The three of us only wanted to escape. As expected of the totem pole trio, they caught my hints and used my argument as justification for their attempted crime. The three of them are trying their best to survive. I do think that they're guilty of assaulting their own classmate, but I don't think they've to be cornered one-sidedly like this. You think we're going to trust such lies? Since nothing really happened to Takanasha-san, do you really have to go that far with them? Just how rotten is your character for you to not even recognize what they did as a crime? Since you've also gone too far in cornering them, don't you think that you've to do something about your ugly nature who can't trust humanity? No doubt about it, sparks were definitely flying between Sakura and me. I understand your complaint. Let's set aside this matter for later. Either way, it's not like we can punish them in this place. Ryoko, are you going to forgive such blatant lies too? This is an argument that will never meet a good conclusion. Let's not waste our time in this kind of useless talk that will definitely turn into a quarrel. After having resolved the matter of me killing Reina, which took so much effort since we wanted to build a strong group, it was only natural for her to prevent the situation from turning toward the worst direction just because of the totem pole trio attempted rape in the past. Me aside, class rep surely had a lot of pent-up frustration in her stomach right now. Sakura, we have no choice but to keep this matter aside for now. Please understand our current priority. I understand. But I want safety management to be strengthened. Yes, a ban on love relationships is definitely for that, but we've to decide on the other rules to prevent any trouble. Let's discuss that matter after this. In addition, there was still some charge that I wanted to make clear. For now, since the punishment will be put on hold for now, the totem pole trio slumped on the ground with a look of relief on their faces. You guys are seriously way too unprepared. There is a limit to how much I can cover for you guys. Now, let's move on to the next topic before Sakura starts blabbering some nonsense again. Well, anyone else wants to confess their crime? Now is the only chance for you to complain. Despite my question, seeing that no one reacted, I guessed there really was nothing else. In the first place, a conflict between a group of classmates rarely happened when the chance of them meeting each other was pretty low. Upon recalling that fact, I realized that I might be the only one with the highest encounter rate with classmates. Anyway, if no one is talking, I guess it's up to me. This reminds me that I've been talking non-stop since a while ago. Don't you have anything else to say, Himeno-san? Himeno was surprised when I asked her. Well, she could be thinking that she would be the last person to be asked. And yet, she looked like she had so much pent-up frustration. I heard from Yamajun that you left their group before my arrival. Ah, yes, indeed. Himeno-san, your eyes were swimming around non-stop, you know. That's only natural since she might be unwilling for her deed of sleeping around with at least 5 men in the class to be disclosed on this occasion. I wouldn't blame her for doing that since that was a natural course of action for a woman without a powerful vocation to survive in this dungeon, and the 5 men weren't stupid enough to disclose that fact either. I mean, disclosing that fact would make the 6 of them the most hated lot in this place, next to me. Well, you're literally abandoned. Do you have any complaints against the one who abandoned you? No. I don't care about such things anymore. Himeno-san could weigh the pros and cons. I mean, I was almost convinced that she would say something along the lines of, "Hey, how dare you abandon me back then," to the totem pole trio and Yamata. Well, she might have realized that it was much better to leave a good impression on Soma-kun or Tendao-kun rather than make a mess of the situation. And she didn't seem to want unwanted attention from other girls too. I see, all is well then. Everyone ended up worrying non-stop after your sudden disappearance back then. After all, they feel responsible for that too. Look, now was the best moment to settle the past grudge. That's right. We had been always worrying about your safety back then. Sorry for not saving you back then, Himino. We're reflecting on our actions back then. We will never do that again. The totem pole trio could read the mood and apologize properly. Their decision to make themselves look slightly better was right. That goes for you too, Yamada-kun. Say something already. Yeah. My bad. Though you don't seem like you are putting your heart into it, you should at least put some effort into your apology, Yamada-kun. My apologies too. I also went too far back then. But it's okay now. I mean, everyone is regrouped, safe and sound. Good job, Himeno-san. Even if you feel otherwise, thank you very much for helping me set the mood. Himeno-san, totem pole trio, and Yamada-kun didn't want to talk about their messy relationship back then. Since only the people concerned knew the situation back then, Soma-kun and Co., who had no idea about the situation, were left speechless. But that might be the best outcome. Don't worry, Himeno-san. Since Aya-san isn't here anymore, you won't experience the same thing again. Tha, that's right. And thank you, Momokawa-kun. Can that thank you be regarded as thank you for killing Reina? Or, what's that mean, Momokawa? And just as I expected, Soma-kun was the one who reacted first when Reina's name was mentioned. Well, he had no idea what had happened to Reina's party before, after all. This could be the first time he had heard about the situation. It's something that happened before I met them. Himeno-san, Shimokawa-kun and Co., and Aya-san were at one party, but they kicked Himeno-san out since she is a nuisance. Lies, as if Reina going to D. To put it properly, the bully never had the intention to bully her victim. Reina never had any ill will toward Himeno-san, nor did she regard her as a comrade. That bitch was simply apathetic. What I told Soma-kun was a mix of truth and lies. But then, saying that Reina was the bad girl would allow me to have an edge over Soma-kun. Well, that is also something that I heard from Yamajun when I met their party after they expelled Himeno-san. I have no idea what really happened since I'm completely unrelated to this matter. That's why you should just ask Himeno-san what kind of harassment Aya-san showered on her. Will you hear me, Soma-kun? Ooh, nice assist Himeno-san. Keep up the good act of the tragic heroine who got bullied by a villainess called Reina. Go on, I'll be cheering for you. No, let's stop that. I doubt that I will be able to suppress my anger when I hear someone speaking ill of Reina. For Soma-kun, Aya-san might be an angelic childhood friend, but that doesn't seem to be the case for others. Let me tell you this, she isn't an angel, she's just a mere human. Since she's a human, it's only natural for her to do something bad. Shut up, I don't want to hear that from you who murdered Reina. We're always ready to tell you about how much trouble Aya-san caused us. To the point that we almost died back then. I definitely didn't do this to provoke Soma-kun's wrath. I just wanted him to know that there was someone else who had a deep grudge toward Reina too. He might be able to dismiss my story about Reina's evil deed, but what if there was another person, unrelated to my circumstance, who suffered the same hardship as me? Will that let him know that Reina was also a bad girl? Or else, Soma-kun, you're already aware of that. It might be easier to deny that fact if I, the one who murdered Reina, was the one who said so. However, the same couldn't be said about Himeno-san who had nothing to do with me. For him, Himeno Airi was one of the classmates he had to protect. In short, that would justify my reason to kill Reina. I guess I had to thank Himeno-san for this. Yeah, you're also a splendid victim of Reina A.I.S. Wanna form a victims association with me? Well then, both sides are willing to forgive each other in Himeno-san's case. The way you speak makes it look like a shady treaty, but whatever, fine by me. You didn't have to say it, class rep, everyone seems to know that was just formality. But the most important matter was the problem had already settled at this moment and would never be brought up again until we were out of this dungeon. Well then, I guess we're about to run out of joke material soon, but there must be at least one last complaint, right? Everyone now raised a ruckus, wondering who I was referring to this time. Well, it's not like I knew everyone's circumstances. That's why I think it's fine to let them keep one or two secrets. However, those were trivial matters compared to murder. That's why even though I really didn't want to touch this topic, I couldn't bring myself to let go of this case. Tendao-kun, Whose skull is this summoner? The one that I took out this time was the first skull to decorate the Fool's Cane, Summoner's Skull. Honestly speaking, I had nothing but heartfelt gratitude to Tendao-kun who gave me this skull, but that matter was different from this. I'd to disclose this matter before it became huge trouble later. And most of all, it would act as a deterrent to Soma Yuto, namely letting him know that his best friend had also committed a murder like me. Oh, that's Azuma's skull. Tendao-kun's nonchalant reply was honestly a letdown. Ryuichi, you, really? The heck you're talking about, Yuto? He sold a quarrel, I bought it, that's my principle. Selling a quarrel in this place isn't the same as brawling against those thugs in the city. Yeah, Tendao-kun was Tendao-kun, after all. Trapped in this cursed place called a dungeon, gained power that allowed us to kill a human so easily called vocation. A quarrel wouldn't just end as a simple brawl. At this point, we're back to survival of the fittest, strong preyed on the weak. That summoner, Azuma-kun, is he strong? Well, he had a huge dragon that can breathe fire. That guy was bad news. That salamander was Azuma-kun's pet. He might have gotten lucky. Appearance-wise, that dragon seemed like an old one and about to die at any moment. I see. So that's why Azuma managed to tame it despite just receiving his vocation. Moreover, even if it was an old one, it was still a salamander. Rather, being able to tame it in a single try. Wasn't there a huge gap of ability between him and me who could only tame tree sparrows? Yup, summoner was a cheat-like vocation, after all. Ryuichi, you should be able to finish the fight without killing him, right? Why didn't you do that? Murder isn't something that you can undo. OI, stop spouting such nonsense. That guy wants to bake me alive. Tendao-kun replied to Soma-kun's outburst looking fed up. So then, are you not feeling anything at all? Not even a regret? Yuto, you should have long since realized it. We gained unimaginable power after we came to this place. And literally, nothing to stop us from using those powers to our heart's content. We can literally abuse our powers as much as we want. In that kind of situation, it's a literal kill or killed situation. How can you accept something like that? That's rich coming from someone who tried to kill Momokawa without any explanation. You're right, but still. In short, the strong survive. That's the end of the story. But since strength isn't everything, here we are. Survival of the fittest wasn't just for a monster or wild animal. We humans also experienced the baptism of the wild. Enough of this, no need to continue this useless topic. Let's discuss our cooperation after this. Well, let's do our best. At least, make sure that you do not become a hindrance. But then, Tendao-kun seemed to be unwilling to cooperate with the rest of us. However, this was actually his own way of saying that he was willing to cooperate with us. Maybe, the male class rep, Azuma-kun ended up fighting against Tendao-kun and got his ass kicked after he forced Tendao-kun to cooperate with him. Momokawa, do you think you've the qualification to say that? Naturally. I've killed most people so far. That's why spare me from the trouble, please. I can't forgive nor trust you. But I've no intention to let anyone die. And Momokawa, you're one of them. Thanks Soma-kun, we can work in peace as long as you feel that way. Well then, I guess that's all we had to say about this dangerous, untouchable incident. Except for Himno-san's case, everything else was only for the sake of venting without any kind of punishment, at least till we managed to get out of this godforsaken dungeon. In short, now we could all finally face each other without any kind of resentment from the past. Even if it was a mere pretense. Since there's no more case, that's all for this session, I guess. All the crimes mentioned in this session shall not be brought up again until we've escaped from this dungeon. Some of you might still have a grudge over it, but I hope you can put that grudge aside since we've got to work together from now on. Class rep said to everyone. However, no one objected. Well then, we have a lot of topics to talk about, the first one being summarize which classmates survived and which ones did not. You're right, we've to start from there for now. Thus, class rep made a list of the names of the students in classes 2-7 as followed below. 1. Azuma Shinichi Summoner dead. 2. Itaseiji Thief, dead. 3. Ueda Yohei Swordsman. 4. Uyama Daisuke Pyraminsa MIA. 5. Kusaka Hiroshi Knight dead. 6. Saito Mosoru Warrior dead. 7. Sakurai Tuya Archer dead. 8. Seitu Yuya unknown. 9. Shimokoa Junasuke Aquamancer. 10. Sujino Takashi Heavy Warrior dead. 11. Soma Yuto Hero. 12. Tokushima Yuda dead. 13. Tendao Ryuichi King. 14. Nokai Shouter Warrior. 15. Nokojima Haruma Magic Swordsman. 16. Hayama Rlight Unknown. 17. Higuchi Kyuya Thief dead. 18. Hirono Kohei Swordsman dead. 19. Momokawa Kotaro Shaman. 20. Yamakawa Junichiro Healer dead. 21. Yamada Genki Heavy Warrior. 22. Yokomichi Hajime Cannibalizer Fugitive. 31. Reina Adelheid Ias Spiritualist dead. 32. Ijima Mayumi Unknown. 33. Kitauji Rurika Unknown. 34. Kizaki Akane Unknown. 35. Kisaragi Ryuko Cryomancer. 36. Kenzaki Asuna Twin Swordsman. 37. Seitu Aya Archer dead. 38. Shinohara Emi Unknown. 39. Soma Sakura Saint. 40. Takanashi Kotori Sage. 41. Nagai Yukiko Cyromancer dead. 42. Natsakawa Minomi Thief. 43. Nishiyama Minori Aromancer dead. 44. Nonomiya Julia Knight. 45. Hinajuku Soyo Shaman dead. 46. Himino Hairi Healer. 47. Futaba Maiko Berserker. 48. Yoshizaki Maria Warrior. 49. Randu Kyuko Geomancer. Amongst the 41 students listed above, 15 were confirmed dead, 6 were missing. They were either dead or had yet to reach this gathering area. One was alive but not with us right now, and another was the monster that I really wanted to kill from the bottom of my heart, and lastly were the 18 of us who were gathered here. Upon a closer look, a lot of our classmates died. If we include the missing ones, there are more than half of them. Maybe the missing people had already died. The fact that so many people had gathered at once in this place was by no means a coincidence. Thus, it could be concluded that the rest had died or couldn't make it to this place for some reason. Does that mean no one new is going to come after this? Probably not. But if Yokomichi really did come, we've to kill him for sure. Randu-san and Co. had told me about Yokomichi's cannibalizer. I mean, I would have never expected him to appear right after I got kidnapped by Arachne. Tendao-kun didn't kill him for some reason back then. That guy was no longer a human. Maybe because of his lack of hesitation to commit murder from the point when he saw humans as food, I had already labeled him as a dangerous monster. Even Soma-kun showed no objection to subjugating Yokomichi since the latter had already attacked Sakura and company. Now that all of our opinions had united like this, there wouldn't be a problem even if Yokomichi suddenly appeared. But then, our biggest trouble was, of course, the Yamata no Orokai. Well then, shall we go to see that Yamata no Orokai? Now. There are still a lot of things to decide in the class meeting. Right now, our top priority is the subjugation of Yamata no Orokai. So, our next move completely depends on the subjugation method. I couldn't see Yamata no Orokai as a simple giant monster that we could beat by charging recklessly. We might have to raise our level to some extent. It was a long and tedious preparation in order to be able to subjugate Yamata no Orokai with enough safety margin, or at least find out the minimum amount of strength we needed to subjugate Yamata no Orokai. In order to achieve that, we needed to live an organized communal life for some time while assigning everyone their roles and jobs to complete the preparation for Yamato no Orokai's subjugation. I had yet to see this so-called strongest boss, Yamato no Orokai. I wanted to assess it with my own eyes for now. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's go. With class rep's permission, all of us went to see Yamata no Orokai. Chapter 191 Strategic Meeting for Yamata no Orokai Subjugation. Dear Mit. I shouted on the top of my lungs as Mei-chan carried me like a piece of luggage as we escaped from Yamato no Orokai. 2 hours ago. We set out from the ferry plaza to confirm that Yamata no Orokai really had to be defeated by all of us. After walking for around 1 hour in the dry wasteland, we arrived at a giant valley. Thereon, we walked another hour to arrive at Yamata no Orochi's nest. Since we were only here for observation, we would not force ourselves to beat that guy. Also it was supposed to be, but it turned out there was a horde of gargoyles in the mountain in addition to the Kiju-sized boss monster, Yamata no Orokai. It was by no means a place for carefree observation. Thus, I entrusted the command to Soma-kun, who had the experience to fight this guy, and started the attack after a simple role sharing. The vanguard who fought directly against Yamata no Orochi's head was placed in the most precarious situation. Therefore, Soma-kun's turn came first, followed by Tendao-kun. And now, the berserker, Mei-chan, was added as the third force. The hero Soma Yuto, the king Tendao Ryuichi, and the berserker Futaba Maiko. There was no doubt that they were the top 3 in terms of combat prowess in classes 2-7. I expected those 3 to be able to corner Yamata no Orokai, and yet, Yamata no Orokai had proven itself as an extremely powerful monster. Even the combined force of the 3 had reached the limit with the prolonged battle as they started to lose their stamina. And just as Soma-kun had said during the meeting, trying to defeat this guy with brute force was impossible. I mean, trying to accomplish that through a rain of flame, thunder, and beam-like breath was just impossible. Oi, when were you planning to tell us about this fucking breath attack? Damn it. As we run with our tails tucked between our legs accompanied by a series of giant explosions behind, Mei-chan lifted me up and carried me till we were back at the valley. Man, it's a miracle that no one died in that brutal fight. Now you understand just how dangerous Yamata no Orokai is, right, Momokawa-kun? Everyone dragged their feet as we returned to the ferry plaza. For now, we had confirmed that all 18 of us were safe. However, even though it was supposed to be simple scouting, the level was dangerous to the point that it wasn't strange for any of us to die in that kind of situation. I guess we had to be extremely prepared to subjugate it with utmost safety measures. Yeah, I think everyone has understood the severity of the situation too. Yeah, no matter how much I thought about it, this was clearly an impossible challenge. Generally speaking, when playing a game with such a fucking gargantuan monster, it had weaker strengths to compensate for its size, and yet, all of that monster's stats had been maxed. If this was a real game, Yamata no Orokai would become an undefeated boss that was doomed to be scrapped. Rather, wasn't this guy a literal raid boss? Anyhow, defeating that fella with a frontal attack is impossible. Even the trio, the strongest of classes 2-7, ended up in that state. Yeah, defeating all its 8 heads and entering its body to destroy its core hidden deep in that rocky mountain from the front was impossible. I mean, that would be too difficult a job for our strongest trio. The crucial part of the plan is how much we can reduce the trio's burden. Currently, only the strongest trio could fight Yamato no Orochi's head from the front. Therefore, the other vanguards such as a swordsman or knight had to become the trio's support. Those with long-range attacks, otherwise known as spellcasters with attack magic, had to get rid of the gargoyles that impeded the trio, but honestly, their role was still far from satisfying. After all, there were 18 of us. We wouldn't be able to subjugate the raid boss Yamata no Orokai without proper plans and preparation. So, what are we going to do, Momokawa? Let's see. Once again, everyone gathered for a class meeting. I stood in front of everyone along with class rep, receiving their undivided attention as I was asked about our plan. Even though Mei-chan had just fought a formidable boss monster, she looked at me with sparkling eyes as if she believed that I would come up with the best plan to subjugate Yamato no Orokai. On the other hand, Soma-kun, who didn't have a speck of trust in me, was eyeing me as if he were testing me. Tendao-kun just acted as if this matter wasn't his business like usual, but I knew that his attention would focus on me once I started talking. Thus, I felt overwhelming pressure from all 17 of them with various thoughts in their mind. Well, their thoughts were trivial matters since I had to do this anyway. There are preparations and steps that we have to accomplish to subjugate Yamato no Orokai. Do you have any plan? Honestly speaking, it's still a draft. But first, we've to decrease the burden of Soma-kun, Tendao-kun, and Mei-chan who act as our main vanguard. Yeah, I also think it's impossible to defeat it from the front. As expected, even Soma-kun wasn't stupid enough to spout nonsense like we just need guts to beat that guy. We had to calmly analyze its attack patterns. To defeat that guy, we've to go into that mountain and destroy that guy's core, its main body. I mean, that fucking bastard seems to be able to regenerate its head forever if we don't destroy its core. At first, I was skeptical about it, but then I was forced to acknowledge that fact when I saw it with my own eyes. In fact, even if the number of its regeneration wasn't infinite, there was no need to confirm it since even one of its heads was enough to give us a really hard time. As such, we divide the roles into two. 1. Infiltrate the mountain and destroy the core. 2. Fight the 8 heads. If even one of those heads wasn't occupied, it might go after the one who infiltrated the Rocky Mountain. Even without that, the Rocky Mountain was the very den of gargoyles, making it even more difficult to search and destroy the core. But even the 3 won't be able to fight all 8 heads at once. The first thing we have to do is find a way to seal the 8 heads. Then, we need to find a way to destroy its core. We won't be able to subjugate Yamata no Orokai unless we complete these 2 steps. So, what are we going to do to accomplish the 2 steps? We've to think about that, Hiron. Everyone looked dejected upon hearing my reply. Or, stop sighing like this is the end of the world. You think coming up with perfect subjugation plans against that massive-sized monster is that easy? To have a perfect subjugation plan, our only recourse is trial and error. This method will take a lot of time. In short, we have no choice but to stay for a long time in this place. In short, a cohabitation. We might be lucky enough to land a lucky strike that would insta-kill Yamata no Orokai, or find a much safer, secret route, which might be as big as an imaginary number. In short, we've to secure a safe living place in this place before our battle against Yamata no Orokai, but then, we've another problem, namely securing food in this wasteland. 8. The one who raised a shocked scream was none other than Mei-chan. Why Futaba-san screamed as if this is the end of the world. Soma-kun asked quite naturally upon seeing Mei-chan scream that was loud enough to make everyone flinch away from her. As expected of a handsome guy, he was a natural. I mean, that means we're going back to the menu comprising of only nuts and water again, right? The fairy plaza in this place was awfully spacious, which made me think that it was specially prepared for many people. This size was literally enough for us to have our own private space. In that part, there were so many fairy nuts and spacious flower fields. It would be enough if it was just for a short-term living place. But that was a problem. Meat aside, we're used to luxurious living since a while ago, which even allowed us to enjoy sweets, fruits, or honey. But then, having to go back to a diet that only consisted of walnuts was nothing more than torture. It's like we were already living in heaven, only to drop straight into hell. Or, we're going to be screwed if there's no meat, right? Though there's gargoyle over there, so we might be able to. Stop. Those fellas are clearly inedible. It wasn't just Mei-chan. The totem pole trio who had been following my example of wild cooking were clearly troubled by the prospect of returning to the diet composed of only walnuts again. That's right, like hell we could fight the boss if we didn't eat meat filled with meat broth. I think we've to secure food supply as soon as possible. Hey, we're in the wasteland, you know. Everyone who came here from the teleportation circle won't be able to go back. Soma-kun was right. At least, I knew that we would have a really hard time finding even a single animal in this wasteland. Will we be able to find a jungle or forest if we keep walking? In the first place, can we reach the limit of this place on foot? No way, even without Yamata no Orokai, we're still in huge trouble. Wait, could it be that it was checkmated the moment we arrived in this area? Excuse me. Just when I was about to arrive at such a terrifying conclusion, a small girl raised her hand. Although she seemed timid, it felt fake. Is something wrong, Kotori? The sage, Takanashi Kotori, stood up, seemingly wanting to say something. I think we can go back. Is that true, Kotori? Yeah, maybe. Too slow, you should have said it quickly if there was a way to go back. But I wasn't the kind of guy who would snap at such trivial matters. I should leave this matter to class rep and Soma-kun to force her to blurt out all the information that she knew. We used the transfer circle on the first floor to teleport into another ferry plaza. Seriously? Then let's do it immediately. Our destination would be an uninhabited island's beach. Hi. Calm down, Momokawa-kun. You're scaring Kotori. Fuck off. It's much better than Mei-chan literally charging toward her, right? Well then, first, let's confirm whether it is really possible to use the transfer circle again, as Kotori-san said. Thus, they all left the ferry plaza and went to the first floor immediately. This place was a tower whose structure resembled the jungle tower. I realized this fact when we left to scout Yamata no Orokai. Naturally, this tower was much bigger than the jungle tower. It was no exaggeration to say that it was as big as an office building, but then class rep said that there was nothing special about the tower aside from its empty room. And naturally, at the entrance was a spacious hall just like in a huge office building. It was covered, but there was a circular pattern on the floor. It seems this was the transfer circle that Takanashi-san talking about. I see, it's written in ancient script, Upon a closer look, in that gloomy entrance, amongst the countless letters, I discovered a few that I had learnt before. Perhaps she knew the existence of the teleportation circle because she had read this. As expected of Sage, Takanashi-san is really reliable at a time like this. Ehehe, I'm really happy that Soma-kun is praising me. Takanashi-san, how many ancient letters can you decipher? Is that a skill name? Although I asked that, I didn't give a shit about Soma-kun and Takanashi-san who formed their rom-com-like space behind me. Takanashi-san grimaced but still replied, albeit reluctantly, perhaps wanting to maintain a good image in front of Soma-kun. Kotori has ancient language decoding complete. But then, it doesn't mean that she can decode everything since there are many parts that she can't understand. It should be a better version of Yamajun's ancient language decoding beginner. It isn't intermediate, it was complete. Could it be that Momokawa-kun can read ancient letters? Not at all. I don't have the ancient language decoding skill after all. I didn't lie. However, I had learnt how to read a little from Yamajun. The reason I didn't tell her that was simply because I couldn't trust Takanashi Kotori. I swear that this had nothing to do with my grudge when she tried to use me as a meat shield when we got flanked by Spawn, and back then. Takanashi-san was a rare frail girl without direct combat skills like Sakura or Kenzuki. Simply put, she couldn't hurt me with strength. But it didn't change the fact that this girl was one of the girls who was head over heels for Soma-kun. In short, when push came to shove, she would take Soma-kun's side and become my enemy. Takanashi Kotori was one of the members of Soma's harem. She was my potential enemy. There was no reason to reveal all my skills to her. Nevertheless, I didn't lie to her about not having ancient language decoding skills. I could only read one part of it thanks to the note left behind by Yamajun. This might be a piece of trivial information, but I should pay attention to this little fact and get used to this lie. So, what do you think, Kotori? Can you use teleportation? Let's see. The destination is 3. Maybe 4. And then, we need the core to activate the function. Class rep cautiously asked Takanashi-san who could read the ancient letters. Honestly, I wanted to ask outrightly but left the matter to class rep. Meaning that there's no problem with teleporting to the other side from here, but can we teleport back to this place? It's okay. It seems that an infinitely formed to and fro path can be used when we use this teleportation circle to another place. If that turned out to be a teleportation circle that could only send people out but didn't allow them to return, was no different from banishment. So, is anyone willing to volunteer? That question was followed by a long and awkward silence. This reaction was natural since no matter how used to we were to the teleportation circle, the one we used till now was the teleportation circle in the boss room, which was automatically invoked by placing the core of the boss. Honestly speaking, I didn't want to trust Takanashi-san only to find myself teleported to an unknown place. Nevertheless, since I knew that there was a sacrifice-type teleportation circle activated by Higuchi, I already knew another teleportation method other than using the boss room. I don't think someone like Takanashi-san would tell all of us about that kind of teleportation circle that she could use to secretly banish someone. But humans were creatures that couldn't help worrying about whether the teleportation circle could really send them to the other side and send them back again or not. Well then, it's your turn, Soma-kun. Momokawa, you believe in Takanasha-san, right? Naturally, I believe in her, but I get a really bad feeling when such a proposal comes from you. No, Soma-kun, you absolutely can't use this teleportation circle, monotoned Sunda. Are you screwing with me? TCH, I thought he would become a single-minded idiot once I said the opposite. What a heartless man you are, Soma-kun. Limited to me though. Okay, everyone, since our hero over here is getting cold feet and is scared of accidental death when trying Takanasha-san's teleportation circle, I'll go in his place. Ko Kotori, believe in Soma-kun. Stop it, Kotaro-kun, it's too dangerous. Seeing Soma-kun glare at me, Takanasha-san hurriedly sided with Soma-kun. Thereafter, Mei-chan rebuked me while glaring at Takanasha-san as if considering the option of killing her. Class rep who noticed the situation seemed to be trying to find the best solution as fast as possible. Man, it was so easy to make a mess of the situation with a single remark when there were so many people. Get a grip already, Momokawa-kun, and stop looking at the horizon as if you want me to solve this mess by myself. I did say that I'll go, but of course, I'll use my offshot, so you can rest assured, Mei-chan. I see, well, it's not a problem then. I mean, I really had no intention of becoming the guinea pig for Takanashi transfer magic. And in this situation in which I needed a sacrificial pawn, my twin shadow could act as my eyes and ears. Well then, Soma-kun who got cold feet, you'll supply the core needed for transfer. Kotori-san, tell us how many cores we need to activate the transfer. Hiro-sama forcefully ignored me and asked Takanasha-san for the number of cores needed for transfer. Okay, I'll leave the payment to you. Chapter 192, Committee Member and Person in Charge 1. In conclusion, the teleportation circle could be activated safely. My shadow going back and fro confirmed the safety of the teleportation. The destination of the teleportation wasn't the boss room, it was the ferry plaza. Honestly, that was a relief since if the transfer destination was the boss room, we might bump into the repopped boss. We could go to 4 places using the teleportation circle on the first floor of the entrance. The first was the beach resort of an unpopulated island in which Mei-chan and I had ended up the last time. The place in which we're raided by the Red Raptor who became the current Alpha Rem, the place where we fought against Oyasugi Kombi, in short, the area before this one. Anyway, we decided to call it Resort Area. The second was set underground, in a gloomy city of eternal night. We called it the Underworld. Soma-kun's party had captured this area before arriving in the current area. The third was a ruined palace area. Mei-chan seemed to have passed by this area when she was still at Soma-kun's party. It was a circular ruin with a beautiful white palace. Tendao-kun's party had cleared this area before arriving at the current one. And the fourth was the desert. It was a giant desert with some ruins of the previous civilization. It was the only area that none of us had visited, but, considering the previous case, this area must be the area before this one. In the end, we can't defeat Yamata no Orokai unless we upgrade our equipment and raise our levels in the area that we visited so far, At this point, it became clear that someone was intervening with our progress, but this was useful for the current us. In the first place, we could prepare for the subjugation of Yamata no Orokai as long as we could return to so much area. Hereby, the second class meeting of Class 2-7 begins. I quickly declared the start of the second class meeting. Today's topic is deciding the rules of cohabitation and division of roles. Thanks to Takanashi's transfer magic, this tower could finally function fully as our base of operation, and the headquarter for Yamata no Orokai subjugation squad to make their plan. Meaning that it was the time to set the rules for the life of cohabitation to prevent the case that had been in class rep's mind once we started cohabitating. Nevertheless, since we had no intention to live our lives in this place, our life in this place was literally centered around the preparation for the subjugation of Yamata no Orokai. On the other hand, since we need to live for a long time in this place and go about our daily activities, we had so many rules to decide upon and things to do, such as assigning the right person for the right job. Thanks to the power called vocation, Even girls could wander outside without any worries. Anyway, since the draft has been made by class rep and me, I shall read it for you all. After the activation of transfer magic, class rep and I made a plan after doing a simple survey around the 4 areas. We had to be clear on this matter since leaving it randomly would only have a detrimental effect on our plan. Thus, everyone was given a turn to read the note written by class rep about the simple rules to follow. The content was as below. Rule number 1. Abiding by the decision of the classroom meeting. When someone breaks the rule or a problem arises, a classroom meeting will be held to decide the punishment. Rule number 2. No romantic relationships. No love confessions either and other similar activities. Rule number 3. No arms inside the school tower. Everyone's weapon will be kept inside a dedicated arsenal. Rule number 4. Duels are prohibited. There shall be no violence used to solve a problem. Rule number 5. No one shall leave the vicinity of the school tower for no reason. In case someone wants to leave, they have to get permission from both class representatives. They are also to report their plan, destination, and reason for leaving. Male class representative, Momokawa Kotaro. Female class representative, Kisaragi Ryuko. Chairman of the Public Morals Committee, Soma Yuto. Vice Chairman of the Public Morals Committee, Randu Kyuko. Chairman of Support Committee, Soma Sakura. Vice Chairman of Support Committee, Himino Hairi. Chairman of Public Relationship, Natsukawa Minomi. Equipment in Charge, Takanashi Kotori. Yamata no Orokai Observation Duty, Momokawa Kotaro. Cleaning Duty, Rotation System. Laundry Duty, Rotation System. Meal Duty, Futaba Maiko and a helper decided through the rotation system. In charge of Tendaukuan, Kisaragi Ryoko. That's the gist of the plan. This matter of rules and splitting duties resembled the one when we were still in school, or rather, age-wise, we're still students, so the plan was made in the form that was most familiar to us. With this, the supervisor in the Public Morals Committee, the medic in the Health Preservation Committee, supply squad in the Meal Committee, felt like the wild dungeon survival life that was already in hard mode even in the best situation, had turned into hell mode. The reason we implemented this system was to make everyone remember their daily school life even if just a little. It's okay, let's just do it in this way, said class rep despite knowing that the probability of us returning to our original world was 0. Well, I who arranged everything along with class rep had also become the male class rep, and even though it was an informal decision, we decided to do this anyway to regain the feelings of our springtime of youth. I, unlike many other male students, was the class rep. Well, my approach was different from hers after all. Anyway, with this decision, I had a clear position both in name and reality in this class 2-7 in which only 18 were left. Now, I had to pay attention to my approval rate to maintain my current status. Regarding the school regulation, we decided to write the bare minimum. Basically, every decision had to be made in the class meeting. Hooray for democracy, which included the prohibition of love relationships, which had already been approved before. At first, I felt that we needed to include a minimum amount of moral conduct such as no murder, no rape, no stealing on top of the usual school regulation, but Momokawa-kun, we mustn't do that, said class rep as she looked at me with a pitiful gaze as if I was a human who couldn't trust another human from the bottom of my heart. Thus we scrapped this idea. Well, most Japanese with good conscience nowadays avoided those kinds of deeds though. And even if it happened, the decision would be made according to school regulations, not that I knew which one though. There was no point in deciding such a regulation if we couldn't even prevent it. Therefore, to implement no murder, even if in a small measure, we decided on rule number 3, no arms. Rule number 5 was added just to be safe. The most important thing here was rule number 3, which literally disarmed everyone. Even though it was still possible to commit murder with the power of vocation, the existence of a weapon in their hand would make a big difference. In this situation, it seemed that no one but me was most suitable for this kind of job. Anyway, it would be enough as long as they had no weapons when they were in the school tower. The so-called school tower was naturally the tower to which we were transferred from the previous area, the location of the transfer magic circle, and the huge ferry plaza. The entire school was composed of 18 students in Class 2-7. But since there was only us, the students in this place, and we lived under the same roof, it was enough to call this place a school. I wanted everyone to regain the feeling of when they were still in the school during this cohabitation. That's all. Any questions? Congratulations on becoming class rep, Kotaru-kun. I refuse to accept such a shrewd person as a class rep. Moreover, why am I not on the Public Morals Committee along with my big brother? Randu-san is definitely ill-suited for that position. Why am I in the Public Morals Committee despite my zero experience in this matter? But still, even I will feel offended when you say as if I have a criminal record, Soma Sakura. Excuse me, can you tell me why I am a PR committee member? Kotori is the only one in charge of equipment. So you're planning to watch Yamata no Orokai 24/7A, Momokawa? Oi. What in the hell is this in charge of Tendao-kun? Yup, just as I expected, everyone had a lot of questions about personnel placement. There, calm down first, I'll explain. Class rep has already explained to Tendao-kun about this matter. She's in charge of him, after all. It really can't be helped. The only one who can look after him is me after all. Hey, stop with this in charge joke-like duty. Okay, come with me, Ryuichi, I'll explain it to you. Class rep, who dragged Tendao-kun away from the rest of us, looked bright and sunny. Yeah, class rep's raison d'etre was to look after Tendao-kun. I mean, she must have a lot of pent-up frustration due to dealing with so many kinds of troubles, thus I created a chance for her to vent that stress. There was prohibition of love relationship among our rules, but I was quite sure that nothing was gonna happen between them. In a certain meaning, taking care of Tendao-kun was a kind of tranquilizer for class rep, but the true goal behind this duty was to secure a special treatment for him. The reason for this wasn't really that we wanted to give him special treatment, it was more because Tendao-kun didn't seem to be willing to cooperate even in the current situation. In short, my title as class rep wasn't enough for me to order him around. Though our rules were imperfect, breaking them would only create antipathy. And those rules had the worst compatibility with Tendao-kun, a natural-born rogue. He'd abide by it if he felt like it, and vice versa. A selfish person through and through. In fact, I couldn't imagine Tendao-kun willingly sweeping the floor. Yet, I saw class rep forcefully pulling him. With the above example, it would be much more efficient to treat the rogue Tendao-kun as an exception from the very beginning. I mean, everyone must have known just how much class rep had suffered from nitpicking Tendao-kun every single time. Thus, Tendao-kun was allowed to move freely, with class rep tagging him along. Naturally, I wanted him to do his best in assisting the subjugation of Yamata no Orokai. Well then, take care of Tendao-kun, class rep. Leave the matter of explaining the roles division to me. Also, please stop quarreling for a moment, Randu-san, Sakura. What's with that sudden overly familiar way of calling, add honorific? I don't think I've ever given you the permission to call me in such a familiar way. Well, even I unknowingly called you without honorific, you know? Well, that will make us sound closer. Don't mess with me. The title class representative is ill-suited to you. I agree with you. Momokawa, that's enough. I also. No, stop this useless quarrel already. Ahahaha, look Mei-chan. Soma-kun started retorting as soon as class rep isn't around. But he has yet to reach class rep's level of retort. Yeah, he lacks training. Hey, stop talking as if this matter is unrelated to you. Well, I've nothing to say since you've already stopped your little sister. And who do you think has caused this? It's you, right, Soma? It's because you've someone who easily snaps at the others with a simple provocation. You should do your duty properly as an Onii-chan to keep your troublesome little sister in check, you know. Whops, Randu-san's retort was truly ruthless. In fact, she was also pissed off by Soma Sakura, who kept yapping non-stop. This matter wouldn't become so complicated if only she could be quiet like a good child. Her reckless remark had triggered a war of opinion. I understand, Randu-san. I'll remind her to not make any trouble again. Big brother, don't listen to this woman. Sakura, I won't say that everything is your fault, but everyone in this place has to work together. You can't always nitpick on everything. That's why I was chosen as the Public Morals Committee. Correct, Soma-kun. It's just as he said. You might not trust me, but I trust in your character. As much as I hate to say it, Soma Yuto was truly a man with a strong sense of justice. If we exclude class rep, you could say that he was the most suitable person as the Chief of Public Morals Committee. But then, his inflexible train of thought almost rivaled that of his little sister, Sakura. The thing that shook his sense of justice was his hatred toward the killer of his childhood friend, me. On the other hand, my case aside, Soma-kun could be impartial to everyone. If possible, I want Public Morals Committee to stop incidents like just now. I won't say something as grandiose as maintaining public security, but I want them to be the peacemaker for any kind of quarrel. That's why both class rep and me think that Soma-kun is the most suited person for that. So, why must I become the vice chief? Well, it's to give the most impartial judgment. If Soma Sakura is the vice chief, it'll become special police instead of Public Morals Committee. You've thought that far, her, Momokawa. Whops, the chief of Public Morals Committee started to enter the fray. But well, there's a saying that a fish can't live in extremely clean river, right? Well, sure enough. Sakura does have an obstinate side to her. Yo, you actually agree with him, big brother. Wait a minute, this situation. Could it be that Sakura-chan had never realized this? What I'm trying to say is that Soma-kun is the strict police, and Randu-san is the flexible police. Nice idea, Momokawa. Agreed. And it's more reassuring since there's Randu-san from the girls' side, right? I don't want to be caught by Soma though. This is the best mediation plan. And when it happens, we will hold another class meeting. In fact, the reason I chose Randu-san as the Vice Chief of Public Morals Committee was for power balance. I think everyone had at least noticed this fact, that some faction had already been formed in this gathering of 18 students. Hero faction centered around Soma Yuto's harem, and my mishmash faction. Number-wise, I won, but the Soma harem party won in terms of solidarity. So it was quantity versus quality. If the one I chose as the Vice Chief of Public Morals Committee was someone from the Soma faction, I definitely wouldn't choose Sakura. In short, I favored those from my side. I believed in Soma-kun's personality, but I wouldn't blindly trust it. I mean, he was also a man. I'm sure that if something happened to one of his harem, he would prioritize them over making impartial judgment. In fact, it had happened once before, when he didn't pursue Kenzuki's murder attempt. In that regard, by placing Randu-san, whose judgment wouldn't clouded by Soma harem, both factions could maintain impartial judgment. Moreover, if Soma-kun and Randu-san had different opinions, the situation wouldn't spiral down to killing each other. I mean, look, if Sakura and I were in charge of Public Morals Committee, a little incident would turn into a duel immediately. That's why I'll leave this matter to you, Randu-san. Well, I guess it can't be helped since Momokawa said so. Thank you, Randu-san. She accepted her role, albeit reluctantly. Well then, best regards, Randu-san. Yeah, me too, Soma. And stop acting familiar like that with me. The gazes of your women is scaring me. Randu-san rejected the offer for handshake from the ever-smiling Soma-kun with a bored look on her face. What do you mean? Think of it yourself. Ooh, here it comes, blockhead correction of Soma-kun. Let's keep him as he was for a while. There was a love relationship prohibition among our rules after all. Chapter 193, Committee Member and Person in Charge 2. With that, I briefed everybody on their duty. Health Preservation Committee. Since there were 2 users of healing magic, Sakura and Himeno-san, they would automatically be chosen as chief and deputy. Healing during combat aside, they were also responsible for sanitation during normal times. By sanitation, does that mean we are responsible for the management of the toilets too? The face of the deputy of the said committee, Himeno-san, was literally screaming, "Are you kidding me? Don't worry, my witch's kettle can easily accomplish such a feat." In fact, I had already confirmed this matter, namely using the witch's kettle as a toilet. I mean, look, since I've been living at Fairy Plaza for a long time now, It meant that I would have the urge to relieve myself many times too. There was no problem if that urge came during the exploration since we could leave it alone, but it would be big trouble if we were to stay put in one place. And that's where the witch's kettle showed its true worth. In short, it could accelerate the decomposition process of human waste until it would be rid of all stench. So rather than a toilet, it would be closer to the compost maker. It was a result of my trial and error since my knowledge of that area was quite vague, until I managed to find a way to quickly decompose waste into the soil with witch kettle. Naturally, it was mine and Mei-chan's favorite. We couldn't go back to the old way anymore. Anyhow, there was no problem even if the toilet was used by 18 people. I could even make 18 toilets for personal use, thus making every one of us responsible for our own toilet. Ah, so it is like so. Since that's the case, I've no problem with it. Well, no one likes toilet cleaning, after all. Let's not push such jobs to 1 or 2 people. This trivial matter would gather a lot of antipathy and dissatisfaction. In a community of just 18 people, the dissatisfaction of one person was a big deal. I knew it was pretty much impossible to completely erase all dissatisfaction, but I tried to give as much consideration as possible. Well, that's all for toilet matters. Now, let's move on to the next topic. Public Relation Committee, in short, the one responsible for communication. Natsukawa-san was automatically appointed the chief since she had the most email addresses of our classmates among the 18 people in this place. Even if the smartphone couldn't be used in this dungeon, Thief's agility was really useful for this position. I definitely wouldn't say that she had natural-born talent for this job. In charge of equipment, just as the name suggests, it's a job that was literally responsible for everyone's equipment and also for the teleportation circle. Currently, the sage, Takanashi Kotori, was the only one who could upgrade our equipment and operate the teleportation circle. Since this was an important job that couldn't be entrusted to others, she was tasked with this job. In charge of observation of Yamata no Orokai, for the time being, I had the leeway for observation by sharing only my vision with my twin shadow which was positioned near Yamata no Orochi's nest. At the very least, it was far better than observing those shitty gays at the beach resort. Cleaning duty, everyone cleans in turn. Wasn't that simply a student's duty? Laundry duty, everyone should wash their own laundry, but having someone in charge of this was better due to our limited water supply. Naturally, must be separated by gender. Cooking duty, it is a must to seize everyone's stomach. Anyone who dares to object will be punished by going back to the fairy nut diet. Thou shalt offer all your food to her. Thou shalt be blessed in doing so. But of course, 18 people at once is still a huge amount of job. That's why she'll get an assistant every time she prepares a meal for everyone. And that was the general explanation about the division of everyone's jobs. Generally, those are the jobs for everyone, but there are other jobs that I wanted everyone to know about right now. I announced the job assignment first and then clapped my hands to regain everyone's attention. Everyone, we're going to hunt together after this. The moment I said so, ha! The one who reacted like that was mostly a Soma harem member. It seemed like they never went hunting a wild boar until now. That's a city guy for ya. Hunting, is it? The ones who didn't seem to be confused with my remark were Soma-kun, Nakajima-kun, Juri, and Mary. Seriously, right now? You really are a slave driver, eh, Momokawa? The ones who spat such sarcasm despite the eager look on their faces were the totem pole trio and Yamata. As I expected, they had also tried my survival lifestyle. I still have food ingredients, but it's far from enough for 18 people. That's why I want all of you to hunt a lot of prey since securing food is our current top priority. Well, that might solve the problem of our food, but... Soma-kun agreed immediately since he also realized that I was right. The first thing we've to do is make sure that there's no problem with our daily life in this place, prepare our equipment, and raise our level. We can forget about Yamata no Orokai until we become strong enough. That fella might be a raid boss, but we did not have a time constraint to defeat that guy. What's more, he would stay in his nest forever even if we didn't defeat him. Oi Momokawa, are you referring to wild boar? There are a lot more edible monsters in the beach resort area other than wild boar, so we can literally hunt a lot of them. Though it tended to escape due to its cautious nature, the safest one to hunt was the herbivore Jaja, which was recommended by the email too. The second in the recommendation list was a ferocious monster that had an edible meat, bird-type monster, Coco. However, since we had Somakuan, we might be able to up our ante and hunt Roiraps and Minigorilla too. Though one might call this persecution complex. I never wanted to entrust my back to the members of the Soma faction again, ever. From what I had seen so far, Takanashi Kotori emanated the same vibe as that bitch Reina, and though I felt it was natural for a girl to be purely scared, the fact that I had no idea what she was thinking about made me realize that she hated me so much, enough to kill me. In fact, I was unwilling to give her an important position such as the one in charge of our armament, our literal lifeline during the battle, but I had no choice since her vocation, Sage, was the only vocation to allow that. It was impossible to swap her with another person. That's why I had to use her, but I would never let my guard down. Well then, good luck everyone. I sent off everyone onto their respective hunting ground as they were wrapped in the light of the teleportation circle while brooding over the problem with Takanashi Kotori. With that, there were only me, Mei-chan, Randu-san, class rep, Tendakuan, and the operator of the teleportation circle, Takanashi Kotori. Class rep couldn't afford to leave since she was in charge of Tendakuan. We had to work together to prepare suitable living space in this tower. What are you going to do after this, Tendakuan? Are you going to take a nap? I'm not a NT. Tendakuan, who got a mouthful of information from the person in charge of him only a while ago, replied quite frankly without beating around the bush with a tired look on his face. I'm going to visit that shitty snake's nest. Then, take me and Randu-san along with you. Me too. From the look on her face, she was obviously reluctant to walk for another 2 hours. Well, the matter of assigning her the job to make the base for Witch's Kettle aside, I actually had a main job for her. Boo-ha. Momokawa, I don't want to walk that far again. Randu-san suddenly ambushed me from behind, playing with my cheeks. Ah geez, let me go, meanie. Can't be helped then, ride on Alpha's back with me. What's that? I mean that. Kua. I pointed at Alpha, who responded with a roar. Riding. On that. It's a new car that I obtained by betting on my life after all. Worry not, the inside is Rem. I see, Remchin's new forme. I was really grateful for times like this since she already knew about Rem. Rather, what's with that adorable name, Randu-san? Well then, I'm going first. Ah, wait a minute Tendakuan. We'll go after Randu-san makes the kettle. The heck is that? It's a kettle. Meanwhile, Tendakuan, you can ask Takanashi-san to make a copy of your last cigarette. Almost forgot about that. Great, that'll be enough to keep him in this place. Can you do that, Takanashi? Hi. Ryuichi, you still have a leeway to smoke in this kind of situation. Let it go already, Ryoko. Rules like that only work in the school. Good job, in charge of Tendakuan. Do your best to keep him busy with the usual lovers' quarrel. Well, let's finish making Witch's Kettle ASAP. Just look, Randu-san seemed to doubt the might of the kettle too. With her power as a geomancer, we could easily manufacture kettle of any size and kind. And, it was included in my plan to defeat Yamato no Orokai. Chapter 194, Public Service. I was really surprised to see Randu-san finish the base for Witch's Kettle in a flash. It was much faster than before. When she invoked Terror Shield with the golden revolver she got from Tendakuan, making the kettle-shaped shield was a breeze for her. Not to mention that she could freely alter its shape and size. But of course, she still had to use the intermediate rank spell, Terra Alma Shield, Huge Rock Shield, to make a large public bath. And it took quite a while too. But then, she learnt the intermediate defensive spells. I had heard about this matter during her self-introduction, but seeing her use the spell in real time made me realize Randu-san's growth. With this, we would be one step closer to the completion of our subjugation plan. Okay, let's go to Yamata no Orochi's place. UWA, there are 2 Momokawas. I had expected Randu-san's reaction when she saw me invoke Twin Shadow, which I was gonna use to observe Yamata no Orokai. Awesome, how did you do that? Are you actually using VR? Nope, this has nothing to do with VR. This is another one of my curses. It has a physical form. Oh, I really can touch it. What? Not inside my clothes, please. She suddenly pushed her hand from the gap of my gakuren and squeezed my shadow's stomach. Though it didn't have a sense of pain, a normal sensation was still transmitted. Gah, am I weak in that spot? Tendao, can you tell which is the fake one? Nah, can't tell. When things started getting dangerous, Randu-san pulled out her erotic hand. What a disappointment. She should have it's good that she stopped. But it seems Tendao was telling the truth when he said can't tell, since he looked at me more seriously than usual. By the way, since Takanasha-san could replicate the cigarette, Tendao-kun took a whiff as soon as she copied the cigarette. But yeah, it's fake. I could pretty much tell that as soon as I touched it. Oh wait, please stop. Tendao-kun roughly brushed my shadow's hair. Naturally, I didn't enjoy the moment since I wasn't a girl, and even if I was one, Tendao-kun wasn't my type. And since it transmitted a normal feeling except for pain, it felt a bit awkward. That's why even though the hair of my real body didn't get crumpled down, I reflexively tried to fix my hair due to the influence of my shadow. Anyhow, the person who saw this would quickly try to touch my shadow, thus I had to warn them that we had to go to Yamata no Orochi's nest. OOH, awesome. Is this how riding a horse feels like? Well, Rem is paying attention to ensure the stability and comfort of her ride. Randu-san was truly enjoying her first riding experience on the back of a red raptor aka Alpha. Our safety was guaranteed since we were riding Rem. The stirrup and saddle made it even easier to ride her. Well, that matter aside, Randu-san's appearance when she rode Alpha was really stimulating. She wore her usual mini skirt and opened her leg wide as she straddled Alpha's back. I ended up blessed with an occasional panty shot. Mei-chan was wearing her leopard print right now, but Randu-san must have brought a change with her. Yeah, black was nice. As if that wasn't stimulating enough, since we were literally jolting around, her delicious, creamy brown massive pair of tits were shaking non-stop. I was unintentionally lured by that miraculously erotic sight, and yet, say Tendao-kun, you're not even taking a glance at such an erotic spectacle. Are you a homo? Oi, Momokawa. What? I am definitely not thinking of something rude, you know. I don't care about that. Can you go a bit faster? Sorry, but I'm still not used to controlling my shadow while doing other activities with my real body at the same time. Since this was a good chance to train moving my twin shadow and real body at the same time, I might as well use this moment to the fullest. My shadow, which went along with Tendao's team toward Yamata no Orochi, was on foot while I helped Mei-chan and class rep with various preparations in the school tower. But moving my shadow and my real body at the same time was a tough job. Even at the best of times, moving my right hand and left hand differently was already hard enough, and yet, now the difficulties literally spiked up with me controlling two bodies at once. In fact, the way my shadow walked was akin to a drunkard's gait right now. But, despite the shadow walking like a drunkard, my real body moved like usual. I noticed that depending on my practice, I might be able to gain perfect control over moving both my real body and the shadow at the same time with practice. I've no obligation to follow your training. Get on that red raptor, now. Can't be helped, I guess. Though I felt that riding an alpha with two people at the same time was quite dangerous, the me of this time had yet to know that an even greater danger was looming before me. Come on, Momokawa, you're on the back. When Randu-san told me to ride behind her, glued so closely like this was dangerous in various ways. Okay, hold on tight, Momokawa, we're going to dash. Are you sure that I can hold on tight? Whoa, that was dangerous. Let's amend the love relationship bands rule after this. Section. After we crossed 2 hours worth of distance in mere 30 minutes, we arrived again at the rocky mountain which became the nesting place of Yamata no Orochi. I would rather say that it was a wonderful 30 minutes of service time in which I could legally hug Randu-san. Her soft body was the perfect suspension. Well, my brain might be dyed pink after such an experience, but that didn't mean I could just ignore the dangerous air in front of the raid boss nest, which was filled with countless gargoyles. We had been attacked a few times along the way by stray gargoyles. Now it was time to get serious. Let me handle them. Just make sure that you guys won't become a hindrance. Okay, I know my limits. Yeah, we will call for your help when we need your help. Ain't gonna save your asses. Tendakuin spoke with a disappointed face and then went to fight Yamata no Orokai alone. Even he knew that he couldn't defeat it by himself. As the holder of a seeming cheat among cheat vocation, king, it seemed like he wanted to try various things on his own. Great, powerful people have options. Such luxurious worries. Should I try to call him from this place? Can you make a hole, Randu-san? Ah, let's see. Randu-san replied with a subtle look on her face. It seemed like she didn't want to go near that place. Let's just try it. Oh you. Let's try it first. Randu-san gripped her golden revolver and fired terror shield one after another. Well, this might be the limit. This'll be enough. Now we've to meddle with the ground. With this, now we could continue to dig 30 centimeters deep with a 1 meter radius from the center into the ground. A shot of terror shield could make that much. Judging from the way Randu-san used the spell, it seemed she used both the dug soil and her own magical power to create the wall for the magic shield. So the dug soil must have become a part of the wall. Since we don't have to worry about the strength of the wall for now, I want you to prioritize the amount of soil dug. And why do you want me to do something like that? Are we going to make a tunnel? That will be best if possible, but building a channel might be too difficult. Even Yamata no Orokai would die if we destroyed the main core hidden in the mountain. If we could build a tunnel from this safe place all the way until right below that mountain and ganging up on Yamata no Orokai without being disturbed by Gargoyle or Yamata no Orochi's head X8. But, judging from Randu-san's expression, it seemed she couldn't make such a tunnel. Such a feat might be possible if she mastered her profession, geomancer, to its limit, but realistically speaking, that would take a really long time. Anyhow, our first objective is to dig as deep as possible. The heck, I'm not going to enter the hole. It's a safety zone. It can protect us from Yamata no Orochi's beam too. The terrain of this place was a giant, bowl-shaped gentle slope with the rocky mountain that had Yamata no Orochi's nest at its center. Since there was no covering at all on the slope in any direction, Yamata no Orokai, with its 8 heads, could trigger happy on us with its eyes beam. Since the first inspection, around the time when Yamata no Orokai fired its breath attack, I realized that no one could survive its direct attack. Fortunately, that guy's breath had an extremely low hit rate, lowering the chances of someone getting hit directly, but still, that overwhelming firepower that could literally change the terrain was no joke. Other than Soma-kun, Tendao-kun, and Mei-chan, our strongest vanguard, no one among the rest of us could emerge unscathed from the direct hit, its breath. Me aside, not even Kenzuki Asuna and the Totem Pole trio could survive that direct hit. Meaning that currently, no one could fight as a vanguard to assist our strongest trio. That's why I think we should make a trench for everyone to take shelter during dangerous moments. Since it's just a roughly dug out trench, can it really protect someone from that dangerous-looking beam? It should, as long as it isn't a direct hit right from the front. According to previous observations, even when that guy was spitting flame or thunder, it didn't have a big impact on the soil. Though Orochi's beam had an overwhelming amount of magical power in it, its penetration power didn't seem to be that great. But when we're closing in on it, the danger would increase to a whole different level, since they would rampage while firing all kinds of elements such as ice, thunder, flame, shockwave, and among others that had an even more dangerous range of attack than the beam. Nevertheless, even those various elemental attacks only passed over our heads if we were to hide in the trench. I had managed to deduce the pattern of each elemental attack, which was spread like a shockwave while I was being carried by Mei-chan. Appearance-wise, it might look unreliable, but still, the trench is a solid defense, or should I say that we're using the ground itself as our shield, which raises the degree of our safety. Humph, as expected of Momokawa, you've been considering several possibilities. That was the only way for me, someone lacking physical strength, to survive this far. After all, I had to use everything that was at my disposal. Despite my continuous prayers for new cheat skills, the path of a shaman was a tough one. And then, I want you to make a bunker right next to the trench. What the heck is that? Something like a snow hut for children to play with but made of concrete. I want you to build a solid one. Class Rep, Randu-san, and Shimokoa were spellcasters who could use their spells to attack from a long distance. And their common weakness was their overwhelming lack of physical defense. Naturally, that weakness was compensated by their magic barrier to block a physical attack, but ultimately the one with the vanguard-type vocation such as a swordsman or warrior had a sturdier body. Look, building a bunker would be equivalent to enabling the spellcaster to use their long-range attack from a safe place, right? I see now. It had yet to be tested if such a feat was possible. But still, we should at least build a bunker that could withstand a direct hit from a breath attack. Anyhow, the terrain around the boss lair is our enemy's home ground. That's why we've to dig trenches, build bunkers, and employ all kinds of methods to change the terrain to our advantage. It was not like our enemy could move from its lair. Since our enemy couldn't move from its lair, we could use everything around the lair to our advantage. Using raid strategy from fictional games would only backfire on us. We had to be realistic. That's why we were going to transform that fella's home ground into our home ground. And Randu Kayaku's geomancer power was vital for that. We aren't in a hurry, let's do it carefully, step by step. Yeah. Thus began Randu-san's digging duty, the so-called public service section. Or, it's time to go back. When the sun dipped into the west, Tendao-kun, who had just smashed one of Yamata no Orochi's heads, called out to us who were still busy with the construction job to go back. Come to think of it, it was easy to tell the day and night since we were outdoors. Okay, let's go back. Nah, Randu-san, who stretched her body, looked like a middle-aged man right now. Though she didn't spend that much magical power thanks to her gargantuan amount of magical power, it seemed to focus on using her skill repeatedly consumed a lot of mental strength. This might be a good chance to train her magic too. In fact, while the amount was insignificant, Randu-san's digging art, Terra Shield, became more efficient for digging. At this rate, we might be able to finish a round of trench of a considerable depth in the next few days. Thanks for the hard work. I'm going to stay in this place. That's seriously overtime, Momokawa. Well, this one is my offshoot after all. Since I only had to share our vision, I could leave my offshoot right here in this place. There was no need to share my senses since the offshoot was basically hidden, but I still had to do this. However, I definitely didn't wish to restore our senses sharing after a rain. I didn't want to wake up and find myself covered in mud after all. It couldn't be helped. This process was necessary to gain proficiency. Now that you remind me about it, you are right. Yeah, that's why don't worry about me and go back to the base right away. The hunt seems to be going really well, so expect a lot of delicious dishes. The hunting team had already returned with their harvest. And just as I had expected, Soma-kun brought back the best game. At this rate, he should as well change his job to hunter, right? Well then, see you again tomorrow. The real me had been waiting in the school tower, and yet I was seeing off Randu-san, who rode on Alpha, and Tendao-kun, who was on foot. After they left, only my twin shadow remained in this place. Well then, let's observe the night ecology of the boss too. I mean, if the boss slept at night too, wouldn't we be able to use that chance to attack at their weakest moment? Though I didn't think it would be that easy, we might have to change our plan if the boss turned out to be weaker at night. Yamata no Orochi aside, there were those troublesome gargoyle corps too. And speaking of gargoyles, I had one of their corpses by my side, turned into a revenant. This would be put beside me, who was in charge of observation duty. In case a stray gargoyle suddenly attacked me during my night watch duty, it could protect me, or escort me to escape to a safe place. Though Rem would be overloaded if we included Rem the Fourth, Minotaur, there was nothing wrong with preparing a good vessel for her. Preparing my spare body before Yamata no Orochi's subjugation operation aside, perhaps I would have to prepare a lot of spare bodies for Rem in various places to prevent the worst scenario. Now that we had gotten an excellent hunter called Soma-kun by our side, I could use him to gather as many mini-gorillas and living armors as possible. Mass-produced Rem the Dark Knight wasn't a pipe dream anymore. When that happens, I should raise Rem's processing ability again. Thus, I entered a ditch that was too shallow to be called a trench with Gargoyle Rem by my side, and looked down at the sunset in the direction of Yamata no Orochi's nest. Oh damn it, I can't see anything since it's too dark here. Thus, as soon as night descended, I realized that I couldn't observe anything due to the darkness just by relying on my own eyes, as there was absolutely no light at all. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 195, Night at the School Tower. Ha! The reason he let out a moan as his body immersed in the hot bath was simply that he was Japanese. Soma Yuto seriously considered that fact as he entered the bathtub filled with hot water. He really made a huge open-air bath. This hot spring hotel-sized open-air bath was enough for all members of the boys' team to enter together. Though he had this experience before during a field trip, the wasteland that lay right on the other side of the steam slapped him back to the reality called survival life in the dungeon of another world. Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that entering a hot bath literally healed his weary heart. Yo, you seem to have worked your ass off. That goes for you too, Ryuichi. I guess you're right. Tendo Ryuichi had been fighting Yamata no Orokai non-stop from start till the end of the scouting session. His burden was clearly far heavier than Yuto and Ko, who only went hunting weak monsters, and the perfect cure for their fatigue was letting their bodies immerse in the hot water. Yuto and Ryuichi sat side by side, enjoying the hot bath in silence amid the totem pole trio's merry voices as BGM. Is that even allowed? Oi, it's too late now that you've entered the bathtub. Ryuichi muttered dumbfoundedly as he heard Yuto's voice. Yeah, I mean, it feels like we're completely led by the nose by Momokawa. Ryuichi was the same as always, but Yuto's current expression was that of someone who had submitted to the temptation of the bathtub. Don't be so petty. It wasn't limited to the wonderful bathtub. Before they took a bath, they had had a meal that could be called a feast from the game they had hunted during the day. A lot of meat dishes, dripping with their delicious meat juice, were cooked with exquisitely balanced seasoning and a lot of spice. Plenty of soups seasoned with fish sauce in the cauldron, fresh salad served on a platter, and pickled dishes in small bowls. And following the sumptuous meal was dessert. Fruit pickled in honey. While there was only a small portion of that, it was distributed equally among the 18 people. After Maiko left the group during Reina's incident, Yuto felt ashamed of himself and wished that Maiko would go back and cook for them. Without Maiko, they had no choice but to go back to eating walnuts despite the abundant edible ingredients in the dungeon. The walnuts might be enough to replenish their nutrition, but they literally were living like cavemen since they had no idea which ingredient was safe to consume. Nevertheless, the totem pole trio who lived like cavemen were also speechless when they saw the lineup of dishes, which were basically a full course, completely different from their haphazardly prepared meals. Following the sumptuous feast was the hot bath, open-air style. Moreover, since the fairy plaza in the tower was lacking the usual lawn, Kotaro told everyone that he would prepare soft beddings later. That was the most gracious offer. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like their current environment was akin to an illusion or dreamlike environment in this dungeon. But Momokawa Kotaro had turned that illusion into reality with his vocation. Like the bath they're enjoying right now, it was made with one of his vocation skills called Witch's Kettle. It wasn't just for cooking. The kettle could also be used for various purposes such as smoking or refrigeration. Using that ability, combined with the giant kettle made with Kyoko's earth magic, filling the completed kettle with Shimokawa's water magic, and heating the water with the kettle's special abilities. Thus, the giant open-air bath, which was completed by the combined force of the 3 people, was made as pair for the girls too and completed in literally no time. The dishes were also cooked with the witch's kettle. Yuto had already heard the rumor about the dishes made by Futaba Maiko. As a member of the cooking club, he could rival a professional chef. In addition to her already transcendental cooking skills, her way of freely using the witch's kettle as an omni-cookware had greatly shortened the time and labor needed for cooking. In addition, she had also worked together with Kotaro and mastered the way of cooking using only the edible local ingredients that could only be found inside the dungeon. We've no choice but to accept the truth. Or should I say, all of us, won't be able to do the same. The sage Takanashi Kotori, who could use alchemy, and Tendao Ryuichi, who could supplement what he lacked with King, those 2 vocations were really useful in combat. But even those 2 vocations couldn't reproduce a comfortable living environment like Kotaro's vocation did. It was a harsh reality that Kotaro's vocation was the only one that allowed them to enjoy a comfortable living environment in the dungeon. It wasn't a simple difference of abilities. It was akin to the difference in their disposition. "Well, he's really a hard-working fella since he went as far as preparing this," said Ryuichi as he tapped on the floating bucket that was filled with a white towel prepared by Kotaro. The white towel was made with Arachne's thread. The bucket was made with simple alchemy formation using the log from the jungle that was prepared by Yamata. Moreover, in the corner of the open-air bath was Nuts bar soap, which was made from fruit that could help them to get rid of stains in their clothes. The soap was closer to a real soap than a mere mix-match of the chopped-up and compressed ingredients. The reason Kotaro had prepared even the simplest necessities for daily life might be because of his OCD, or simply to let them know about the versatility of his vocation. Kotaro was currently busying himself with selecting monster material that the hunting team had brought back. He would use it in alchemy and take a dip in the bath once he was done with his job. He isn't preparing to spend his entire life in this place, right? That guy just got cold feet. He won't be able to calm his mind unless he does something. Ryuichi, you have the experience of partying with Momokawa before, right? Could it be that you're getting along with him? The heck? Are you trying to say that I'm betraying you? Or could it be that you're jealous of me being able to get along with Momokawa? A dumbfounded Yuto heaved a sigh seeing Ryuichi ask that question as if he had made a fool of him. Ryuichi knew that Yuto wasn't the kind of person who got provoked easily, and that too by such cheap provocation. So, what actually happened? Nothing. He just bribed me with a cigarette, then made a commotion among the girls and solved their problem. In the end, he got kidnapped by a spider right after the boss battle. Considering all of that, you seem to take Momokawa's side. That's only natural, after all, he even made an in charge of Tendakuan. Don't you think that Momokawa is simply keeping his guard toward you? 'Cause he's weak. That pipsqueak ain't your normal pipsqueak. And yet, there was the fact that Momokawa Kotaro had managed to bypass Soma Yuto and Tendao Ryuichi, directly taking control of Class 2-7. As for the reason he made such a drastic move, Soma Yuto already had his own guess in that regard. After the class meeting, he realized that he wasn't as dissatisfied as he expected. That's what makes him so eerie. The one who killed Reina is Momokawa, and yet, the one who took the central role in this operation is also him. It was as if everybody in the class had been dancing on his palm all along. In fact, they even obediently followed his order to hunt the prey for their food. But no one objected to his order since they knew that it was reasonable. Fool, you look like a girl in love with worrying about that now. What? Judging someone in accordance with what you hear from the other is what girls do. Quit acting like a girl, ask the person himself. Once you learn that he's better, you try to sell a fight. As your childhood friend, I'll at least teach you, an honor student, how to sell a fight. Ah, I understand, I'm really such a fool. I'll ask you then. Oh, shut up. But, Ryuichi was right. The fact that Momokawa Kotaro had killed Reina wouldn't change. Yuto might not be able to forgive Kotaro for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, he decided to cooperate with Kotaro and the rest of his classmates due to the current situation. Moreover, he had to see with his own eyes whether Momokawa Kotaro was truly a man worthy of his trust. Ha! The hot water has hit the spot. Soma Yuto looked up at the night sky as he gave his honest opinion about the open-air bath. Section. Ha! Himino Hairi dipped herself into the bathtub. Her expression was that of someone who was at the bottom of her despair seeing the scenery before her. Yup, the open-air bath is perfect. We really have to thank Momokawa-kun for this. Ah, it feels so good. Kotori should have come faster. Before her were the members of Soma Harem Party starting from Soma Sakura, Kisaragi Ryuku, Natsukawa Minami, and Kenzuki Asuna. Yes, it was a lineup of the famous beauties of Shiromine High. All of them were stark naked as they immersed themselves in the open-air bath. It must be some sort of new spell which created the bathtub. That's jackpot magic. Though it's slightly different from normal, he has learnt a new skill. Sitting right in front of Soma Harem Party were the girls, Randu Kyuko and Jurimeri Kombi. Their face deviation value could be slightly lower than the member of Soma Harem Party, But the three had the beautiful and mature charm of women in spite of their young age. Shiromine Academy, boasting a slender and beautiful face, was comparable to that of an amateur model. Small face, long leg, tall back, every single one of their parameters was simply double or triple Hyries. And only when they're naked like this did she realize that their skeletal mold was different from the short Hyrie. And yet, there existed an even more terrifying monster than Shiromine Academy, the owner of a tanned and voluptuous, UN Japanese-like body that you couldn't believe was owned by a high school student, Randu Kyuko. Her BWH size was overwhelming to the point that it was a literal cheat. Her voluptuous figure, which overflowed with sex appeal, was more succubus-like than Hyrie, the real succubus herself. Ha! I'm in heaven. With face that looked like she held back her anger, Hyrie looked at the scenery of the bathtub before her, which was filled with charming women and beautiful girl. For someone like her, who had already transformed into a succubus kin, she did have her pride as a woman with skills to charm men. That's why she hated Reina Aias, who overthrew her only with her cute face as if the latter was her parents' enemy. But then, even after the detestable Reina had died, by some sort of twist of fate, she ended up in this place filled with Reina-like beauty. Unlike Reina with her annoying personality, Hyrie didn't have a grudge against any of the girls before her, but they had literally crushed Hyrie's pride as a woman to pieces. That's just how overwhelming their charms were compared to Hyrie. Himino Hyrie was pretty much aware that she was the ugliest among the girls in this place. Bow bottom. Literally bottom of the barrel. If the other girls were tigers or lions, Hyrie's current status was even lower than that of the herbivore. She was the weed itself. In addition, without the friendly relationship of Randu gals or Soma harem party, Hyrie was the only loner among them. Haim-chan. Ah, Futaba Chacha. The one who called out to Hyrie, whose heart and soul had already been tattered and on the verge of breaking down, was her only friend even before they were thrown into this dungeon, Futaba Maiko. She turned toward the direction of the voice who saved her from that lonely situation, only to see the figure of her best friend who had undergone earth-shaking chants compared to before. Shall I wash your back? It's been a while since the last time we did, after all. Maiko, whose tone was akin to a girl's, during the field trip had an overwhelming presence rivaling that of a dragon, the apex predator of Isekai. Her slender facial features that displayed her overwhelming mature beauty were already comparable to those of the members of Soma harem party. And yet, her charm boosted through the roof with her transcendental figure which exceeded even that of Randu Kyuko. She had no idea how those massive pairs of WMD didn't sag as if they could defy the law of gravity. She left wondering if the magic of Isekai overturned the shared common sense of women's breasts too. Maiko, who was already tall to begin with, and equipped with those WMD-class pair of tits, had already completely transformed into a figure that could even put a gravure model to shame. Big boobs, check. Big ass, check. Long legs, check. Slender waist, check. She's a fucking succubus too. What's the matter, Haim-chan? Are you okay? It's nothing, I'll wash your back. Though her pride as a woman was on the verge of collapse, she barely managed to retain her sanity. Okay, calm down. Futaba Maiko isn't like her old self, a wall of flesh that I can use to hide my own ugliness, but now she's a formidable fortress that can protect my weak self. Maiko still treated Hyrie as her friend. That's why as long as Hyrie had Maiko's protection, her position in Class 2-7, which was already dwindling to just 18 people, wouldn't be that bad. If she became a loner in this kind of situation, she would die for sure. In body and heart. She might snap again just like when she met Reina. I'm going to wash your back too, Futaba-chan. Fine. Thus, Hyrie decided to keep her friendship with Futaba Maiko, who had already transformed both in body and mind. Section. Phew, this is acceptable I guess. I stuffed Coco's feathers into a cloth made with spider thread, thus completing the first generation of the quilt. Can Kotori go into the bathtub? There you go Takanasha-san, make 18 copies of this quilt. Everyone's going to use this tonight. I'll make the second gen after hearing everyone's review about the first gen. Ko Kotori wants to go bathe too. Takanasha-san looked toward the sky, a forlorn look on her face, tears trickling down from her big eyes. Ah, she cried. Soma-kun will definitely misunderstand once he sees this situation. Can't be helped, I guess. Okay, we're done for today. Really? Just kidding. Let's keep this up for a while longer since you seem to have a lot of energy left. No. Kotori can't do it anymore. She escaped. Oh, don't abandon your post right on the first day, Takanashi Kotori. Sure enough, we had to work overtime to use alchemy while everyone else was enjoying a hot bath in the bathtub. But we had no choice since both of us were the only ones who could use alchemy. Yeah, this was by no means a black company's operation. We're healthy school management. That's it for today, I guess. Since Takanashi ran away as soon as I told her to work overtime, it was literally impossible to make a copy of the first gen of the quilt. And since there was only one of these, I had no choice but to use this myself. Nevertheless, since there are many things that I can use at this point, it seems I can experiment with various things. While it might be true that the copy magic of tiny replication formation was useful, being able to use basic alchemy formation, the upgraded version of simple alchemy formation was truly a big deal. When it was combined with ancient language decoding, which allowed her to use high-level alchemy formation in the water fountain of the ferry plaza, her alchemy would increase by leap and bound. Rather, she's more suitable to make those cool and flashy enchanted weapons. The uncooperative attitude of the person herself is a huge minus though. Despite her awesome alchemy ability, the only thing that Takanashi-san had created so far was restoring the function of our smartphone and upgrading the weapon. If it were me, I would have at least prepared camping equipment, change of clothes, an illuminating device, or trap. And most of all, why doesn't she create an armor too? At this point, we should prioritize our production schedule. Speaking of why I created the quilt, well, it was simply because I happened to have surplus materials from the prey hunted by everyone today. Moreover, I reckoned that we would stay for a long time in this school tower, so I should at least prepare a nice bed for everyone. Sakurai-kun seemed to have prepared his own sleeping bag too, but considering the fact that we would leave it behind, I shouldn't make them too comfortable. Well, I guess I should take a break and enter the bath too. But tidying up the area around the water fountain, with all kinds of monster materials scattering around, took more time than I expected. That newcomer called Takanashi actually dared to leave the office on time and force her boss to clean up this messy place by himself. Damn it, I ended up complaining to myself. By the way, thanks for your assistance, Rem, otherwise it would have taken forever for me to tidy up this place. Gugaga. As expected, she was such a loyal servant. By the way, the one who helped me right now was the most reliable version of her, Rem the Dark Knight, who also acted as my escort. Alpha was standing by outside, just in case, to watch the situation outside of the school tower. I have never seen any small fry monster around this area other than Gargoyle though. And then, after tidying up everything, I only managed to enjoy the bathtub after everyone had left. Unlike Takanashi-san, entering with everyone aside, I had zero conspiring ability, or should I say that I was more like an independent action type. That's why I was least concerned about entering the bath alone, but I couldn't help but feel lonely seeing the huge, empty bath. Was this what the people who entered the bath later during the field trip felt? As I experienced that kind of meh feeling, I took off my clothes in the corner of the bathroom with a wall designated as changing room and reached out to my personal bucket. Something other than a towel seemed to have mixed into my bucket. When I took it, something like black pants unfolded on top of my palm. OAOI, are you kidding me? Is this bullying or something? I really want to know who that bastard is who slipped these panties into my bucket with a slip of paper tucked in it. Thank you for your hard work, Momokawa. This is a reward for you, Kyuko. Holy cow, that struck my heartstring. Thank you so much, Randu-san. I was really moved now seeing someone had shown their appreciation for my hard work. Thank you for the gift. I'll use it to my heart's content. Chapter 196, Rewrite and Kinaco. My name is Hayama Rlight. I am just a cool and handsome guy you can find anywhere. This handsome me suddenly got involved in the class summoning to another world, but thanks to my transcendental communication prowess, I managed to team up with Forest Bear-san from another world. Currently, we were traveling together in the forest. So, let me to introduce my buddy, Kinaco the bear. Hey Kinaco, do you know the road around this area? This area is outside our territory. This is the first time I have come to this place. Oh, seriously. That way is to enter deeper into the forest. This way is to leave the forest. I see. You never came to this place but know the direction that leads us to exit. Exit? What's that? Watch out, Rlight. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Considering the fact that many strong fellas live in the deep part of the forest, it means that only small fries live in the shallow part. Well, no matter what kind of monster was going to come out, the strongest combi of Kinaco and me were invincible. And, right at the moment I had those thought. Bungo-douga, Gubo-ziba, NBA, Awawa. Who in the world are these disgusting fella? They sound like bad news. When we were taking a short break after walking inside the forest for 1 hour, those guys suddenly appeared. The black fellas who looked like humanoid cockroach with dangerous air around them rushed toward us with spears and stone axes similar to the ones used by cavemen. They communicated in an unknown language with disorderly grammar. A single glance at them was enough to convince me that communication with them was impossible. Our side had Kinaco and me, but there were around 10 of them. Oi, circling around is cheating. Goma. Go what? They're Goma. Enemy. Step back, Rlight. Kinaco bared his fangs towards them as he raised a menacing growl. Goma, the name of the disgusting-looking black fellas, only had physical strength equal to that of a kid, but they were armed with weapons and always overwhelmed their prey with their number. The reason they didn't escape despite Kinaco's threatening growl was most likely because they knew that they had a numerical advantage. I'll fight with you. Really GHT, it's too dangerous. Better than you fighting by yourself. I have got your back, Kinaco. Really GHT. Stop worrying about me. It's not like I can escape either since they had already surrounded us. Ora, come and get the piece of me, fucking cockroach. I shouted along with Kinaco's menacing growl but... Fudgy, I don't have any weapon at all. Damn it, I should have picked up a fallen branch or something along the way to be used as a weapon, but it was too late now. I mean, having a weapon in this situation was clearly much better than fighting barehanded. In short, the only thing that I could barely use as a weapon right now was the school bag that I'd always carried with me. Since I'd literally crammed all of my textbooks, notebooks, and reference books, it was quite heavy to the point that I considered the option of throwing its content, but still. A filled-up bag was much better than an empty one. Those Gomas looked very thin, and added to the fact that their weapons were rusty, I didn't think they could pierce through this bag of mine. They won't be able, right? Please, my bag, I believe in you. Gububu, Gabura, you where, they comey. Finally, the Gomas rushed at us. Despite being a pipsqueak, seeing them approaching with the edged weapons still scared me shitless. Even so, I barely managed to brace my legs since I knew from the fluffy feeling on my back that Kinaco was fighting with me. Woah! I brandished my bag earnestly. Yes, I literally brandished my bag in desperation while raising incomprehensible cries and barely managed to prevent the Gomas from approaching. Gooba, Gaboogara. In Barber, seeing me prepared to fight like a trapped beast, the Gomas didn't dare to get close to me. Or not, these fuckers actually had the gall to sneer at me. They knew immediately that the strike from my heavy bag wouldn't cause a fatal wound. That's why those fuckers were sneering at me, fully aware of my unsightly struggle. Why yeah, I'm not strong like Soma or Tendao, I can't even use magic. I ran out of breath immediately after swinging my bag wildly. When will these Gomas come to me? They had been emanating a dangerous air since a while ago. But I've my partner, Kinaco. Pipsqueaks like you guys ain't gonna beat us. Puga. Kinaco rushed toward the Gomas who aimed at me as he raised a deafening roar that shook the forest. It seemed those guys were too engrossed in ridiculing me to the point that they failed to realize that Kinaco had already defeated their comrades. Yes, when they were busy ridiculing me, I had accomplished my duty of protecting Kinaco's back. Do it, Kinaco. Pugugu, Punga. Appearance-wise, Kinaco looks like a certain popular teddy bear on Earth, but his power was that of a genuine monster bear, much more powerful than a human. His toughy and thick fur repelled the rusty blade of the Gomas. And then, Kinaco closed in on the Gomas immediately and unleashed his deadly claws attack. Buge. His claw strike was so strong that the Gomas were literally sent flying till they vanished into the thicket. They might be lightweight creatures, but Kinaco's brute strength also played an important role in this regard. A swing of his arm was enough to send those Gomas flying to the horizon. One after another they tumbled to the ground like a sack of potatoes. His overwhelming strength had literally twisted their heads as easily as snapping a twig, his claws sharp enough to tear their bellies. Kinaco had turned the table against the Gomas. Or rather, Kinaco is strong, like super strong. Kinaco was invisible. Puga. After he sent the last of Goma flying, Kinaco raised victorious cries. You did it, Kinaco. You're number one. Pugugugu, Yeri. Kinaco raised his hands as if celebrating his victory. Yup, you really are. I was also clapping my hands, praising Kinaco. Buguru, Goba, Unzuruba, Uwo, there's another one. A new Goma appeared from behind the thickets. It shouted the same filthy groan, but this guy seemed to be a head taller than the other Gomas that we defeated just then. No way, a boss Goma. Back down, Rlight. This guy is bad news. Uh-oh. It seemed they were going to decide the victor between them. Yeah, there was no place for me to enter this battle. Be careful, Kinaco. That guy's spear seems to be much more powerful than the ones held by the other Gomas. The spear in the hand of that Goma boss was clearly much more powerful. It was different from the other Gomas whose spear looked like a mere long branch with a knife tied up on its tip. Boss Goma's spear was entirely a spear. The tip had no rust, and it looked too eerie. I had this feeling that the spear could pierce through Kinaco's fur. Pugugu. Gabubu. Both sides were glaring at each other, tense air drifting between them. I gulped my spit upon witnessing this tense air. What would happen in this match? Gibiura. The Goma made its first move. It closed in quickly and unleashed the spear, thrusting while raising a war cry. Pugu. Oh crap, the metal tip pierced Kinaco's trunk. Guruaa. Kinaco raised a war cry as he brandished his arm. Kinaco didn't try to dodge the spear. He received the attack and used that moment to unleash a deadly counter. Buga. Kinaco's claws silently tore through the Goma's body, right at its throat, raising a spray of fresh blood as the Goma wailed in despair. Boo. Gi. Thus, the Goma raised a despairing wail as it fell to the ground. Yay, victory. No, it was different. We did win the battle, but Kinaco got stabbed by that spear. Or, Kinaco, are you all right? Rlight, I'm all right. No. Like hell this is all right. Damn it, look, the spear is stuck in your abdomen. Blood. You shed too much blood. Oh crap, the spear had pierced into the area around Kinaco's abdomen. The blade was clearly stuck in his body. The white fur around his stomach was already dyed red by his own blood. Let's treat it immediately. It's okay, don't worry. It's not all right at all. Look, your wound is bleeding badly. It's definitely serious. Though Kinaco acted like he was unperturbed in order to not make me worry about him, like hell anyone would be fine with a spear stabbed from their side. I mean, if I was in his position, I would cry and wail, and leave something akin to last words. Rlight, calm down. Yeah, right, let's start with first aid. Fuck, I have nothing like that with me. First aid aside, I didn't even have a band-aid. Seriously now, what should I do? The first thing you had to do when you're suffering from a bleeding wound was... Damn it, I had no idea what to do. Damn it all. Sorry, Kinaco. I really am useless. My wound will heal, don't worry. Kinaco said kindly upon seeing me cry due to my sense of helplessness. Damn it, even though you're the one suffering from the pain, you're the one who is comforting me instead. Damn it. I don't want this kind of sympathy. Even though Kinaco bet on his own life to take down the Goma boss and ended up getting injured in the process, I, the modern person from a more advanced civilization, could only swing my bag wildly like an idiot and couldn't even treat his wound partner, my ass. I was just parasitizing on Kinaco. I'm just a useless parasite. Think carefully, what can I do in this situation? Wound. Blood. Suddenly, I heard a mysterious voice. I felt so miserable for being a man who could only cry when facing this kind of situation. Wound, heal, blood, stop. Ha! I looked down and saw a lot of dandelion-like plants growing under my feet. However, I knew that voice came from those dandelion-like plants. Wound, heal, blood, stop. What is this guy? Some sort of insect. When I squatted down and looked at the plants, I saw a tiny, human-shaped pale green light. It wasn't an insect. The tiny human-shaped light was around 5 cms tall. Though it looked really small, upon a closer look, I realized that it had a pair of legs, making it more human-like. But thanks to all those shiny green lights on its whole body, it looked like a stickman instead. Those 2 tiny, shining, stickmen were calling out to me from on top of a marijuana-like leaf. Wound, heal, blood, stop. Are you telling me that I can use that leaf to stop bleeding and heal wounds? Somehow, I knew that the plant was a medicinal plant. Wound, heal, blood, stop. The green stickman combi suddenly cheered up as if they were really delighted upon knowing that I understood them. Sure, let me try it. I plucked the marijuana-like leaf beneath my foot. The stickmen were clinging to the leaves as if they didn't want to let it go. Rather, it was almost like they got sucked in when they touched my finger. Must be just my imagination, right? Oh well, let's forget about that for now. Let's try this medicinal plant for now. Oi Kinaco, show me your wound. Okay. Kinaco's wound was bleeding profusely when I pulled the spear from his abdomen. Ooh, that looks really serious. I mean, will this medicinal plant look-alike work on his wound? Oh well, let's try it out first. The moment I was about to simply push those leaves to the open wound. Pugia. The leaves suddenly released a brilliant light. Within that bright light, I felt like I saw the figure of a stickman jump into Kinaco's wound. Learned skill. Spirit medicine. You will get assistance from the spirit of the herbs you know. Those words appeared in my mind for a moment. Before I could think about what just happened, the shining leaves started showing their effect. Rlight. Amazing. Wound. Healed. Seriously? Upon a closer look, it turned out Kinaco's wound had already closed up, and he had stopped bleeding. Seriously, it really healed with that. I mean, I thought Kinaco was spouting nonsense a while ago due to excessive bleeding, but it turned out the wound had healed for real. Maybe this is the power of the spiritualist. Rlight, spirit. What's the matter, Kinaco? Do you know about the spirit? Spirit is everywhere. They exist everywhere although we can't see them. They did look vague. I feel the power of green light. The wound healed. Are you referring to that stickman? The meaning that I somehow heard from the voice of the spirit of the medicinal plant. Which explains those ambiguous poems. Surely, the phenomenon that happened just now was the spirits lending their power to me. We did it, Kinaco. Thanks a lot, spirit. Using, spirit. Really GHT, awesome. Ha ha ha, we got another comrade, right? I felt relieved. Now I could at least have the minimum amount of power to assist Kinaco in battle. I offered my gratitude to that spirit of medicinal plant with the power of spiritualist as I wrapped my arm around Kinaco's shoulders. End of Volume 9.